There was no first recording. Nothing went wrong. We didn't talk
Yeah,
for 30
exactly.
minutes while no one could hear JPM or Aeolus. We didn't talk
Yeah,
for 30
exactly.
minutes while
Well, I
no one
wasn't
could
here
hear
for those 30
JPM or
minutes,
Aeolus.
so
Oh, we have
well, I
echo now.
wasn't here for those 30 minutes.
Okay. Oh, because they stopped and restarted the stream, and it started auto playing in like the tab that I have open in the back. Okay.
Ah,
Say I didn't get any echo.
Cool. Oh, the echo might have just been for me.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Uh, so in the video recording that definitely didn't happen, JPM and I talked for about half an hour about the opening position, and then Aeolus popped in at the end just to talk about Ming at the start. So what we'll do to make up for the recording that definitely didn't exist and never happened and that we didn't spend half an hour for is just briefly describe what happened pre-game and then spring moves, and we'll try to do it faster. Um, JPM, do you want to start?
All right. So really quickly, just going to give an overview of Colonial Press before first moves came in. The French and English were both rather quiet at the start, which led to some discussions of people wanting to gang up on them before the game even began. I was a bit more cautious on that front. Portugal is very lively, but Press is focused very closely on sort of immediate moves and not sort of greater strategic vision, which had me a little concerned that I might not be part of their greater strategic vision. And then the Netherlands, while they are in the chat, again, not quite as active, and you've got some players that are concerned that they're not going to be there or not going to be as reliable as one might hope.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We were talking about like potentially anti-Ute.
Yeah, no. So in terms of the press before the first moves come in, the one big sticking point, frankly, press goes pretty well all over. But the biggest sticking point is Hawaii, where both Yuchishone and I, as Spain, desire to take Hawaii. Um, I, in the end, sort of insist, hey, listen, I'm going to be going there anyways. If you want to bounce, that's fine by me. I've got a lot more dots. It's sort of a much smaller impact on me to sort of miss one than for you. But, I'm hoping that we can work together and you can let me go there. I'm anticipating that Yuchishone might be an inevitable conflict. I've seen it done before that they work together, but I'm not convinced, especially because I'm having extremely good press with Athapaska. So I'm biased towards having Athapaska as an ally and making an eventual Yuchishone sandwich. My other big sort of allies off the bat are the Ottomans, who I managed to I propose and they readily accept to move their fleet from Salonika towards the Black Sea through Constantinople, which is extremely good to me for me as Spain in wanting to keep a quiet Mediterranean. So the fact that Ottomans are willing to decrease the number of fleets in the Mediterranean immediately, huge green flag. I'm super happy about that. We also agree to swap Naples and Tunis. I didn't mention before, actually, Portugal and I discussed swapping the Canaries for what was it?
Rabat.
bot probably. Yeah.
Rabat, yes. A Canaries for Rabat swap, which is, I think, a pretty standard swap. In the end, I mentioned that Canaries is my only or my best access to the Atlantic. That allows me access to the Atlantic without going through Portugal. They very graciously said, "Well, would you like to keep Canaries? We don't have to swap Rabat and Canaries," and so we opted not to. I think it probably would have been in their favor to do so. I
I mean, I
chose
think
to keep Canaries to have access to the Atlantic, and part of it again thinking that Atlantic fleets may come in eventual use with the Caribbean. And then finally, Aymara and I have some very good opening press. So Aymara is somebody I'm looking forward to working together with, and avoiding tension.
Yeah. Sorry, Aeolus, you were saying?
oh, I was just saying how like as Portugal, I would think Spanish fleets in the Atlantic would just be threatening towards me in particular, especially because like I want to have a presence in the North Atlantic, South Atlantic. So Spanish fleets there might open up an even bigger stab, especially if they still have Canaries and could build there.
Agreed. And I think that's a decision Portugal probably later regrets. But at the time, with the lack of press from England and France, there is I think like a sentiment there that they may need to be attacked, and Portugal is looking to encourage this. So I think that they kind of didn't mind this idea of me having some fleets crossing the Atlantic. But yeah, like generally speaking, I think you're right.
Okay, and I'll give my brief recap as well. So I'm playing Ajuron. Both JPM and I are blind subs into this game, so we sub into this game with no idea what country we're playing, replacing people who no-showed and did not join the server. So it's just blind luck that I get Ajuron and JPM gets Spain. It could have gone either way. We join the game. The immediate thing I notice is Kongo is very yap forward, is the way that we described it in the video recording that
And
didn't
Kongo
happen.
is actually here.
Oh,
in the
Kongo's
chat.
here.
Oh my god, hey y'all. I literally completely forgot this was going on, and I checked the thing, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. And I was mid doing laundry, but like, I'm here. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Um,
Just thought I'd like pop in for a bit, like,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. You can share your opening thoughts too. We did not have a 30-minute recording where I was not recording anyone else's voice for the stream or the VOD. That did not happen. So we're on spring moves here.
Okay, gotcha. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, basically like we're doing agreed doubles. Hey, lol stats. Yeah, it didn't happen though, so it wasn't bad. We're doing agreed doubles with everyone. Portugal asked for Zanzibar instead of Burundi. I'm like, whatever, sure, you can have it. The most interesting thing is this Sakalava move. So Portugal is initially telling me that they want Sakalava. I'm like, sure, I don't really want Sakalava in year one. I think it's kind of a bait dot for Ajuron. I think you just get surrounded by a lot of Portuguese and French units, and you give them an opportunity to collaborate against you by taking it. So I'm happy to send my fleets to Mara and Seychelles instead. I tell France that Portugal is interested in Sakalava, and I say, hey, like, I don't mind if you own all of Madagascar. I think taking Sakalava year one for France is a good move because you can pocket Barra. Maybe you should be getting it instead of Mpondo. And then Portugal and France talk it out, and eventually Portugal gives in, and they give France Sakalava. What else? Abyssinia. It's got very like stilted press, I guess, is the way I would describe it, and sometimes cryptic. It's hard to understand what they're saying, so they're just on a very different speed than Daly is on Congo. And Abyssinian Ottomans have a bunch of conflict over Suakin. Probably the last relevant things are that I immediately evaluate with France's press and the press of my neighbors around me that Portugal is the strongest player around. So the two of us have great press with each other, but we're also both doing some trying to play against each other, or trying to make sure that the other doesn't get too much free stuff and press with the other. So I'm telling Mughals, who's a first time player, like, hey, like you should go to Hyderabad, like you should bounce that. That's important. They do not do that, and that will be a trend for the rest of the game. And all my efforts to get people to make good anti-Portugal moves, they will universally fail. And Portugal is spreading rumors. So in particular, I hear a rumor that that Congo tells me, which is that Portugal told Congo that Athapasca told Portugal that Abyssinia told Athapasca that Abyssinia does not like me because I am taking Warsangali. And I think this is BS until the end of the game, where I discovered that there is a 5 A's chat, which is a chat of all the people whose names start with A except for me, which is just one of the most cursed things that I've ever heard. So Abyssinia, Athapasca, Austria, Amara, and Ayutthaya are all talking without me. But in the moment, I think that this is a Portuguese lie when they talk this. Okay, that's me. Aeolus, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure, I can go. So in this game, I was not a random power assigned. My first pick was actually Russia. I did not end up getting Russia. I ended up getting Ming instead, which is my second pick. This was not the first time I had played Ming. I had actually played Ming in B1.3M, which was the game that got canceled because France decided to cheat and use alternate accounts to country spec other countries and view their orders, which is why we are no longer allowed to see orders as country specs anymore. So thanks, France, in that game. So fun. Yeah. But yeah. So I chose Ming second here, and my thoughts as Ming is either you do very well or you die. There's like not really very many Mings that just have a middling result. Because like if you manage to not get attacked by all of your neighbors, since you have a lot of neighbors for a regional, then you just have so many different expansion routes that you can go into, and you can start blobbing pretty quickly. And so opening press we can get to, I guess.
Yeah.
Most of my neighbors seem super friendly. I guess we can start up here with Ching. Ching was pretty friendly at the start. They seem interested in like attacking Russia and attacking Toku. So that was very good start. Toku, also very nice. They first turn before any moves happened, they agreed to support me into Ryukyu Islands in the fall from Nanking if I agreed not to move to East China Sea. So I did not do that, and that's why I chose to go there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dutch, they were their press was not like as good as any of my other neighbors, which I think is also just they're somewhat of a newer player and also playing a colonial. And I also decided, hey, I want your dot, so I just wanted to be able to double. So
Yeah.
I went for Ryukyu Islands. Yep. Um, Portugal, as you were talking about Portugal had pretty good press at the start. I think later in the game they would become a lot more disinterested in the Macau colony and more focused on like other stuff like because like this is not the most important colony for Portugal. I will be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spain, you're here. I don't think we talked too much towards the start, but I guess you're technically nearby enough to be considered a neighbor. I don't know.
Yeah, my
But yeah,
approach to this region was I think initially strategically thought that I could partner up with the Dutch and then proceeded to be very disappointed by their lack of press. So I kind of lost my plan A, didn't have a plan B. So I decided in the Philippines I'm going to take maybe some neutrals and then see how the region evolves and then be opportunistic.
all right, makes sense. Yep. And the next neighbor, Ayataya. This one was an interesting one because Ayataya is a player I know named Basil. I've played multiple games with her before this,
Yep.
and I performed very well in these games, including stabbing her a few times. So that was going to be interesting. And already from the start, before the first turn even happened, I already heard from other people that she was like, well, it was mostly in the fall, but a bit in the first turn that she was just trying to start a coalition against me. And I was not sure if this was like just people saying that before the game started, but then after you'll see in fall moves that yeah, that was definitely happening. But yeah, this was definitely a very interesting dynamic this entire game with her.
Yeah.
We have Mughals. Oh, were you gonna add on to that?
Oh yeah.
Dog Monkey?
I think Basil and I were both specking Sam in her Ming game, like
Oh yeah.
1.2F, and I think one of the takeaways from for Basil from that game was that Ming and IU cannot like coexist. Um, so
I
I
mean,
think
I think they can, but she didn't like even try that at all. So a bit of
yes,
foreshadowing here, but um yeah, that relationship does not work out very well for alliances. Yeah, and then next yeah. My next neighbor we have Mughals. They were pretty chill to start. I was actually GMing a different game they were playing in, so I already knew them before the game started. And I think that me already knowing them, and I don't think they knew IU, and that probably worked out to my advantage a bit there. And we are on spring moves, right? No, we're looking at
yeah,
them
we're
at
looking at
spring
spring
now. Okay,
moves.
yeah,
Yes,
we're looking at spring moves. All right, yeah. So they very interestingly did not bounce Hyderabad, which I thought. I mean, I know we've already talked about this a bit, but like this was super interesting because like usually I see Mughals bounce Hyderabad and try to go for it, or at the very least they go Delhi up to like Kathmandu. I don't think I've seen this opening like at all where they go super anti-England year one because I've seen Mughals go anti-Portugal year one all the time with like Lakshad Weep C, but I have not seen this anti-England line, so I thought that was very interesting.
uh,
Um,
yeah, I think I've seen
and
it in like Blitz, like the KOP Blitz, where he
yeah,
went into Delhi year one.
yeah. And then we have Russia. Now, if you look at these Russian moves, you may notice they have 2 on Turfan. This was not arranged. This is a T1 stab. Yeah, I noticed Russia's press the first turn was like super flaky. They did not seem like they were interested in working together. I was just hoping, all right, Qing seems friendly, Mughal seem friendly. Hopefully they'll help me hold Turfan, and then I don't have to, and we can go kill Russia. Because, like, it seemed pretty clear from the first turn that they were coming for Turfan here.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that was not exactly ideal for me, considering, I want Turfan. Turfan's a very important dot for me to be able to expand up into Siberia and over into India if you want to do that. So I thought I need to take Turfan here if I can't just go for Jinning and let Russia have Turfan. Also, I'm going to butcher all of these names in advance. Apologies if you are Chinese or anything like that. I will not pronounce any of this correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's not an expectation that any of us have, that we
Yeah.
pronounce any of this stuff right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I guess one
sorry.
other power we could talk about a bit is Inuit, just because they're over here in East Asia. They were super interested in working together against both Qing in the early game, and then we'll still see Qing. Qing does some interesting things this game. We'll get to that pretty quickly, but yeah, Inuit seems super interested in working up against Qing here at the start, so I'm like, great. Let's do that. I was planning on working with Qing against Russia just because Russia was attacking me, but I was hoping maybe because like I don't think Ming fighting Russia while Qing is still around is very beneficial. So, but I'm like, but Russia's attacking me, so I kind of have to fight them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just definitely not the best situation to be in. Not the opening I had hoped for in this area.
Yeah, your hand's kind of forced from the start.
Yeah.
Okay, Deli, you're here too. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what was going on?
Hi. Okay, I'm so glad I was able to be here. We're like talking about just like spring moves, right?
Yeah, just like your initial impressions of people in press and spring moves.
Ooh, okay, so let me see. So I plan. Okay, so Dutch had like kind of not good press, but I low-key wanted to work with Dutch. Okay, sorry, I don't have like good ways of conveying my thoughts sometimes.
You're
We
good.
had amazing press. Me and you, Adrian, we had like really good press. So I was like, okay. The play style I typically like to play is like I like to pick 1 to 2 players, and I just like to like ride with them to the end because I'm blindly loyal to like a few people, and you were the one person who was like, okay, we're vibing so much. So, oh my god, okay, somebody's trying to. I think I'm taking somebody's study room. I feel bad, but it's okay. Um, so I was like, okay, if I work with you, it's gonna be hard to work with Portugal, and it's gonna be hard to work with Abyssinia. So I was like, okay. First impressions, at least, were like, okay, well, I'm probably gonna work with you, and Abyssinia it's like a very hard person to press with. Like, it's hard to explain it until like you see the press. But it's like the Abyssinia player just has an interesting way of pressing. So I just didn't think we are gonna really get along well. Um, but I want to work with Dutch, but they just had like very minimal press. And I know for the future that they just like want to work with colonials and stuff. But year one moves was just about trying to double. I wasn't trying to piss anybody off. I was just trying to just like be basic, I guess.
Yeah, I think at some point during this phase, you send me your whole year one moveset, and it's like take every normal Congo dot, and I'm like, great, sounds good.
Uh-huh.
I'll take all the
Yeah, I
normal
was trying
Azure
to like
dots.
very basic, just obvious moves. Just kind of not rock the boat and just like be on everybody's side year one, so like I don't make any enemies.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, shall we move to fall?
Well,
Yeah,
if I
sure.
could just say, I don't think we mentioned in this version of the video the Polish stab on Austria.
Oh yes,
A very
yes.
significant development in the spring. It sets up Austria to be in quite a difficult position, which I'm a little relieved about because Well, we do have a plan where either I'm supporting them to Florence or they're supporting me to Florence, which is where we eventually end up landing in order to deny France, who I've convinced to go Florence, leaving me the island of Corsica. Um, the fact that Poland is stabbing Austria, I'm hopeful that this is means that it's going to go ahead. It's looking likely to happen. The other thing I don't think that has been acknowledged yet is the fact that France and England, it's subtle, but they're coming to blows, and in fact that's going to be confirmed in the sort of the spring or the early uh, spring retreats. I guess there were no retreats, but in the press immediately following adjudication, both acknowledge that no, none of these moves were agreed. We are now in conflict.
Yeah, Mohawk look especially strange because Ville-Marie to Mohawk with Port Detroit backfill, like I don't think you enter that unless you expect to get in.
I also don't know why you would expect to get in.
That too. Yeah, I mean, I circled a bounce in English Channel, but that's fair enough. Okay, so
I think I mean if England knew from the get-go that they want to stab, a pretty sweet move for England here, which may be what happened, is that they invite the French to Mohawk. I don't know how they convinced them that this is something that England actually wants, but perhaps that's how that went down. I'm not sure. I haven't read their press.
Yeah, that seems like it, because I wouldn't assume.
Detroit to Ville-Marie is just such a strange move to me, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's see how it resolves in fall. A lot of bouncing. Sorry for the light map all of a sudden.
Yeah, we switched to light maps immediately. Just one phase of dark maps, and nope.
Yeah, Cashew's like, I'm done with
light
dark
maps
map.
now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this just looks like Dutch and England did not really coordinate what they were doing around Ville-Marie, right? Because like these are both guaranteed holds. Falmouth and Mohawk are guaranteed holds if this is happening between Dutch and France.
No, and this is a recurring theme that the Dutch aren't necessarily letting anybody know what they're doing. A lot of their moves are somewhat surprising, or they don't confirm things and sort of go ahead and do them sometimes without having confirmed, but you're left wondering whether or not they're going to do what you asked.
Yeah, they'll like leave people like on red for like days at a time. But I don't know if that's like on purpose or like I assume they're probably just busy, but I think that was a problem they had because like me and like other players would like ask them stuff like, "Hey, like what's going on?" And they just like wouldn't respond. You'd have to pinging them.
Yeah, it was always a struggle for me too. I was trying to figure out like what this INO3 fleet was doing, and it took just a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see France covered Reunion, so they clearly already didn't trust the Dutch somewhat, even though they hadn't done anything yet, and England had already stabbed them. So
yeah. Okay. I guess I can talk about my moves first. We just do everything that was agreed, and I double. Yay! Okay, we can move on to other people. Wait, I actually have notes for. I made an effort to not have this go on forever, and I took notes for each phase. So
your notes for this phase. All right, your phase went well. All right, now it's time to move on to my phase.
All right, we can talk about your phase.
I really want to hear about your phase.
Oh, we should talk about your phase. Your phase is way more interesting than my phase.
Yeah, let's look at the map. So yeah, we're on Ming now. This is a great Ming position, as you can see, as Evo walks into Kunming completely uncontested. Because I figured, hey, they're gonna try to do a hostile support here, which, to be fair, the Mughals did do that hostile support. It did happen. So the only way I could have prevented this is if Hanoi walks back into Kunming, which I'm doing approximately never. So yeah, they could have also just supported the move to Kunming, but if they were both working together, I think that's a slight oversight, but whatever. Yeah, as you can tell, neither of these moves are very arranged. So I get stabbed by both Ayutthaya and the Mughals here, which is just perfect.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I was considering bouncing Ayutthaya and Fanrang here just because I heard they were going to try and go against me and getting people against me, but I'm like, nah, I'll give it another turn for them to like I don't feel like stabbing and showing my hand like immediately because like I was probably gonna attack Ayatai here. I just got better vibes from the Mughals and I'd heard from other people that Ayatai doesn't like you very much and they want to attack you, but I'm like, I'll give them like one more turn, and I should not have done that because I get dotted. So yeah. Good news. If we go over here to Ryukyu Islands, I do actually get support from Toku. Yay. Bad news. If we look over here in Korea, Ching bounces me out of Hanyang. This
I
is not
really want to
good.
know what your relationship with Ching through all of this was like, because
Oh yeah,
these moves look
also
super confusing.
other things from Ching. Ching agrees to tap Karakoram so that I keep Turfon, and they actually do it. And in addition to hostile supporting Rinpangpa back into Kunming, the Mughals also support hold Turfon.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
get stabbed by both Mughals and Qing, and both Mughals and Qing help me against Russia. So,
No, I remember
I was
looking at this.
so confused when this happened. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Just full stab me if you're gonna stab me.
From an outside perspective, I was actually really impressed because I was convinced that you were already dead, but then I'm seeing, as you say, support against the Russians, which is the one area I was sure you were going to lose was the one area you didn't.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, as you say, the sort of the double. I wasn't even sure whether like the Mughal action was hostile or not, or a misorder. But the Qing in particular supporting you while also blocking you felt opportunistic. Um, while also like seemingly offering.
Oh, one second. Someone's got a
support.
voice in the background.
Oh, that might have been me. I was just talking to someone for a sec,
Oh,
and I didn't mute myself. Sorry.
yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean just that. Those were my thoughts essentially. That despite being in a very tough situation, I think you handled yourself pretty well, considering.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, when I saw these moves, I'm like, oh, I'm just dead. Okay. It looks like the Ming happened, the Get Coalition drought, and I am just going to die like year 3, year 4. Um,
No, I mean, as you say, like the only possible order that would have been better than what you did order would have been Hanoi to Kunming, which, as you say,
yeah. I mean, I
you have.
theoretically could have doubled if I had also gone Yellow Sea to Pyongyang here, but that would have been
Yeah,
Yeah.
crazy considering. Yeah.
Guessing that is very hard. Like,
Yeah, because like I didn't think Ching. Yeah, 'cause, like, you have to predict that Ching will stab you and then still go for it. And if they don't stab you, then you just look like an idiot.
yeah, for sure.
So yeah, this turn did not exactly go the greatest. Should I talk about negotiations like after the turn?
We can wait for the retreats map for that. Maybe we can do
Okay.
JPM's stuff first.
Yeah, all right, sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Spanish Fall was similar to the Adrani one. It went better than I thought, mostly because I was not bounced out of Hawaii by the Yuchishoni. So I ended up going huge plus 15, which was a dream. Um, the other sort of big point of tension that I was very relieved to see was that the Austrians did go ahead with my plan of supporting me to Florence in order to deny the French both Florence and Corse. They also bounce in Freiburg, which I'm kind of glad to see that there's tension happening. And Portugal supports England to the English Channel. England is throwing all kinds of arrows towards the French. Meanwhile, the Inuit are ordering, I mean, rather hopefully to St. Anthony in Newfoundland, but sort of indicating that they're also at odds with the English.
This reads like a stab on Inuit by me because, like, why is Labrador Sea backfilling if you like? It feels like Inuit is expecting French support.
And I think what happened there was that it was just France changed their mind but did not bother to tell the Inuit.
Yeah, uh, seems plausible.
I'm sure the Inuit would have loved to have ordered 2 Godtab instead, but you know.
Yeah, I think Aeolus was talking about how my phase is boring. I think this was the most interesting move of my phase, like London to English Channel with Portuguese support, because we're talking about how I want tension between Portugal and France. Well, here it is, and from now on, like I can reliably count on France as someone who's like, well, my game is just over, right? Like we'll get there in a second, but it's not going to look good for the French, and they're just going to be like, all right, like let's fight Portugal. Like I'm fine to fight Portugal. Let's fight Portugal. Come on.
And in South America, is interesting in that there's a ton of opportunities for people to stab each other that are not seized upon. So Portugal has the option to mess with Guarani, chooses not to do so. Mapuche has the option of bouncing the Aymara and chooses not to do so. And the Guarani and Mapuche also again set up a nice bounce in Tushin, which seems like the Guarani could have very easily screwed over Mapuche by letting them walk back into their own core, and probably the core most threatening to Guarani. So it's looking like there's an alarming amount of cohesion in South America from a Spanish perspective.
Yeah, it does kind of look Tripoli. Okay. Anything else moves wise? We can go to post moves, and then Aeolus, you can tell us what you were thinking.
All right. Yes, that will probably be important.
There are no retreats this phase, so we just go straight to winter.
All right. Are we on the pre-builds map or the after-builds map?
Oh, I pulled up the after-builds map.
The build map? Okay, yeah, we can just look at that.
In the interest of time, like...
All right, so I have 3 builds here. I want +3. Not start. I was looking for.
Yes.
But, yeah, so... Toku asks me not to build a fleet in Nanking, and I'm like, sure. And I'm not going to build an army in Nanking, because that feels dumb considering that no one over here stabbed me, and Qing did, and Mughals did, and Ayutthaya did, and Russia did. So, yeah, I decided to wave there. Army Chengdu makes sense. There's an army in Kunming. Army Lanzhou, defending against Qing, support Old Turfan, maybe take Xining. And then Fleet Peking, Qing just stabbed. They told me they were going to put a fleet down here. I don't know why they told me that, but they did. So I'm like, all right, cool. We're fighting now. Because you stabbed me.
That's so bold of them to tell you.
Yeah. And then they also put down, they build 2 fleets. They lied to Toku about this. They did not. They said they were not building 2 fleets, but they did. So Qing is making some very interesting decisions right now.
Yeah.
So yeah. And as you can see, Inuit also builds Fleet Carracks here, which is the aggressive towards Qing build. So yeah, Qing has now stabbed 2 of their neighbors and is fighting a 3rd one. So
not
yeah.
Ideal Y2 position.
No, it is not. But neither is mine, to be fair. So yeah. Qing's offer for peace was they basically said, yeah, sure, I'll support you into Hanyang, and then that was it. But they built a fleet, so I don't know, like, they were gonna support me into Hanyang and then, like, support themselves into... I don't know, I just told Qing, hey, look, we're fighting. Because, like, I wanted there to be, like, a potential for peace in the future. Because, like, but right now it's obvious. We were just going to war. Like, there was nothing that was going to be done to prevent that. The one thing that I did have here is that Toku is very friendly, very interested in working together. So I agree with them. You'll support me into Hanyang in the spring. I'll support you into Pyongyang in the fall. Cool. I'm getting a dot. That's good at the very least. And then they also agree that I would support them into Okinawa Trough in the spring, and then they'd support me into Formosa and backfill Kyushu, so I'm not losing any dots there.
Okay.
So at the very least, I'm gaining a dot here. That will probably be offset by the dots I lose over here, but whatever, it's fine. And other important press. I tell Mughals, hey, I know you did a support against me, but let's just go kill Ayu. And they were surprisingly receptive to that. I'm not sure if they like did this with like the intention of then flipping on Ayu immediately afterwards, or if I might just successfully pressed them out of it, but either way, they seemed interested in going against Ayu, which was good, although I was cautiously optimistic because they could just stab me. Like, the one good thing about that was that they did not build in Kabul, meaning they can't go into Sangpa and also stay in Yarkand. So they were basically saying, I'm going to focus on India and Ayu. And that's what their builds indicated. So at the very least, if they did stab me, it wouldn't be the best stab.
Yeah.
And then lastly, Russia. Russia had just seen two people stab me while also supporting me against them. And I was offering them support against both Qing and the Mughals here, and they went like, alright, I tried to attack you, it didn't work. I'll go after Qing as well. So Qing is now fighting all four of their neighbors.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. So yeah.
It might be the worst Qing start I've seen.
It was not a
I think the Qing players also just knew.
Yeah. No, I don't think they were, which was like, I think they just tried a they knew Qing wasn't the greatest power, and they tried a strategy, and it did not work in the slightest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Portugal builds Fleet Macau here, not Army Macau. I know IU was pushing for Army Macau, so I'm just happy to not see that. So, yeah, that's builds pretty much.
I do a little bit of pressing with Mughals for this Fleet Ahmedabad build. And I guess the other thing that's interesting is F Tehran from Safavids and F Trebizond as well. So just very anti-Russian.
Russia got stabbed by everyone except for me, and they stabbed me. So
yeah, I guess the other thing that we didn't note was Ochakiv sneaks into Kiev in the fall.
Oh yeah, that is pretty important.
So I was waiting to bring that up actually. Brilliant move actually by Ottomans. I think myself and the Poles, probably everybody expected Constantinople just to calmly walk into the Black Sea and that they would support themselves into Targoviste in case of a Polish bounce. Clearly, they were able to convince the Poles not to bounce them and then immediately took advantage. So while the Poles are continuing to press towards the Austrian capital quite forcefully, they're suddenly finding themselves in a pretty tough position with the Ottomans, and the Ottomans are looking quite strong.
Yeah. Also worth noting here, Poland did not get a build in West Africa. Something happened. They probably got bounced out of Mali, would be my guess.
England bounced him out.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So they're not exactly in the greatest position.
And so that was my fault, actually. I did mention, so England and I had sort of agreed that we would split the Caribbean at this point, which involves Poland, and then that translates to, all right, let's also deny Poland growth where we can. So that was West Africa. And this also comes into the Western European, or like the main European theater, because part of why we're going so harsh against Poland, apart from wanting to take dots in the Caribbean, is because we, especially England, was gunning for the utter dismantlement of France and saw Austria as a key part of that. Now, Austria and I had successfully worked together in the first year, but they're now in a pretty difficult position facing off against the Poles. So we're saying, hey, listen, Austria, we'll do our bit to help relieve that pressure, and we're hoping that that means that you'll, sooner rather than later have the ability to come after France. So right now, England and I are kind of maneuvering behind the scenes best we can to prop up Austria.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how that translates to bouncing Mali.
Yeah, I mean, bouncing Mali, considering Poland did not build in West Africa or the Caribbean, worked out great for England. Like,
did I ask you what year you moved to Utah?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. We can go back to builds? Yeah, we can go back to your builds. You have some very interesting builds.
Well, so the ones that got is funny. I didn't even think that much about it, but it ended up getting attention even in the main IMTIP server. Triple Army Iberia Spain. Meanwhile, the Poles built 4 armies, the Dutch built 2, the French built 3, the Austrians built 3, Ottomans
Everyone's
also built
going for
2,
Europe.
and even England has got an army that's immediately ready to cross the Channel, right? So it's getting pretty busy. I had talked with the Portuguese, believe it or not, about these builds, and I'm saying I'm going anti-French. I'd also talked to the French and said I'm going anti-Portuguese. The Portuguese, I sort of, my agreement there was to leave Gibraltar as my single wave, or not wave. I had 15 builds and 16 centers, so I could only not build in one. I definitely sort of leaned on that as a way to justify building in other places people would rather I had omitted. By, essentially saying like, well, listen, I don't want to have less to work with than I could by waiving builds just out of the generosity of my heart. There was a lot of discussions though about which ones I might waive. So looking at my notes in my void here, Gibraltar is what I ended up leaving empty to please the Portuguese. I'd considered the Canaries as well, for Portuguese, but in the end, I really wanted it, and they were happy to let me have it, so I went ahead with it. I'm also planning on swapping Saint Augustine with Belize, and I've insisted on the English not building Belize, but I'm, so considering leaving St. Augustine, which is Florida, open, and I end up building an army there. Like England definitely did not want a fleet, but I built an army to sort of generally send inland North America-ish. And then finally, the single dot I probably discussed most was Lima. And that was because the Mapuche desperately wanted me to build an army. The Aymara really wanted me to build a they wanted me to not build anything. They wanted me to wave Lima. And then we got into a long discussion as to what would be the best way to go about making a bounce. Eventually we agree on we'll both build fleets and bounce in the Gulf of Guayaquil, which suits me quite well. But yeah, no, the 3 armies in Iberia, the primary motivation there actually was my alliance with the Ottomans. I didn't want the Ottomans to build fleets. I sort of agreed to one fleet since they had removed one, and since I'd be adding one in Naples, or promptly about to swap Naples and Tunis. I had asked them to leave Tunis open, which they did, which was great. But the 3 armies, I'm trying to demilitarize the Mediterranean. 3 armies are mostly, I guess, in honor of that, but then also I recognize their versatility to quickly pivot either anti-French or anti-Portuguese. I had been promising the French, so I'm talking to the French here, and I'm saying, listen, you're in a really tough position. I'm happy to swap, because at this point I've kind of realized after, dominating the Mediterranean, what do I really stand to gain off of the French? The English are looking to be getting the better position over the French. I'm suddenly regretting my decision to go anti-French, at least everywhere but the Mediterranean. I think that working with the French could be suitable to me. So I'm trying to convince France, listen, all I want is the Mediterranean. Disband your fleet in the Mediterranean. I'd also like to potentially talk about you giving me Marseille. But while that's an expensive cost, right now your back is against the wall. You're facing existential threats, and I'm willing to become your ally. So I think that I'm throwing a lifeline here. It's not cheap, but I think it's a deal worth taking. I'm even willing to, I think, negotiate on Marseille, but the biggest issue was they did not disband the fleet. So I'm immediately very concerned about that. I'm thinking, okay, they're going to play the stubborn. They just want to fight. Fair enough, that's their decision, but this complicates my life and it makes it a lot harder to justify pivoting. So I've kind of told them, listen, I need to work with you, or I want to work with you, but you need to disband that fleet in the Mediterranean first.
I think
And
we're
they're
talking about
asking me as
spring
to why
moves
they
right
didn't.
now, right?
Sorry?
Are we
Um,
on spring moves right now?
oh, we're still looking at builds, so maybe we should look at spring moves.
Yeah, but we can move there. But just saying that this like this fleet that they did not disband. Um,
Here. Yeah.
oh right, no, hang on, sorry, we are getting ahead of myself. Sorry, I'm forgetting that it's a forced disband, which was what we were trying to negotiate. That happens in spring retreats. Sorry, I did get ahead of myself.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries.
Let's move ahead.
Okay.
Did we talk about your builds first, or?
My
Oh yeah.
builds. Oh yeah. We talked about
Oh,
your North
okay.
American builds, yeah, JPM?
The North American builds, not a huge amount to comment on there. Um, I think I just was looking for a balance. I wanted to be able to support Hawaii while also defend against what I'm anticipating to be attack from the Yuchishone. What's I'm talking to Athabasca, what we're essentially assuming is going to happen is that they're going to throw everything at me. I'm going to put up a buffer to defend myself, and then Athabasca is well positioned to take advantage of them with all of their units pointed my way.
Yeah. I actually have a pretty interesting conversation that I don't know how much of an impact it had, but I think it had some degree of impact, which is I was talking to Dogs, who was the C player, and I tell him that you, me, and him were all in B1.1S together. And Dogs, the suit player, was Safavid in B1.1S. He subs in at some point, and you were Mughals.
It was Mughals, but we had like 3 Cephalovid players that game, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I did not make that connection.
So it seems like neither of you had figured this out until I tell the Yuchishone player this, and then he's like, "Oh, well, that guy stabbed me last game, and he acted like my friend, and he stabbed me. So now I know who I'm gonna go fight." I was like, "Oh, oops." Uh, I didn't mean to do that, but now I guess Ute is full
I
sending
suspect he
Spain.
was coming for me anyways,
Yeah,
because I think he was sort of trying to pull off this, North American triple, which is terrible for Athabasca. So I think he was a bit hoping to take advantage of the Athapascan player then. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know. On the other hand, he let me into Hawaii, so I wasn't too clear what
yeah.
his approach was.
That is a little bit I don't know, mixed signals.
Yeah, and he went to the NPO, which proceeded to be a really big chaos factor for everybody bordering the Pacific for a while because nobody knew what he had in mind with that unit.
Oh, I also happen to know that, but we'll get to it when it happens. Um, okay, so as far as my builds go, I think the person I'm negotiating the most with about builds is Portugal. So Portugal and I are coming up with this plan to go anti-France. I'm just not getting the press that I want from the France player to make it happen. So we're talking about anti-France. The negotiation that we decide on is I am going to send a unit to Kismayo and take Zanzibar. And I'm also going to send my fleet from Mogadishu to Seychelles Sea. And I will convoy Zanzibar to Sakalava. And I will take Zanzibar behind Portugal. And, they'll support themselves in. So all this is guaranteed. Very nice. And I'm like the deal is that Portugal will get the island of Madagascar, and I will get Zanzibar. And I think I might also be getting Reunion in this deal. I don't exactly remember. So Portugal agrees to put down these 2 fleet builds in Maravi and Beira as part of that to force Comoros Sea. We're also having a bunch of discussions. So Portugal here is PD. PD does a lot of stats stuff in the main server, especially. You can see a lot of the things that he's made. And we're talking through like maps in the main server of like what are all the dots that Ajuran normally gets, and like what can we do to deconflict versus Portugal. And basically his pitch to me is like, hey, I think the meta is that people are building too many fleets on Ajuran, and it's not very good. And this is something that I was thinking going into this game as well. Like I see a lot of people will do like 4 fleets or whatever, or like 3 fleets, but not really have a clear idea of where the dots are going to come from on the other side of the fleets. Like going to INO just is like a total trap early. And it's going to be a struggle always to take like Somali Basin, Manar, and push Maldives, or like, what are you going to do? Like try to take Aden or something. Like it seems very hard. You can kind of spam fleets and push Comoros, like the southern direction, but you also need armies for that. So basically, we both come to this agreement like, hey, I'm going to be building largely armies. But we don't actually talk about how many armies and fleets to build. My impression, so I go looking through 1.4 games, is that the players who are doing well are mostly building 3 armies, 2 fleets. So that's what I'm thinking when we have this discussion. Portugal is thinking that I am going to build 1 fleet and 4 armies, but we never actually talk about this until after the build resolve. So that's kind of an interesting thing. And I get some comments from like random people around the board that are like, "Wow, I didn't realize that you were going to build so many armies." And like, tagging along with the European army meme is like three army Ajuran meme. Yeah, everything else is agreed. At this point, Otto's and Kongo and I are all coordinating on builds to go anti-Abyssinia. Yeah, that's all my builds. Thoughts, things that people want to cover before we go to the next phase? Okay, sounds like next phase.
Forward, yeah.
Yeah, let's go look at how this resolves. So I guess we saw the first thing, which was this like forced disband in
Let's just go there.
in Ligurian. So maybe we'll just start with that. Or well, the Spanish moves in general, I guess.
Sorry, I can't see the screen right now for some reason.
Yes, Lolstad says no F build chip. Yes, for army Athapasca. I'm our expert here. You want to see triple army? Spain building fleets equals bad. Interesting. And yes, agree.
Sorry.
Armies fleets better for Aju early game. Yes, I'm catching up in the chat. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so are we right now? I've got a blank screen when I'm looking at the stream. So are we on the moves map, or are we just discussing what we're thinking going into moves?
Yeah, we're on moves.
We're on the moves map.
Perfect. So yeah, anticipated this, or I'm trying to force disband this French fleet. Apart from that, I'm kind of shuffling around. Like all my moves with France are like all my army moves are actually arranged.
Okay.
Everything is arranged with the idea of me trying to win back French trust after screwing over their first year, with the idea of I want to help them in order to work against other colonials. I am also talking to the Austrians, really hoping that while I am happy to eventually give them Florence, that they'll leave me with it at least initially until there's sort of more of a compensation. We're still talking anti-French in my press with him, so we're saying maybe Dijon could be a swap for Florence. I'm moving to swap Tunis with Naples with the Ottomans, as previously mentioned, but the Austrians, I tell them this, and they immediately sort of bring up this idea of slipping into Naples behind me while I leave it before Austria goes in. At this point, my impression was that Ottomans are in a much stronger position than Austria, so I'm thinking like, okay, this is tricky because I want to ally the Ottomans, but I also don't know whether I completely mind this becoming a bit more complicated. On the other hand, will they not want me walking into Tunis if they're not guaranteed to go into Naples? I'm thinking that, you know what, hopefully they can waste their time and have some aggression because I don't mind these two fighting. If Austria ends up in Naples, from what I understand of orders, the Ottomans should be in position to force Naples. Turns out I'm wrong because Rome gets backfilled, if I'm correct. I'm just operating off of memory right now.
Yes, it does get backfilled.
So that makes for a bit of a sticky situation there.
Let me also just confirm, can other people see the video on the stream right now? Is that just a JPM problem, or... Okay, I can see my own video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Just wanted to make sure we didn't have another disaster.
You just hit it with a refresh. Yeah, there we go. Should be fine. I'm shifting fleets towards the Atlantic per agreements with Portugal. Moving over to North America, yeah, the fight, as predicted, is sort of coming to me from the Uchishoni. Athapasca had leaked a whole moveset of orders that apparently had been pitched to them by Yuchishoni. Yuchishoni, I think at some point either gets tipped off, and I think that this might have come from England, who was a little bit worried that if they died too quickly, that there'd be trouble. So they do change some of their orders, which results in us not, I guess, immediately demolishing them as quickly as we might have. Now, what I'm very curious to see, though, is the South America.
Yes.
We can look there.
Oh, where's the Amazonia support that we talked about?
Yeah, there's the Amazonia support that we talked about, but more interestingly, it's not my moves, but it's everybody else's. So all of a sudden, I think we're seeing Mapuche moving against Aymara.
Yes, against both, yeah, because Aeolus to Argentine Basin.
Yes, as well. So like we're realizing, oh, this is a Portugal and Mapuche alliance that is sort of trying to take out the other two regionals. But it's very much, they did an excellent job disguising it. Like this came as a big surprise. In terms of the the other, I guess, players watching the area did not anticipate this move. Aymara is totally blindsided. And again, I'm very happy about this because it just means that they are far, far less likely to ever go towards me. I mean, their moves were extremely friendly. They literally every arrow points away from Lima, which I'm very happy about. I am stabbing the Dutch here. As previously mentioned, this is something that was just... And unfortunately, it wasn't something I wanted from a geopolitical perspective, but from a just poor press, we're heading this way. I'm still balancing in the Caribbean this idea of, like, I'm getting in position to take the Polish dots. England is really looking for the vast bulk of the Caribbean to be their own, and I'm a little bit frustrated that they're not sort of sharing. And I'm still having this idea, right, of, okay, I'm just faking aggression against the French. I'm going to disband this fleet, and then I'm going to get the French to work together with me. So I'm trying to put myself in a position where I can actually
When you're done
save
with people, you need to come down and sit
their
because you have to fill out a section. When you're
I can
finished,
save their position in the Caribbean, and I'm leaking them moves, and we're trying to do what I can to protect them. The Dutch in South America are going full anti-French, which I think is a bit of a mistake because they're kind of turning inward against this French enclave, which leaves their back exposed to both me and the Portuguese, which we promptly take
Bellum
advantage of.
to J does not look like they're going full anti-French. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
That
you're
looks-
right, but that's the press they give me, is that they're
Oh, okay.
fully anti-French.
I mean,
I think they probably got some idea. You'll notice that I also convinced the Dutch to support me to Madeira against Aymara, so that was a nice situation to make sure that they weren't gonna go to Carib or anything that would be awkward.
yeah, it looks pretty good for you on this front.
Yeah, and then I mean, lastly, keeping up with the anti-Dutch moves, that's what informs my movements in the Philippine sphere. So I'm supporting the Portuguese. We're working together against the Dutch. I moved to Luzon Strait with the idea of going against Formosa. The plan was for Portugal to support themselves to Phocéan Strait in order for us to have two on Formosa in the fall. But
I have a bit to talk about this too, actually.
yeah, so like I'm gonna hand over to you. I think this is a perfect place to sort of do the handover. They eventually tell me after or just go through, oh, sorry, Ming offered me Hanoi. And I figured I'd go for it, which I don't know. I think that was a bit of a long shot. But I also realized Formosa was always a long shot because it was pretty clear that Tokugawa and Ming alliance would be headed that way next.
Yeah, all right. So the plan with Hanoi was that Portugal would move Macau to Guangxi and then would support themselves in Hanoi, and I would also support them in Hanoi in the fall. However, apparently I did not clearly convey that this was the plan I was going for enough, so Portugal thought that they were just supposed to tap Hanoi instead of going for Guangxi and then supporting themselves into Hanoi. I thought that would be clear how that's how they would get Hanoi. And I also thought it was very clear that me and Toku were going for Formosa because I told Portugal this. So, I figured, oh yeah, he's just gonna go to Guangxi, and then in the fall I'll support him to Hanoi, because another thing that was supposed to happen is that I made a deal with IU where they were supposed to support Kunming into Hanoi, and we would bounce in Lansang, and that would be like a way for us to peace out of this fight. However, they did not actually end up doing this, and also I was not actually planning to peace out of this fight. If they did that, I was just gonna retreat to like Lena or something and be annoying, and then support Portugal into Hanoi as stated. But yes, IU and I both stab each other here again. Nice.
Nice. Wait, what's the retreat? Because they've only got one on Hanoi right now.
No, they have Kunming and Phanrang here.
Oh, God, these borders.
Yeah, they were supposed to support Kunming into Hanoi with Phanrang, and then I would support myself into Kunming, and then I would like retreat Hanoi to Guangxi and like use that to like attack Portugal or something was the deal I made with them. But I don't remember the exact details of it, but clearly neither of us went for this deal. So
yeah.
I mean, technically, while I was planning on stabbing them with it, I did all the moves we did arrange. This was supposed to be bounce here. They support themselves in. I told them I was doing this, so yeah. Mughals just decided this phase. Oh, this was before they decided to like actually go in on IU. I guess that was later, but they at the very least did not help IU against me. They did not support Hold Kunming, and they did not tap in Pengpa. So I was super happy to see this because like they're moving into the Bay of Bengal, which could potentially go anti-IU. There's still an army in Sasaram. They're not helping IU. And if you see up here, well, this, and then I guess we can go up here, but like they asked me to support hold them up here, so like even though they didn't actually do,
they didn't take it.
They didn't take it, but like this was early in the phase. I just said I'll support hold. I have nothing better to do. I told them this. They changed orders around, I guess, but like we were still felt pretty confident in my alliance with Mughals here, so that was nice. And hopefully we could start making some progress against IU. So that front was turning around at least.
Yeah.
Russia. I think this was they still thought I was working with Qing, so they support old Karakoram here, even though I don't know why fleet builds indicated they were not.
Yeah, that would be. I don't know. This Qing player has been doing a lot of interesting turnarounds, so maybe.
Yeah, I mean Qing goes for Yakutsk here. They walk out of his dot and get stabbed by Inuit. Nivix, that's pretty rough for them. They're fighting Toku here. They're fighting me. It's bouncing how hot. This was actually arranged. I also tried to arrange a bounce with Lazy and say, hey, we can like pseudo fight where we're just arranging bounces but unwillingly. Like, I just want to do this. And then they were supposed to use Pyongyang to support me in Hanyang in case Toku bounced, but they didn't, and Toku didn't bounce it. So yeah, I'm just fully fighting Qing now. So yeah, everything. Formosa is ours. Everything's going to plan there. Yeah. So considering the way the first year worked out, this phase actually went really well for me. Basically, other than the IU like not following through with their deal, which was like, okay, kind of to be expected. If they did follow through, great, but I wasn't expecting them to be honest.
Yeah, it's looking like +2-ish, right? Plus Kunming, plus Hanyang, and then like trading Ryukyu for Formosa.
I trade Kunming for Hanoi. I trade Ryukyu for Formosa. I get Hanyang, and I get Jining here with Lanzhou.
Oh, and you've got the pocket. I
got the pocket dot.
Nice.
Yep. So I'm just taking 2 neutrals this year that I was supposed to. That Ming can just take year 1. So yeah.
Very solid.
We're a year behind, but we're gonna be on 10 at the end of year 2. So that's good. At least things are looking up. But yeah, all right. That's kind of it for my phase.
Sure.
Monkey, do you want to go?
Yeah, I can go. Support to Beijili C is really painful for Qing. Like it's painful. Like this was a bad set. You don't like this set, Sam? Or
Oh, Sam's here?
Yeah, Sam's in the chat.
Oh, Sam's here.
Bamo coring, yeah. Okay, the chat's frontline coring. Yes, the chat's
that's just a fancy hold. That's just that I don't want to get involved in this war yet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pick a side and they'll fall. That's what that was.
Okay, we'll wait for Sam to chat about that. I'll just start talking
Okay.
about my spring. I'll pull up my notes. Pyongyang guarantee. Pyongyang guarantee.
Oh yeah, Pyongyang is guaranteed now. Yeah, that is true.
Oh, because you can tap Beijali and
I mean it was before anyway, but because
oh
there would have been Fusan, Okisi, and Hanyang would have all been on Pyongyang, and that's 3. So that
yeah
would have been guaranteed anyway. But
they
yeah,
they should have just gone for the bounce because they wouldn't have been able to. Wait,
I
Pyongyang.
think I think this is fine for them. I don't know. Their position's not good. They shouldn't have built this fleet. They needs to like they I don't know, just the way they played this game doesn't make sense, to
It
be
feels like they
honest.
wanted an ally somewhere, and instead they kind of like half stabbed everyone, and like
Yeah,
you
they
can't.
half stabbed me. They stabbed me. They stabbed Toku. They got stabbed by Inuit because they stabbed me and Toku. And then they stabbed Russia here, I think. So,
Yeah, there's like only a certain amount of stabbing you can do before all of your neighbors are like, well, if I just pile on, it's free.
yeah,
Yeah, with 2v1, frees up Toku to do more. Yeah, for sure.
sure, yeah. Let's see whether or not Toku actually does more though.
Yes. We'll see what Toku does. It's of particular interest to folks also in the chat. Yes, the one other folk in the chat. What happens here? So let me pull up my notes. Winter 1642, spring 1643. Yes, okay. So this phase, basically, Ottomans, Kongo, and I are in like a full-fledged, we're running the alliance. We're going to split the Abyssinia dots. The deal is that eventually Kongo is going to get Darfur and Azande. I'm getting Mekele and Debrecen. And Ottomans is getting Axum and Aden, and Gondar is just sort of like, we haven't really talked about it, whoever gets there. And the long-term discussion with Ottomans that I'm having is like, hey, like we can get you Mara so that you can like go out towards Arabia, and we can swap that for one of the Abyssinian dots in the interior. We're also talking about like, hey, Azande and Darfur are the 2 dots that we can get the easiest, and it doesn't really make sense to give all of them to Kongo. So I'm getting Azande as a temporary thing. And later on, Kongo will backfill me and take Azande. And that becomes very, very important later on.
Wait, did Abyssinia not double here?
Abyssinia
Oh, I
did
just
not
noticed that.
double. Yeah, because there was a bunch of discussion over Suakin, so they end up moving. They don't end up going to Suakin, but they want to hang around so that they can protect Suakin. So they go to Mekele with Axum, and then in the fall they go to Gojam. I don't.
Oh, okay, they do that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just confused by that. What? I didn't notice that earlier.
Yeah, I didn't understand the point of this, but I was also not going to complain. Like if they're just going to deny themselves the double, like go for it, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all the moves that we enter here, I believe, are approved. They're approved by everyone in the group of the 3 of us. I arranged this bounce with Abyssinia and Ausa. Oh, I forgot to mention a very important thing that happens in the winter, which is that Abyssinia realizes that they're doomed, right? They see, all the builds are here. They see everyone's going to coalition them. This player has sort of like a doomer attitude to their press in general, or like, I don't know. They're very like pessimistic about their outcomes. So we're like, oh my god, I'm going to get killed. So right here, they offer me vassalization for the first time. They're just like, hey, I can't really press with this Kongo. We're having a bunch of tension with Ottomans over Suakin. Can I be your vassal? I'll just fight Ottomans and Kongo with you. And we try to come up with a deal that makes sense, which is like, I'm explicitly telling Abyssinia, like, hey, like I've made this deal with Ottomans and Kongo to partition you. I'm going to get a couple of dots this year out of it. Can you offer me anything that's better than a couple of dots? Because then I will accept. And we talked about it a little bit, and we don't quite find a deal that would be better than what I'm going to get out of working with Ottomans and Kongo. So basically, we're just kind of agreed that we're going to do a little bit of fighting this year. So that's the context in which this Ausa bounce happens. So we're moving units towards Abyssinia with the intention of maybe taking Dipper Burhan this year. Mara is going this way as well. I was supposed to support Ottoman's Inn if Aden bounced me, or if Aden held, or if Aden did anything weird. Yes. What else happens? The other big thing that happens is this Portugal stab. So that's a direct consequence of Portugal's like support into English Channel. If we look at fall moves, this gets France really incensed. So I'm talking to France about this. They're like, I just want to fight Portugal. I'd like Beira and Delagoa at some point in Mapondo. That's what I would like. And that feels like a steep ask when you're getting coalition, but I don't have any reason to say no right now, so I say yes. I still have this plan with Portugal to go anti-France. And Portugal is expecting me to go to Seychelles to support the convoy in. And they're holding here so that I can put a unit on Kismayo, and Burundi can go north. But instead, Congo doesn't super like the Portuguese press, so they want me to stab. France is like, just tell me what you want me to do to stab Portugal. Let's enter the stab Portugal orders. So I enter the stab Portugal orders as well because it makes it a 3v1. And I think Portugal is just going to completely collapse. And like this whole time, I am also like, giving some degree of tactics advice to Mughals. And I'm also giving advice to Guarani this phase because I don't want Guarani to die to Portugal. And the piece of tactics advice that I give to Guarani is, no matter what, you must cover Argentine Basin in spring year 2. Going to Argentine Basin spring year 2 is how Mapuche always stabs Guarani. Go look through the main server. Go look at this list of games. You will get stabbed year 2 by Mapuche if you're net bouncing Argentine Basin. And they say, yes, thank you very much for this advice. And they do not proceed to cover Argentine Basin, and they get stabbed.
Genius.
Yes. This is example 2. I'm trying my hardest to get people to live, offering good
people
tactics.
Just don't want to live. Yeah, people just don't want to live.
People don't want to live. Yes. So Guarani is not showing a strong will to live with this set, fortunately. And I talked to them after, and they're like, "Yeah, I just kind of trusted Mapuche," and I was like, "Oh, oops." But they're a very friendly guy. I think they just were not keyed into enough to the board dynamic. They're reading the press mostly and make their own call because of it. So this big stab happens. Portugal is kind of upset. They make this channel with me in Congo called I'm Not Mad, with the implication that they're disappointed, and they write like a large wall of text in there about how I and
Text
Congo need to work with them to control the rise of Spain. Already it is year 2, and we're getting balance of power stuff.
Yeah, coalition year 2, fun.
Yes.
I also noticed that nobody responded, I think, in that chat.
Yes, nobody did. Yeah,
it's a chat with a big wall of text and no replies, which is really, really rough.
Yeah, I sent some like response emojis that were just like sad react. I mean, Portugal just does not have anything to offer me in this scenario, right? Like everyone else is like, let's kill Portugal, and I'm looking at this like I don't want to give Portugal the corner position in Madagascar and South Africa, so like I'm just going to go with the step, and like Zanzibar a hold, that's like a dream, so
not
that's
even a core. I think you core Zanzibar there, right? If you're gonna.
Yeah, sure, they could core Zanzibar there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
Yeah.
Well, the reason not to is to not piss off Adjuran.
Sure. Yeah. Though we'd agreed that I was tapping this in fall anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, so like I feel like I know. But that shows they're like super duper friendly.
Yes.
No, they're very committed to you feeling not mutual.
Yep, that is the correct summary. I would have gone through this if not for France being so willing, because I wouldn't normally get a dot off this, but because
don't turn it down.
Oh, sorry.
I said, of course, right? Like it's opportunistic, so why not?
Yeah. France is willing to tap Comoros and fall, right? So that's how we get the dot off Portugal. That's what makes it interesting to me.
Is this bounce and INO2 arranged?
No. Okay, good. Good thing that you bring this up. So Dutch come to me late in the phase. So at this point, I think Dutch are checking in like once a phase to send some text. So if you don't send Dutch text before they come in, good luck. And if you send it after, I don't know, hope they log in again before adjudication. But I
didn't
think
talk to them a single time after year 1, so I didn't have to worry about that, thankfully.
yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm talking to Dutch, and they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna put 2 fleets in INO. Don't go to INO2 and INO3. I'm going there." I'm like, "What are you doing, dude? Like, they're not telling me what they want to do with the 2 fleets in INO. Are they going anti-reunion? Are they doing Seychelles stuff? This to me is like it has Basil written all over it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, presumably anti-reunion, since they're telling you, but even then, not a great move to tell you.
Yeah, definitely not a great move to tell me. Tell me like you're not going to like INO1 or something. I don't know. Like telling me the exact numbers are not great. But I also
you have to bounce INO2 instead of INO3. That would have been so much better.
Yeah, but they don't tell me which they're going in with. So I just pick one at random, and I get the 50-50 wrong. SMH should have said K. Oh, sorry, lost stats. I've like, I think enough time has passed since you sent that message that I don't know what.
Oh, I think he was probably talking about the Portugal just triple chat. You should have just sent the K.
Oh. Oh no. Yeah, but that would have been brutal.
I feel like the silence is worse.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm getting just the vibe that Basil is sending Netherlands at me, and I didn't actually check this press after the game, so I don't actually know whether that's the case. But like having your neighbor just full send you is a very Basil thing to do, because also like the success of his Sumatra move means that Andamans are guaranteed. Though Bay of Bengal is a complication. Yeah. Okay. So that is, I believe, everything. Yes, that is everything for my phase.
England is trying to convoy into Nantes, not successfully.
Yeah.
But being just like the anti-French train continues. They still, however, have Inuit on their side who are helping surround the English. And I should mention that the Inuit are also on board with the anti-Yuchishone movement. So right now it's everybody against Yuchishone. It's quite unfortunate for them. So while I'm sort of absorbing their pressure, both Inuit and Athabasca are moving in position to attack them from the north.
Yeah, it looks really good. Just all the black arrows from Athabasca coming south. It looks really nice for them.
Russia being again stabbed by Safavids while apparently hoping that they were going to be supported or have their support against the Ottomans is again very rough for Russia. Poland, however, is completely switching to anti-Ottoman. So the Austrians have done an excellent job pointing out or getting Poland off their back.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ottomans did dot them for Kiev year 1.
Yep.
So...
No, exactly.
Poland also misorders Brandenburg supporting Kiel to Bremen. Only an army can do that in Brandenburg.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I didn't notice that.
What else? Yeah, they're covering the retreat. This all makes sense. Okay. Next phase.
Worth noting, I guess as I stab the Dutch, I'm also telling the Dutch, hey, let's stab Portugal. Like that's sort of why they're like I knew they were moving to Halmahera just as a way to make sure they wouldn't bounce me from Celebes Sea, and I was supporting Portugal there instead. So
yeah,
I think this is the point where the Dutch just stop pressing me for the rest of the game, probably.
Wow. Okay.
Year 2, that feels whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you might not know Aeolus because he didn't attempt to press the Dutch after this, but this is not an isolated occurrence with the Dutch.
Okay. Yeah, I stopped talking to them because Formosa dies. Spoiler alert, if I fall, Formosa dies, and they disband the unit, and I never have to worry about them again.
Okay, speaking of spoiler alerts, I guess there's spring retreats. Is there anything interesting at all in spring retreats? Do I have any notes for spring retreats?
Yes, now I can talk about the French don't disband.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, yes.
I feel
yes.
like we foreshadowed that enough, but Ligurian stays
Yeah.
on.
No, so
yes.
don't need to get too much into it. But point being, while I've done a lot of hopefully working towards working with the French. Here is their first opportunity of a few that will come to disband a fleet in the Mediterranean in order to secure my alliance, and they do not opt to do so. I later found out that they chatted to the Austrians about this,
Mhm.
and the Austrians. I jokingly refer to them now as my number one hater because both with the French, but also in that quintuple A chat that you mentioned, all the countries with A other than Adran, Austria at this point has already identified me as a significant threat and is telling everyone who will listen that that they need to be going anti-Spain. So what happens here is France tells Austria, "Oh, don't worry, I'm making peace with Spain." And Austria tells them, "You're a fool. You should definitely not do anything Spain tells you. All those armies are coming your way." And so I don't know. Despite my genuine intent to turn on Portugal and England here, um, my hopes were spoiled by the Austrians. But yeah, we can move on to fall moves.
I do have interesting things to talk about for retreats, actually.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Um, Abyssinia, we had this vassal conversation in winter, and it didn't really pan out. We're talking this year, and mostly like out of all of us, I think Abyssinia is most upset with Ottomans. Um, and so we're talking about like how do we find a deal, and the deal that we come to is that if they disband Azande and move Darfur to Wadai, so they have some annoying options. I don't know if we can look at the non-resolved map. Yeah, so Abyssinia has quite a few annoying retreat options that we would have to cover. And the deal that we make them, that Kongo and I make them, this is done like, the two of us are both offering this deal, is that if they disband Azande and retreat Darfur to Wadai, then Kongo will allow them to take Hawara. Like, they won't try any funny business. You can just have Hawara off Ottomans, you can go north. And that is the stated deal. So that is what Abyssinia takes. They disband Azande and they retreat Wadai, and they are intending to take Hawara this year. Yeah. So that is that. We can go to fall. Okay. We can start with the thing that we spoiled, which is that Formosa is dead. Oh, how sad.
No. Should we talk about the rest of my moves or just Formosa's dead?
We can talk about the rest of your moves too while we're here.
All right.
Up to
All
you.
right. So yeah, Formosa dies. Toku follows through on the deal. They support me in Formosa, and then they backfill Ryukyu, so I don't lose a dot there. Up over here, they get a convoy into Pyongyang, with the deal being that they'll support me into Shengjing next year. This is big, very important.
Okay.
It goes through because it's guaranteed. Toku cores Ainu for some reason, instead of going straight to Tartary. That's a choice. Yeah. Qing gets bounced out of Yakutsk, so they don't even get that dot there. Qing is -2 here, I believe. Yeah, they lose Pyongyang and they lose Nivix.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the annoying Yucha showed army that tries to snipe Koryak. That was funny. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, I see what you were alluding to earlier now, that you were saying no one knows what this army's doing. Yeah, it's being annoying.
So I kind of am reaching out to because at this point, Yuchashoni know they're getting piled on top of. They're reaching out to everybody, trying to see who might flip. I'm talking to them about what do they see happening. We're talking about this NPO fleet of theirs, and they kind of essentially like they're saying, okay, I'm happy to give you such and such territory, but I need to be sure that I have an open center for a build. I'm saying, where on earth are you getting a build, my friend? Like, why are we worried about having centers open for builds? and he kind of very cutely says, "Oh, don't worry about it. Like I've got a plan. It's gonna happen. It's all gonna come together." So I realize that MPO is the only possible fleet of theirs that can capture anything, or unit of theirs that can capture anything, and promptly, go to Toku, go to Inuit, and say like, "Guys, cover your stuff. Like, just be responsible."
Also, notably, View's plan also involved getting Atha to go for Chinook to bounce Inuit out. It looks like
Yeah,
funny.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that is
ba-
hope and a prayer.
yeah. Anyway, back to my stuff over here.
Yes.
Yeah, I get Han Yang. I get a build over there. Yay. That one annoying thing. Ching moves into Hohot. I did not bounce that, and they're in Yellow Sea, which I also did not bounce. So
Nanking is
these
forfeit.
could be two very annoying units for me to deal with, considering I have 2 builds here and 3 centers they are adjacent to. So yeah, that's not exactly ideal, but I do get Jinning. Mughals do flip on Ayutthaya here. Huge. They dot Pegu and they tap Ava here, which could have worked if IU did like some other order sets and tried to go for like Kunming and Hanoi or something. Yeah. Portugal's just vibing,
Yeah.
self-bouncing.
Very.
Yep.
I can say at this point, like I was in Mughals press urging them to side with you against Ayutthaya because I was a little bit concerned of how much success Ayutthaya was having against the Dutch in particular. So I'm realizing like, okay, this is probably going to be a me versus Ayutthaya for a fight when it comes to Indonesia. And frankly, I'm sorry, I'd still written you off, Ming. Like I was like, no, that's not going well.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was calling on Mughal saying like, listen, Ayutthaya, I've got the jump on Ming. They're going to get out of control. So I think like previous, it was like wouldn't have just started now. Like I'd been kind of pushing them to go anti Ayutthaya for some time now, and they're encouraging me to join in eventually.
One thing that is super annoying here is that the Dutch moves were so bad. So they just lose. They lose Banjarmasin for absolutely no reason, and then they don't do Sumatra to Andaman Islands, which is a move you do like every time, and they just lose a dot because of that. So
yeah, I was talking
so
with
I
Basil
use
about this.
+2 here. Like that was annoying. Yeah, that.
I was talking with
like,
Basil about this about how like
Mughals, right?
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Or curse Mughals if you're Basil, because she was in a great position up until Mughals sort of joined in against them.
Yeah, it's absurd. It is absurd. I know 3 does go for reunion. I guess. Oh wait, are we done with your side of things, Aeolus? Before I
Yes, Ching is just dying.
Yeah,
that's my commentary.
Cool.
For up there.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. All right, we're good to go to reunion.
Cool. Yeah. So this INO3 fleet that does make it to reunion, it is tapping this. Apparently, France and Netherlands think they have some kind of deal, but apparently Kongo and Netherlands have a deal. Yes. So stabby stab and take reunion. I tell Netherlands that I'm tapping INO3 with Seychelles. I'm not doing that, but I'm just telling them that so that they don't bother me.
Makes sense.
Yeah, what else happens here? So these moves are all arranged between
so Congo supports the Dutch into Kipko and also gets dotted by the Dutch in Mandara.
Yes. So late in the phase, Kongo Dutch finally comes online, and Dutch and Kongo have a chat. And I think pretty much every time Dutch and Kongo have a chat, Kongo comes to me, he's like, "I got good vibes from Dutch. I'm gonna trust Dutch." I'm like, okay. And this is a time that they do that, and they get uber punished. So I believe the deal was that Kongo was supposed to get Sao Tome here.
Makes sense.
In exchange for this, I don't think Mandara was agreed either. There's some discussion earlier on of, so Darfur is supposed to help hold Mandara, but after the discussion with Dutch, I think Kongo is changing their orders to just go to Mandara with 1, and they're going to stab the deal that that they and I have made with Abyssinia to get Hawara. So they're going to support Hawara. And this is all discussed in like the three-way chat, I think. So
Oh, I assumed that Abyssinia tapping Dinka and Kongo support holding Hawara was also part of the deal. Is that not?
it was not part of the deal.
Oh.
So like I think there's some like I don't think Kongo and Abyssinia are really talking about this. I'm just talking about this with Abyssinia.
Okay.
And I'm like, hey, Kongo and I have agreed to this. So like I don't think move planning is really a thing between these two. Yeah, so this is in fact a stab. But I go to Abyssinia late in the phase. I'm like, hey, Kongo's stabbing on the deal. You don't have to worry about covering Gondar. They're entering the set. Just tap Darfur and get your Hawara, and that's what they do. Which is a weird thing for it to be a stab, right? Because this is guaranteed. But yeah. Yeah. So what else? I think I am talking to Abyssinia and like, if you want to cover Deborah Burhan, I'm not going to be offended. Like, hint, hint, cover Deborah Burhan, and I don't go there. And this convoy is agreed between Ottomans and I, and we go to Mekele with support. So I am pulling 2 off Abyssinia and 1 off Portugal this phase, so I'm +3. Abyssinia also is hoping for support into Aden, which I do not give. Yeah, so I'm like half stabbing and half working with Abyssinia here. Yeah, that is that. And then this is also just like the natural conclusion of the spring stab. I don't think there's much to say about it. Yeah, okay, that's what I have for moves.
Shall I go?
All right, JPM, do you want to go?
Yeah.
So fall, we're seeing the total encirclement of France. My moves are once again still orchestrated because I desperately want to change this situation, even though I'm quite upset that they did not agree to or they did not disband their retreat. And the reason for that they give me is that I'm France in another game and I forgot which game was which doesn't sit great with me, to be honest. I am able to convince the Austrians to sort of back down and let the Ottomans into Naples. I think they're feeling less pressure as they're able to move up into retake their core from Poland, and Poland is struggling with the Ottomans, and they in fact skip out on Free Freiburg to go a step further and go into Strasbourg. So right now everybody's going anti-France. My orders with France are still arranged. I think I probably at this point should have just gone for it, but I'm holding out hope that I can flip things. And part of what changes things greatly here is that rather than up until this point, Inuit being anti-English, the English convinced the Inuit that that's not going anywhere and to join the massive now anti-French tsunami. Athapaska's also going anti-French. Everybody's going anti-French. It's getting quite messy. The alliance against Uchishone proceeds as planned. Interestingly, the French bounced the English from Cherokee, which I was a little pleased about because that was a dot that England was getting, but I didn't mind it being delayed. The Caribbean dots of France remain safe for now. I take a Polish dot. Swap continues between St. Augustine and Belize. And the one interesting move that I got a lot of press about here was I support the French, right?
Yes. Oh, I think I messaged you about this too. I'm like, huh.
Yeah, and you weren't the only one. So this was perhaps the tell to some people that I was not completely genuine in my part of the anti-French alliance. I'm still holding out hope that they can stabilize and become an ally, sort of a bit of a junior partner situation. And my priority right now is doing as much, with the Dutch being the power that I've stabbed this turn, I'm trying to do as much damage to them as I can. So, and I'm happy to give the French a tiny reprieve while they're suffering overall in order to do more damage to the Dutch. Now, I regret this in the end because I think as a result of that particular dot, they end up going even, which means they didn't have a disband for that fleet in the Mediterranean.
Um. Oh, they don't have a. Oh God, pain.
Yeah, so regretted that. I thought they were gonna take more damage, but I think in part due to like Dutch and English failure to coordinate against the French. The French did not fare as poorly as expected. They also walk into a Polish dot for free in West Africa. Like the Dutch are doing really well in West Africa somehow with minimal effort. Or not the
Yeah,
Dutch, sorry, the French. The French are doing very well in West Africa with minimal effort.
up to 3 now.
Yeah, like I'm sort of joining in with you and talking to Kongo and being like, yeah, sure, the Portuguese, but really you should be going anti-Dutch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that direction either. I'm happy for Congo to
Yeah.
go anti-Dutch.
Exactly. But
Well,
yeah,
they're kind of now
overall,
because they just got
a bit of a
but
so-so turn. I wasn't thrilled like with how things were going with the French. I do arrange a bounce with Tokugawa in the Philippine Sea, which becomes an area that I figure I've got to protect, given it touches three different, like, well, all the Philippine dots, and then Portugal supports me into Manado, so I'm
Yeah,
joining in with the Ayutthaya and dismantling Dutch Indonesia.
did
But
you
yeah,
have a
a
deal with the
fairly
Dutch? Oh,
sorry.
did you have a
Do
deal
I?
with the Dutch considering they supported Zamboanga to Halmahera here, or was that just a move they
Yes, I
threw
had a
in?
deal with the Dutch, so like I guess we hadn't completely cut off press at this point. But again, this is just me misleading them to ensure that they don't like
Support hold themselves.
support that hold themselves and or do anything that would inconvenience my attack.
yeah, makes sense. So we've covered everything on my end. Is that everything on your end, JPM?
Yeah, it was a pretty straightforward turn. I'm picking up my pocket Sardinia. I'm, swapping Tunis. I'm swapping Belize, and I'm continuing to push in North America. It's all quite straightforward. I'm very happy to see Aquala core, which to me seemed like a crazy move considering the pressure they were under. So I get into Sea of Cortez, which is
Whoa.
Whoa, yeah, that. Whoa, what?
Yeah,
yeah,
you have to bounce that.
yeah. And yeah, South America, I'm now like Aymara is under enough pressure from Mapuche that they can't just sort of bounce with me, so they actually want to move into Nazca Ridge. I'm letting them know, oh yeah, I'm going to move forward to Guayaquil, and then I can go Peru Basin, I can come help you. And this continues to be the story for most of the game, where I'm sitting on the fence between Aymara and Mapuche because these are both powers that I am not yet seeking conflict with. I want to work with the Aymara in the north of South America, or frankly, at the very least, just not have to deal with Aymara attacking me, so I can invest quite minimally in South America while still seeing gains. And then Mapuche, they're already uh, controlling both dots in Australia. I see them like I'm anticipating going to stab Portugal relatively soon. Like right now, the big debate in my void is okay. Once the French disband that fleet, no. Once the French are no longer my priority, do I stab England or do I stab Portugal? And Portugal's looking like the more likely option. So I'm already thinking about Mapuche is going to be a key ally in the Pacific against and in Indonesia. So I'm not willing to actually fight or piss off the Mapuche. The Mapuche are calling on me to attack Aymara with all the force I have, and I'm sort
Yeah.
of delaying, right? So I'm sitting on the fence between the two of them. Neither of them particularly pleased with me, but both still playing ball, which is a conclusion that I was very pleased with.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The French not having a disband is so tragic.
Yeah, it really was. Although, who knows? Maybe they wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, that's also possible.
The Portuguese go to Bay of Biscay, which was actually a move I think that England suggested. I can't remember whether I suggested it or England suggested it. It may have been me because I was trying to get them away from Lisbon with the plan of stabbing them soon enough.
Yeah, this is so favorable to you for your stat.
Yeah.
It seems great. You've got an army in Madrid now. I think I messaged you at some point like, hey, like, is it happening? And you're kind of keeping your cards close to your chest at this point. But
Yeah, Portugal
and I
was
mean,
just
'cause
fine with you putting an
I've got
army
no
in
reason to tell
Madrid.
you. You're already fighting Portugal, so like
Yeah.
you're doing what you need to do.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
and
Uh,
like I said, I was still kind of going back and forth. Like I figured the Portugal stab was one that I could probably execute at, any moment. The England was a situation I was worried about getting out of control, but it was also the one that I felt like I needed to be, confident that I was going to be able to cooperate with France to take on England. And yeah, France had not being cooperative, and like I'm not going to be too harsh on France here, right? Because I admittedly had attacked them early on, or at least yeah, I stabbed them by preventing them from getting into Florence. So um, the trust is very low, and I'm trying to win it back. I'm pressing them constantly, but they're very skeptical. But they keep on saying, "Well, maybe," and then I'm sure Austria shows up and tells them not to trust a word I say.
oh man, pain. What happened with this Naples move to Adriatic? Is that
Hello?
anything arranged?
Sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, I was curious what happened with this Naples move to Adriatic. Is that anything
Oh, I
arranged?
think we talked about that.
Yeah, so yeah, like I mentioned
Oh,
that
I
at
missed
the
that.
beginning, the the arrangement was that I take Tunis and Ottomans take Naples. That was supposed to be the deal between the two of us. However, we're not the only two people in the area, right? So Austria, um, probably mistake on my part. I tell Austria that I'm doing this, and Austria, desperate for dots facing Poland, says like, "Well, maybe I'm going to go after Naples myself." And I'm like, you know what? Go ahead. I'm going to be in a position to make sure I'm getting Tunis at least, but I'm a little, and I'm a bit concerned about the success that Ottomans have had. But then it gets to a position where I see, okay, Austria's not in that much trouble after all, and I'm if I'm going to be going anti-Portugal, I'm going to want to have Ottoman support in West Africa.
Mhm.
So I'm kind of saying, listen, Austria, please just like let Portugal back in. My plan actually was to force this. Like I was planning on tapping Rome to make sure that Ottomans would be able to force Naples. But that was my plan up until the French fleet failed to disband. So all of a sudden, okay, the French fleet hasn't disbanded. I need to cover course. I need to support Florence in case the Austrians decide to go after. Because what I didn't like from the Austrians was they backfilled Venice.
Yes.
And I'm like, why are you backfilling Venice? That's a threat to me. I have a fleet in Florence. I can do nothing to Venice. So this is like sort of a unilateral threat. But he's worried about, I do have fleets in Ligurian and Tyrrhenian. And, it's probably an oversight on my part to have not realized that he'd be looking for additional security. Just because I know that I'm not planning on attacking Rome, he doesn't know I'm not planning on attacking Rome.
Makes sense. Okay. Lolstad says PSA for Mapuche and Aymara players. Mapuche, Aymara is your insulation against the colonials, so they're your friend for the early game. Aymara's Spain is not your friend. They will stab you the first chance they get. Please, please, I see Aymara Mapuche wars way too much for the early game, and it's terrible for both sides. So that is Lolstats, who I think in 1.4P was running Aymara that hit like 150% VSCC by the end of the game. So, okay. Aymara and Mapuche players, you've heard it from a smart Aymara player. There you go. Stop worrying Aymara. Yash says this team has been checked by True Monkeys, certified monkey stream. Yes, okay, that is true. Anything else that we want to talk about before we move to the next phase?
Build time, or wait, the retreats.
Retreats
simple.
time. I have relevant stuff to talk about during retreats, but it's not actually retreats. Well, I have the Portuguese retreats to talk about a little bit. Let's just look at the resolved retreats. I will go first. So the first thing is that Portugal and I are talking about these disbands, like what they're going to do. And they're telling me, like, hey, what are you willing to offer me in exchange for disbanding the stuff around you, like for disbanding Zanzibar? And I'm like, well, I think your best play is disband Zanzibar and go build in Brazil. So I'm not going to offer anything unless I don't know, you sweeten the deal or something. I don't know. Like, so I'm just like, there's nothing to offer really, and they're like, yeah, good point. I'll just disband it. So Zanzibar, Barots, Mara, Rostak comes off. We didn't talk about it, but Saf stabs Portugal this spring. Yeah, and basically at this point, Portugal is going to like quasi sack the South African colony, just give it up because they have no chance of winning their 3v1. And also, yes, okay, I think the rest of it we can talk about during builds. Any other retreats that are interesting? You retreat to Hatin, Aeolus.
Oh yeah, that I forgot I actually have something to talk about this phase. So IU wanted me to disband Hanoi, and they said, "Oh yeah, this is how we can get peace." And they like tried to argue that they have been trying for peace, and I have not. And I just got so annoyed with them that I muted the channel and just retreated to Hatin.
Okay, does it ever get unmuted this game?
It does in like a few years.
Okay. Yeah.
Takes a minute. Yeah.
There's a point later where you were like, I'm gonna be gone today. Like, ask Basil if you have any questions. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But
yeah.
That requires your press having been unmuted, I guess.
Yeah. That was just a joke because she said she was like in charge. I was not serious, meant to be serious like at all. But yeah.
I did actually ask Basil a question for you, which was also a joke. But yeah.
It was probably not relayed to me. So.
Oh, it wasn't relayed to you?
No, what was it?
So I was like, why is Aeolus so cool and handsome, and why is he also a jerk that stole the 1647 VSCC record?
Yes.
Spoilers for later alert. In the game. Yes.
Spoiler alert.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty big spoiler, actually.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. So she actually answers that, and she's like, Aeolus takes care of himself and goes mountain biking. So I assume that came from you, but.
Oh, I did not know.
Okay.
That's just where I was. Yeah.
Okay. She also said you had good hygiene. So yeah. Okay. I'm surprised that
okay.
came out of.
All right. Sure. That's not relevant to the game at all, but funny nonetheless.
Yeah. Poland retreats to Gava, bad choice. You just want to disband and build in Europe, I think. Also, no, this is not the year yet. Okay, that's all I have. Does anyone else have stuff they want to talk about for retreats?
I got nothing else.
JPM?
Retreats. Not really, no.
Okay. Winter. Okay.
Someone want to go first, or?
Yeah.
You got it open?
I have it open now? Okay, sorry. Did someone say they wanted to go first? Was that you, Aeolus?
I was asking if someone wanted to go first. Otherwise, I can.
Go for it.
I go first.
All right. So this is the first turn when I realized, wait, I might actually be in a good position because I was successfully able to convince Ching that, hey, we need to work together here, or these other powers around us are going to be too strong, and they disbanded both Hohot and Yellow Sea, which was huge. Because these units could have been super annoying for me. As you can see, I still built against them. So, like, I'm still in a position to attack them. And they just disbanded the two best units for defending against me.
Hohot and Yellow Sea. Wow. Yeah.
That was huge. And then another big thing, Ayutthaya built 2 fleets here. This was not something I did, considering I did just mute their channel last phase. But yeah, this was big, because that means they have 4 armies to defend, and it doesn't look like they're going to be getting any builds this year. So if Mughals and I can make progress, then they'll never have more than 4 armies down to defend against us ever for the rest of the game. Because if we just keep pushing them, they can't build.
Yep.
So that was a pretty big thing. Other things, Mughals built some armies to go attack Ayutthaya and India, aka not me. So that's I was pretty happy about that. Toku built away from me.
Everyone's building
friendly. That's good.
Yeah.
All the builds are friendly. Yeah, that's super nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all I have to comment on, really.
Okay. I can talk about my stuff. So these builds are agreed with Kongo. They want me to build mostly fleets. So I'm like, I'll build one army for Abyssinia, and I'll build the 2 fleets, and we'll just send the fleets up. And Mogadishu is kind of an annoying build, but I need to build it so that I can force Comoros without Swahili retreat. Yeah. Okay, so these Abyssinia disbands. So we've been kind of talking about this like vassalization thing with Abyssinia for a while, like since the end of last year. And we didn't find a deal then, but after the fall moves come through, and they see that I was, telling the truth about Hawara, that Gondar was not getting tapped, etc., and that I have also just like walked into Mekele with Ottoman help. They're just like, okay, like putting up the white flag. Like Ottomans is completely not pressing with Abyssinia at all. Like also just dead silent press channel. And Kongo have just stabbed. I don't think that they're getting very well in press either. They're not getting along very well in press either. Wow. Yeah, so Abyssinia sees that I'm doing relatively well, and they're just like, all right, like, can I vassalize myself to you? How do I live? Like, what's my angle out of this? Yeah, I agree. And basically, the deal from now on is they are going to fight Kongo or Ottomans, so they want to fight both, and I'm just like, let's just stick to Ottomans for now. And they're fine with that. I think Ottomans is the person that they're more upset with out of the two. And they agree to basically just run all their moves by me, and I have like very strong input on what moves they are going to enter. Part of the reason that I accept this rather than just continuing to work with Ottomans is that Ottomans has been getting increasingly vocal about wanting to build Army Mecca and convoying it down to Suakin. So this is their plan. They're like, this is the fastest way to get rid of Abyssinia. I don't like this at all, because Army Mecca spends like one turn doing anti-Abyssinia things, and then it's a unit on my border that does anti-me things for the rest of the game. So I'm like, can we do something else? Like, what other things can we do? We don't have to kill Abyssinia the absolute fastest way. Just like, let's have like a non-crazy border. But they're quite like, what do you mean? Like, why wouldn't I build this unit to go anti-Abyssinia? They're just kind of, I don't know if they are like intentionally not getting the point, or they're just not getting the point. But at a certain point, it becomes clear to me that nothing I'm going to say is going to stop them from building Army Mecca to Suakin.
Was this before we got all the Ottoman subs? Because I remember we had like 7 Ottoman players this game.
Yeah, this is the original Ottomans player still.
Okay.
So this is the final year of the original Ottomans player before the first sub happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, so they're pretty intent on this convoy. And I'm thinking, like, I don't want that to happen, so I can just vassalize Abyssinia and use them against Ottomans here. Which is what I do. And this Abyssinia player, like, their press is kind of cryptic and hard to understand sometimes, but they're very sincere with it. So, like, they're not, like, playing crazy mind games. So when they say that they'll agree to vassalize to me, I believe them. And as part of that, I asked them to disband Debre Birhan and Dinka, because those are not going to be useful anti-Ottoman units, and they agree to both. So yeah, that is what happens here in winter. Anything else? Portugal goes through with the rebuilds elsewhere. They don't rebuild Maravi. That's all I have. JPM?
So, some interesting ones here. Of course, yeah, no disbands from France is sad. It's my mistake probably there on the Belém front. But on the other hand, the Dutch do disband a couple of armies in South America, which is cool to see. They disband it more pro-Portuguese than pro-me by leaving Progopondo, so I can't freely walk into Paramaribo straight away.
I mean, but they just have KN, so my guess is that's what they're gonna do.
Sorry? Yeah, exactly.
They can just walk into KN, yeah.
And that's what ends up happening. The craziest thing, though, I think this turn was Poland decides to disband their fleet in the Caribbean, where they do have a dot, while keeping their army in West Africa, where they do not have a dot.
Yeah, choice.
I'm not entirely sure, what informed that choice, but I was very grateful because
it might be that just like they see France is weak, so they're like, oh, maybe they can get a dot off France.
Yeah, maybe.
And they think they're gonna lose this anyway or something. I don't know.
They're actually
is
going to be
cool,
working with
but-
France here, which is even stranger.
Oh yeah, do they end up working with France in West Africa?
Yeah, there's a couple turns of like Jacob Fort support Holgeba here,
Mm-hmm.
which
Um,
yeah, I don't know. I'm puzzled, but
I'm continuing to build to go against Yuchishone, just to keep a little bit of pressure on there. The fleet supports for that. I'm also just generally trying to build up a little bit more of a Pacific fleet because I'm seeing both Inuit and Tokugawa as having a lot of presence. I don't invest anything in South America, which it feels really good to sort of be able to continue pushing there. England insists on absolutely no builds in the Caribbean or no fleet builds in the Caribbean, which I agree to. I do, however, build a fleet in the Canaries with the idea being, hey, if I want to stab England, that fleet can cross the Atlantic. Or
just
if I decide to
stab
stab
Portugal.
it's already there.
yeah.
I don't know
and
how Portugal signs off on this build, but sure.
They did. They did build in Arguin,
Impressive.
and that's fine. I think we said that we'd first bounce in Rajabat or Regebat, and then
Rage bait.
into Canary Basin, Portugal. And
I don't care how it's actually pronounced. I pronounce it rage bait.
Rage bait. Okay. And then another turn where I managed to get Ottomans to not build any fleets in the Mediterranean and not build anything at all in Tripoli, which also feels very good.
Yeah, it looks great.
Now, this is where I first start thinking about going anti Ayutthaya. And I'm talking to Ayutthaya, well, or thinking I might have a window of opportunity to do so. I'm talking to them. They've said, yeah, I'm definitely building Nakalsi East Coast, no matter what you say. I'm like, you know what? Fine. Like, you're very entitled to that. Natuna Sea is an important tile. Go ahead. I tell them I have no intention of going to either, Natuna Sea or South China Sea, and I won't build Manila so that I won't have sort of 2 units on South China Sea. So I'm playing ball. What I am thinking though is that I've actually got a great opportunity here. If I can convince Natuna Sea to do anything other than be held in place, which it frankly probably doesn't want to do, it probably wants to cover Sambas, I can force my way into Natuna Sea right now, and I can. If I, convince them that I'm not going to South China Sea, go to South China Sea. So I'm plotting this already.
Oh, and we have Nauta in the chat. I don't know if that's how you pronounce her name, but Nauta is England in this game. How was your flight? I assume you're. I don't know. Are you still on the plane? Are you off the plane? Yes. Well, I asked both questions, so I don't actually know what the answer of whether you're on the flight is. If you have good enough plane internet to join a stream, okay, you do your best at 280p. Okay, we can try. We're talking about builds after the second year, so.
I think that's all for me, though.
Okay, I think that means that we go to spring moves for next year.
Sounds good.
Removes.
Spring moves. Okay, I'll pull it up. We're 2 hours in, so hopefully we can pick up the pace a little bit as things start to resolve.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Aeolus, would you like to go first?
Sure, I guess I'm just going first now.
Yeah, why not?
All right. So, after Qing proceeded to disband Yellow Sea and Hohot, I proceed to send about 7 units their way. Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds fun. Here, I make some deals with Toku and Russia. Toku will agree to support me in Shengjing, and a deal I made this spring was that they would support themselves into Hamgyong in the spring and then take Haishinwai in the fall.
Mhm.
However, because this convoy got bounced, they can no longer actually guarantee that they get Haishinwai because there's this army in. Anyway, they can no
Highland
longer guarantee a convoy into Haishinwai
Yeah.
since reasons. I don't remember the reasons. Oh yeah, Sahelian can tap Strait of Tartary. That was the reason. But yeah, so that because I moved to Yellow Sea, this plan actually falls through, and so Toku is no longer going to be getting Hanyang this year in exchange for the support in Shenjing. So I was very happy about that. Because I just get a dot and don't have to give it up. And we do make a deal that they can take Henyang next year in the spring, I believe. I'll just move back, and then they'll pop the fleet.
Okay.
Yeah. Other than that, Qing is dying. Yeah.
Yep. Rip Ching. Goodbye.
Yep. I'll have some more to talk about there in the fall, but Qing is dead.
Um,
Other fronts. Mughals and I are still fighting Ayutthaya here. Mughals move out of Pegu for some reason, even though they're taking my support into Ava. I don't understand that one, but alright.
is that a worry about on their coast going in? They want to bounce that out?
It might be. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly what happened there. But anyway, one super important thing this phase is that there was a 50-50 here between me going for Hanoi and Phan Rang, and I actually win this guess and just walk into Phan Rang completely uncontested. So now I'm there.
Nice.
Cool, fun, yeah. And you will see I now border JPM in South China Sea because he did go through with the Ayutthaya that he was talking about. Yep. Very nice. And there's only 2 units adjacent to Phan Rang, well, Portugal, I guess, but there's 2 Ayutthaya units adjacent to Phan Rang, and if I can get him to support hold it, I just keep the dot, which would be very nice. We'll see if that happens.
Oh, yes, that would be very convenient.
Yes, very
especially
convenient.
given, I guess we can segue into stabbing Ayutthaya here, presumably?
Oh, yeah, I'm stabbing Ayutthaya here. Interestingly, I actually think that this is a mistake on my part. I totally overlooked the fact that Flores C was in a good position to attack Manado. I thought that it was more likely to join in on the attack against Flores, but that was not necessary at all. So I neglect to defend Manado, and I think in retrospect, rather than attacking Ayutthaya, I should have gone sort of sent my fleets deeper into Indonesia and towards the Dutch. I think I should have realized that Ayutthaya was not particularly, in as strong position as they had seemed just a year ago, and that the dots I would be gaining would be the islands in Indonesia, and that I'm sort of headed in the wrong direction here. Another organized bounce in the Philippine Sea with the Japanese, and I support the Portuguese to Banda Sea because I'm fully aware of the fact that I'm about to stab them, or in fact, I do stab them this very turn. So I'm trying to get them away from the Philippines in anticipation of that. I also another reason why the stab on Ayutthaya I think didn't make a ton of sense for me was arriving to Phan Rang being already occupied by Ming, and it's like, okay, what am I doing here? I'm not gaining any dots. This is not a.
I think I told you I would support you into Phan Rang in the fall. But
yeah,
then
but that was I think because you didn't expect to be in Phan Rang immediately.
Yeah, I expected them to bounce Phan Rang, and I'm like, oh yeah, they'll bounce Phan Rang, and that way they can't. I was expecting them to try to support themselves into Phan Rang or something, and then that way if there was some moveset I was thinking they would do here. I don't remember exactly what it was, but whatever it was, I was thinking this would allow Portugal to take Hanoi in the fall. Was basically what I was going for. It was if I tap Phan Rang, Portugal will be able to take Hanoi in the fall. And that way they lose a dot.
Moving to Europe.
Yeah. Yes, the rest of the stab.
A lot of big things happening this turn. So, yeah, the main stab on Portugal's capital goes off extremely well. What doesn't go off extremely well is both at first I think, oh great, finally France is letting me sort of walk into Marseille as I'd sort of been suggesting for some time now. But no, they also support themselves into Barcelona. This is clearly a stab. Again, I blame Austria because Austria also stabbed me. Taking Florence.
And even though Austria walked into Strasbourg last year, they still held France.
Yes. So again, at this point, I think England is fuming with Austria because Austria is undermining the anti-French efforts. If Nauta is still in chat, he can confirm. I'm very frustrated with Austria for taking Florence before I I had told them I will eventually give you Florence, but they're moving there before I'm ready for them to move there. And yeah, the move to Chamba is signed off on by Ottomans. I'm just trying to get as quickly as I can towards the Portuguese dots. I've moved to rage bait, as you call it. Ijil is clearly going for yet another turn as an unclaimed neutral, right? We're like 3 turns in now with this unclaimed neutral.
Yeah.
And I'm putting myself in position to go after Arguin. What I really wished France might have mentioned to me was that they were going to tap Arguin, because I would have happily supported them in. And
that's he gets
disbanded
popped.
Portuguese
Yeah.
fleet. But anyhow, France did not bother mentioning that to me. But I guess it's also I don't know, because like my whole press to France is, hey, side with me and I will stab Portugal and England for you. And I will be on your side. It'll be the 2 of us against the 2 of them. So I think France might have anticipated that, like, if they're going to tap Arguin, that's something worth mentioning to me.
It's really surprising to hear you describe these dynamics of like you pitching to France, because France's conversations with me are like all the colonials are against me. Like I'm just here to like roach them all out. Like there's no mention at all of like anyone trying to work with them. So like I don't know. This is just a dynamic I totally missed during the game, or I did not see at all.
Yeah, and I mean at this point I've decided like, okay, it's too late. I threw the line to France. They did not claim it, and at this point I'm wasting precious momentum by hoping for them to come. It's looking like it's too late, right? You've got the Austrians in Strasbourg, you've got the Inuit moving against them in North America. So at this point I've given up on this collaboration with the French, frankly, and I'm disappointed to see them moving against me in Barcelona, but I'm also like, it's fine. I can clean this up at this point. It's just time to finish the French. Which, moving to the other side of the Atlantic, I do finally, cement my decision by supporting England into Cap-Haïtien. I take Barbados, although England is asking for Barbados. I'm, again, finding England to be quite demanding with how much of the Caribbean they want off the bat. I managed to again make some decent progress against the Ute Shoshone, and South America goes way better than I expected. I get into Belém, and I'm looking to be able to take both Kalina and Paramorbo by the end of the year. Again, I feign help to Aymara while also leaking moves to Mapuche. I'm essentially trying to like orchestrate this into a stalemate so I don't have to actually pick a side.
Yeah.
And it works out pretty well. I've also got Aymara working with me against Portugal now that I have decided to stab Portugal. This is, I think, where you really have, not just Austria, but a fair amount of people starting to ring alarm bells about me, because they're saying, okay, turn 1, you stabbed France. Turn 2, you stabbed Netherlands. Turn 3, you stabbed Portugal. You're looking pretty stabby at this point. I'm making the line that, hey, notice that those are all colonial powers, and I've got very strong alliances with a number of regional powers. I am, the colonial friend of the regionals. Spain is sometimes seen as a bit of a, the odd one out amongst the other regionals, or the other colonials, in the sense that I think Spain can more easily take an anti-colonial route than other colonials at times. And just trying my best to dissuade people from coalitioning me. I'm also making all the classic arguments, which I do stand by, that Spain, or that colonials always start with a higher VSAC. They grow faster at first, but then proceed to slow down, and while successful regionals only pick up speed.
Yeah, boy, am I thankful for that, because everyone is focused on you, and I end up dodging quite a lot of heat that I think I might have otherwise gotten if not for your position.
And I think at this point, I'm telling everybody, listen, like right now, I'm at best the 3rd strongest power on this board, with Inuit and Adran above me.
Yeah, Inuit's looking quite good.
Vibing.
Yeah,
I'm just here vibing.
You're here vibing in the bottom of the scoreboard, being like,
bottom 3rd, I think, right?
You recovered a fair bit. I think in like a previous year, you're like, yeah, okay, you're tied with Mughal for the bottom.
Yeah.
And now, recovered a bit. Yeah, so like...
We just slowly move up the rest of the game.
Yep. Yeah. So, Inuit's also looking great, right? They're pulling like Poppy, they're pulling Anticosti, they're just eating a lot of France. Yeah. Was Core St. Augustine agreed? This seems really hostile.
So yeah, I was about to say that's the last thing that I want to I think discuss about this turn, because this was sort of, I think, probably the first flashpoint in England in my extremely tumultuous partnership across this game.
Uh-huh.
Managed to stay together, but almost always, like, I think we sort of were laughing at the end of the game. Both of us at every single step of the way considered, should I or shouldn't I stab this guy? St. Augustine was swapped for Belize, and the idea was we're both swapping a core for a core, right? At first, the idea was I'd swap Havana, and he says, "Well, listen, I'm giving up a core. You're not giving up a core. Can I have St. Augustine instead?" And I said, "You know what? That's a fair point. Sure, let's do it." He takes St. Augustine, and then he starts saying, "By the way, I'm going to core St. Augustine." And I'm like, well, that doesn't sit great with me, because I just gave up a core
Yeah.
and you just gave up a core. That was the whole point. Now you're starting to core St. Augustine. And he's saying,
Also,
like,
what
well,
does what does the St. Augustine chord do? Like, let's
so
think
he's
about
saying
this real
it
quick.
helps, exactly. Like, he's saying, well, it helps me, I can support my, like, North American. I'm like, no, that's bullshit. Like, the only thing St. Augustine does
Oh yeah.
is it's a threat to me. And then, he kind of admits that, and he says, yeah, well, you know what? You're looking really strong right now. I'm not. He says, no, and I think this is totally fair, right? I think this is totally fair. He's
Yeah.
saying, I'm not stabbing you, but I want to be ready if you stab, right? Like, so what he points out is, okay, I have the possibility to build Mexico City East Coast, Saltillo, and Panama North Coast. Those are my cores along the sort of Caribbean fronts. He's got Bahamas and Antigua left. So he's sort of saying, you have the potential to sort of, like, at a drop of a hat, add 3 fleets to your side of the equation. I think it's fair that I should have the same amount of course, and I should be able to do the same.
Bermuda is right there.
It is right there. And yeah, no, I'm not saying I love this, but at this point, I've just stabbed Portugal. I've got, Austria screaming to the board that I'm a solo threat, which they know I'm not. And a number of players that are experiencing concern about my growth. So I'm like, I don't have the power right now to attack England with full force. They're about to have a very strong turn, so I concede this one, unfortunately. Like, I just sort of say, you know what, I hate it, but fine.
Catching up in chat. So Nauta says, yes, fuming would be an appropriate term. What were we
In
talking
regards to the
about?
Austria thing? Austria?
Yes, about the Austria thing, about Austria's
Yeah.
support holding Paris. Okay, especially because they had promised me they would support the Dutch into Rem. Okay, and then promptly undermine the support. Oh, okay. Okay, they were supposed to kick France out of Rem, but instead they support held them. Okay, which killed your chance at Paris, yes, because you could not rely on the Dutch to support you into anything, yes. The stab pitch is what people were telling. I assume this is directed at JPM. That I'm a friend of the regionals, or like, oh, they're doing 1 stab a year. Yeah, okay. They've stabbed all the colonials, and you're next. Okay, so
Yeah,
this is what England is hearing. Sam says, "Nah, I love this Ayutthaya attack as a Portuguese stab." Ooh. Halmahera C retreat, then Danny. Oh, that is an option that you have. Monada retreat to Halmahera and then there. Okay. More things people are saying. Inuit being randomly top 3 is a staple of Imdip games. I swear they're always up there. That's Yash. Yeah,
oh yeah.
It seems to happen fairly often. I don't know. High VSCC.
Yeah. So Nauta is bringing up a really interesting thing in chat here. Nauta, again, being England. Nauta is not new to the game of diplomacy, but this was his first Imperial diplomacy game. And a very peculiar element of the victory condition of Imperial diplomacy was that you don't just have to reach your sort of target victory condition in terms of the amount of dots you control, but there needs to be a 35% gap between those who are going to be in the winning coalition or the single power winning and the next strongest. He does not know this. So he is convinced that Spain, me, the second I reach my VSCC 100% dots, I win on the spot. That it's an instant, just like it's the first one to 100% wins, and that this is a race. Nauta is therefore making decisions as a result and viewing me as a larger threat than I actually was, because he thinks that it's just a race to 100%. And he's pointing out in the chat that Austria did not mention this while they were, describing me as an existential threat to the board. And Austria definitely does know about that gap requirement.
Yeah, Austria has Cincinnatus, a very experienced player.
Yeah, a very experienced player.
Okay, the other major thing this turn is you get England to turn on France. Okay, to turn on France.
Oops. Yeah, Inuit turning on France. We'd mentioned that in spring, that Inuit had turned on France.
Yes. Okay.
Which also made me totally give up on kind of keeping France as a janissary or anything like that.
Yeah, France has just absolutely hosed this phase.
Yeah.
Here I am still working with France. I guess we can transition to me if you're good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm still working with France against Portugal. Kongo just offers the support to Moravi, which I am a big fan of. Our agreement is that I'm getting Moravi and Beira, and they're getting Delagoa, Cape, and Mapondo. I don't know. I am getting all of Madagascar in this deal, right? But it kind of becomes a situation where I don't really need Kongo's help anymore. I'm kind of fighting this 1v1. But we'll see how that develops. So yeah, I'm taking Moravi. I am just heading south as fast as I can. I think the deal here is that I am going to support France into Mozambique so that they can get Beira next year. While all this is happening, Dutch are choosing to disband in a very interesting way. So they've left all their South African units on, and they're disbanding like one other area at a time while keeping the server built. That continues here. They're going anti-French. Yeah. In the north, so here is where we see the execution of the Abyssinia vassal play. So this is when Ottomans and I guess the board first learns about it. So Ottomans and I are still move planning, arranging things, but I know that I've got this Abyssinia vassal thing, and I do not want this Suakin convoy to go through. So we enter the moves that most effectively counter the convoy. I try to bait Ottomans into going to Zukar so that I can have Abyssinia walk into Sanaa, I walk into Aden, we get both. They don't fall for it, and in their void, they like mention that like, hey, like I see what Ajran is trying to do, and I'm not falling for it. But they don't end up actually sending that to me, so that's a thing. And then I convoy this unit up to Zukar as well, and we're going to force Aden, I believe, this year. Yeah, so simple things. So I send Azande to Dinka with the intent of claiming Gondar. I also send Kalof to Habio. So here I am intending to convoy it up and continue the press on Ottomans. And I also know that I'm not going to have an excuse to have an army in Mara later. Like anything I do here is going to be construed as anti-Saf later on. This whole time I'm talking with Saf, and Saf and I are allied in the sense that like we have a good relationship, and we're talking about like, yeah, we'll probably do the split, though we're not actually helping each other tactically yet. So I'm just taking my opportunity to improve my position versus them. Though I don't know, I'm a little bit sad that I did not move any unit to Banyuro this phase. We'll see what happens next phase. Okay, that is everything I had to talk about. Oh yes, and I send Abyssinia on the anti-Ottoman crusade, right? So putting 2 on Cairo. There is a reason to do this tactically, but I don't remember exactly what it was. I think in some order sets it prevents... I think it gains Sanaa in some order sets, or it prevents something from being forced if Mecca is forced to support Cairo, or Red Sea is forced to support Cairo. I haven't looked at this tactically in like 2 months, so I don't remember the details. Yeah, that is the situation. And Ottomans and Kongo are working together here. Kongo does not know at all about this Abyssinia vassal stuff or that I'm planning to stab Ottomans here. This is just me going off on my own. On basically everything else, Kongo and I are completely in sync. Kongo is sending me their moveset most phases, and they're like, what do you think about these tactics? And I'm fixing tactics. Yeah. That is what I have.
I remember on one of these turns or something, Kongo sends me like, or I was talking to Kongo and they said, "Oh, I can't do orders," so I just give them an order set that they could do, just for fun.
Give who an order set?
Kongo. They just said, "I'm too busy to do orders," and I just said, "Oh, I'll do your orders for you," and then I do, and they'd go with like most of what I suggested.
That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, having someone as a terrorist for you has got to be one of the better things in this game. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking to Bucket Man, who's the Ottoman player, about this, and obviously he's not happy. But, like, look how favorable this thing is for me, right? All these units, all these arrows are going away from me, and they're going anti-Ottomans here, and I'm just picking up free dots in the back, you know? It's so, like, saying no to this is very, very hard, especially when the counterparty is saying, can I move units towards you? You know, can I move units into Suakin? Can I put more armies on your border? So yeah, I think this was a extremely profitable arrangement for me.
I'm also starting to get very annoyed that I seem to be one of the only people who's noticing that. Like I wrote in my.
Oh yeah, I'm not paying attention to Africa
Final
like at all at this point, other than what Kongo said. I'm like,
Yeah.
I had no idea what the dynamics were when he asked me about.
Just
orders.
like, okay, there is nobody opposing Adran at all, right? Like this is just like a clear shot.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm admiring from afar, but also a little frustrated that I'm getting all this flack for being like a solo threat. I'm like, I'm not even the strongest position in the board right now. The other thing we should talk about though is Sweden.
Oh, yes, and one more thing before that. Kongo enters these tactics, which support him to Cape Co. Cape Co has a retreat into Kalahari. Kalahari can take Benguela guaranteed. Okay. Sweden. Oh, Sweden stabs Russia.
Sweden stabs Russia. And so Sweden, at this point, they'd had a really good opening. Austria was extremely frustrated that people didn't see Sweden as a bigger threat because the lack of Polish-Swedish conflict has left Austria with a lot of dots in hand.
But you see, Sweden has one big problem. They're playing Sweden.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the Austrians aren't sympathetic to that because they're playing Austria.
True.
So
that's a good point.
Sweden has been continuously kind of poking at me. Hey, is it time? Is it go time? Can we stab England together? Because we've been musing about this. I keep on saying, yeah, not quite ready, not quite ready, not quite ready. And they feint at it, which I think is quite clever, and then instead follow the I guess the flow of the board of going anti-Dutch while also throwing everything at the Russians, because they had been sort of the Russians' one ally up to this point, but Russia is sort of
and Poland
everywhere else.
Yeah,
I suppose Poland's just I don't know what Poland's doing this game, but Sweden sort of recognizes, okay, you know what, Russia is very vulnerable right now, not very useful to me, so I may as well just take their dots.
Yeah, Sweden is actually indicating that they will go anti-Dutch to me from probably like a year before this. So they're very open with their desire to go anti-Dutch.
Well, and because I've been talking to them about that as well since I stabbed the Netherlands the previous year. So I'm like saying, come on, can we, in addition to maybe later England, let's do the Dutch now. So I'm happy, even if I would not have been mad to see them going full anti-England. The anti-Russia effort, I look at it, I say that makes sense. It's not my favorite because it doesn't benefit me, but I'm not, it's probably what I would do in the same situation.
Yeah. Yeah, also, like, Dutch press is getting more sporadic, right? You see that we're bouncing Maldives and not coordinating.
Yeah.
They're entering very much gunboat style orders.
Yeah, no, I think like they almost are gunboating from this point on.
Yeah. Okay. Have we missed anything for spring? Have we talked about your spring, Aeolus? We did.
Oh.
Okay. Anything else? Otherwise, retreats?
I'm just saying, Nauta is saying that so Sweden was saying to England the same thing about the Dutch since the beginning of the game. That's why he's very chill about all of these fleets, because he thinks they're going anti-English or anti-Dutch, but in retrospect, he thinks that that was an error because they did eventually foreshadow.
Yes. Okay. That makes sense. Let's look at the retreats. So, okay. On my end, Komorosi retreat to Beira, sure. With this stab from you, JPM, on Portugal, Portugal looks like they're eating shit this phase. Like, basically on every front, they are kind of taking the brunt of some attack or whatever. Amara here, myself and Kongo here.
We're doing good at Macau. Here. Macau is doing well.
Oh, look at Macau. 2 units, 2 dots. So amazing.
And it's going to get a 3rd dot.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Oh, it's getting Hanoi here. Okay.
Yep.
Amazing. Yeah, so they look like they're in a really rough spot. They're losing Muscat. Riyadh is gone. They're definitely not building. They're in a horrible state. Dutch does take the retreat to Kalahari, so that is interesting. And Dutch also take both retreats back. I tried pressing them about this and they didn't respond, but they do make the friendly retreats, so sure. And so Kongo is pricing in themselves at +1, I believe. So like plus Delagoa, minus Benguela, plus Mandara. And I am looking like much more than +1. So like Moravi, one more dot down here, Deborah Burhan, and Aden. So +4 minimum. And if I take Gondar, it's +5, but I don't know, kind of doubtful. So like +4-ish is what I have priced in. And so Kongo comes to me and asks me if they can take Azande with Darfur. To which I'm like, please don't do that.
Don't they need that to support some Mandara? I know
yes.
Mandara. I missed the Ottoman tap. Don't they need like to support hold that? Or
yes, that is what I am telling them. I'm like, you should support Mandara. I'm sending them order sets where like they support Mandara. I'm like, you need to do this to not lose this to Dutch. And they're like, I'm just worried that I'm going to fall behind you. And I'm like, that's not the order set that you want to enter to make that happen. So suddenly there is quite a bit of tension in the alliance between Kongo and I, because they are asking for Azande. Which, by the way, like, this dot, right? Like, in the initial Abyssinia split, this was a dot that we had agreed that Kongo would get eventually. But I just don't remember that at this point. I just totally forgot. So I'm just like, why are they asking for one of my dots? Like, what are we doing here? Like, hold your dots from Dutch. So there is now tension between myself and
I also forgot about that, by the way. So you're not the only one, since we talked about that like an hour ago.
Yeah. I mean, it was like, I don't know. I said yes as kind of a throwaway thing, because like, I'm getting offered dots and like some vague future promise of giving dots back. I'm like, sure, whatever. I'll take the offer. I'm not going to think too much about the consequences until they actually come to haunt me. And it turns out not thinking about it, then I forgot. Okay.
The one retreat that I'll point out here is that France, without needing to, disbands their fleet in Belém, which really secures my sort of position in South America, which was appreciated. I don't think I asked them for this. I think they just made the choice that they were gonna, focus on what they had left and give up on the Americas.
Yeah. I feel like it should always just go to Kalina though, because like if you lose Kalina in the fall, then
you're right.
You just get to pop it. Yeah.
You just get to pop it then. And if you don't lose Kalina in the fall, then the dot helped you hold Kalina, so you just have an extra dot.
Oh, I do remember what happened here actually. But also it's worth noting that France does not retreat Cape Haitian to Antilles Current, which is a choice that they had because England took from Windward Passage. So they gave up the guaranteed Bahamas, and they're
oh my god, dude.
They're also disbanding Maine. They're also making an invalid retreat from Estrie. So the reason that they do this is that they have a misunderstanding about how the bot records score. So they think, like they look at this, they're like, oh, I disband these, and then I'll be like, -3 or whatever in the bot. and they think that their disbands are not included in their score until after fall retreats go through. So they're coming into this, like, in fall, they're telling me, like, yeah, I'm going to have 2 builds this phase because of all my disbands. But they don't realize that they are double counting their disbands. Like, the disbands are already factored in spring. So they're making all these disbands. They're planning to get builds in fall, or builds in winter, and those obviously do not materialize. Yeah. And obviously England is just like cheering, right?
England has actually just put in the chat that this was a huge success for them, that they did not retreat towards Bahamas.
Yes. I'm pitching them on retreating to Bahamas at this point, and they're just like, no.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I think there's no reason not to retreat to Antilles current year.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Ever.
for sure. Okay. Claudid says, this isn't run and bun. Indeed, it is not run and bun. You are very astute. So for people who don't know, most of the time on this stream, I'm playing Run and Bun, which is a Pokemon ROM hack that is extremely difficult. And yeah, it's hard. So I'm usually just bashing my head against it for a couple hours at a time when I'm streaming. So Claudid is a Pokemon viewer. There are some like old BG3 viewers in the chat too, so that's also a thing. Yeah, so France just misunderstands how retreats work, and yeah, it doesn't take any of these retreats, which is huge for England. Okay, anything else to talk about?
I just thought this was an NMR that the GM just said, don't NMR retreats. You'll just like, because like, I think that's what I assumed it was, because like, why would you not do that?
Oh, he does retreat into Mohawk, yes.
Or
yes.
NMR, oh, he does do a retreat? Okay.
Wait, what? So they like half stab by retreating to Mohawk and don't take the Bahamas dot. Yeah, this is confusing, right? Like I don't get it. And was retreating with this unit an option? No, Maine was forced to spend it. Okay. Yeah, I don't get it, but France is not here, so we cannot really ask them questions. Okay, so fall. Is there anything else to talk about? I think we get a fall.
Moving to fall moves, yeah, fall moves.
Okay.
Yep, let's go to fall.
There's an ad break happening right now, and I'm out of water, so I'm gonna grab a little bit more real quick, and I'll just leave a picture of the map with Ming on it if you guys want to talk for a bit.
All right, should I go ahead and talk about my moves then, if it's just on my moves?
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. So, in this position, it's much better than it was looking at the beginning of the year. I talked to Russia, and I managed to agree to support me into Ikari here. I butchered that, whatever, fine. I also tell them to go for Yakutsk here. So that way Qing is on, I believe, 1 at the end of this year. So yeah, Qing is getting decimated. Yeah, I tell Qing, hey, I'm gonna work with you. Support me into Karakoram and support me into Shengjing and support Hold Hai Shinwai here. And because of this, I could just walk into Kikihar. So
Nice.
I do that. That was the reason for doing that. So because of that, I gain Ikari, I gain Kikihar, and I gain Shengjing, which is half of the dots Qing currently has. Very nice. And then, yeah, Qing also loses to Sahalian and Haishinwai. So they're -5 here. Which is pretty rough.
Yeah, this is sad times.
Yes. Things worth pointing out here. Toku gets the, oh wait, this is actually, we'll talk about this when we get to Spain as well, but Toku goes for Haishinwai. And
yes.
actually, yes. So that they're only +1 here. I think, oh, Toku's only gonna go +1, but then they like
they're +2 because
all right, so halfway yeah. So this was a super interesting phase for that dynamic, because halfway into the phase, Toku says, all right, I need to stab Spain here. They're getting too strong, and if I don't do it now, I'm never gonna have the chance to do it again. And I'm looking at the map like, all right, well, Spain is definitely building here, and they're gonna walk out of Cebu for sure. So they're gonna have 2 builds in the Philippines, and I don't think you're gonna get anything out of stabbing Spain here. Obviously, I don't tell them this, but as you can see by the moves, they do walk into Philippine Sea and over in America. They support themselves into Hawaii. So they 1.U for Hawaii. Very
So, yeah.
nice. And one very important thing here is they asked me to move Formosa to Luzon Strait so I could join them in the stab. And I decided I did not want to do that. So I just finished the core, and I spent like an hour thinking of how I was going to justify this to them. And then I eventually just went with, oops, I forgot to change the order. And they went along with that. So yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Poor Toku.
Yeah, I feel I felt kind of bad about this, but I think I've become a worse person from playing diplomacy. I no longer feel as bad about stabbing people as I used to. I no longer feel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is.
Other important things. While I'm telling Toku to stab you and not telling you about it, I also get you to support Old Fan Rang. Very nice. It wouldn't have mattered since I supported in from Hanoi instead of the other way around, but still, good thing that I got you to do that because yay allies. I support the wrong unit into Hanoi here, but whatever, it's fine because it works.
Oh
So,
yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So IU is, I believe, yeah, they don't keep Sumatra here. They lose Andaman Islands. They lose Hanoi. They lose Phan Rang, and they lose Ava. Also, even though they do get Pegu back, I believe they are minus 2
4?
here.
Minus 4? No. Oh yeah, this is not an other
Hanoi,
gaming.
Phan Rang,
Never mind.
Ava. Yeah, they're not getting that. Yeah, and then
minus
they
3?
lose 4 dots and minus 3. Hold up, wait. Let's
It's
do that again.
Andaman, Ava, Hanoi, and Phan Rang lost, and then
okay, and the
Pegu
game
gained.
Pegu. Okay, yeah, so they're minus 3 here. So that means they're on what, 7 now, I believe? Yeah, 7. So yeah, very big because that means they have to disband. They just basically have to pick a front to give up on and say, I'm no longer playing on this front, whether it's Borneo over here or defending the mainland, which they're probably not going to do that, but yeah. So anyway, I go +4 here. Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking very
this
solid.
was a huge turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I can pick up from the Toku stabbing me side.
Yes.
Yeah, that was very unexpected, especially because right now we're reaching territory we're already discussing what happens after you Shoshone are dead. And Inuit are looking like one of, if not the most powerful powers on the board right now. So I'm talking to Toku, I'm talking to other powers about, hey, we're gonna need to go after the Inuit next. And I'm hoping Tokugawa will be my ally against the Inuit, which frankly I think they stand more to gain from than I do. But they choose to stab me instead, and the reason given was the same that they talked about with you, of just they felt like Philippines was an area that is required for Tokugawa to have any success, and that if they did not go after it now, they would not be able to go after it ever. I made the argument that this is obviously like after moves that come through, there is no chance that you're getting anything off of me now, anyways. I don't know why you're wasting your time on me. You're like Inuit is not going to help you against me. I could have helped you against Inuit, so you've sort of picked a sort of a losing side here. You may be able to slow me down somewhat, but I'm a colonial. I've got other fronts that I can gain on. You're not, so you can't afford to just stalemate out. You can't afford to lose all your momentum just to try to slow me down. Nobody's going to reward you for sticking out your neck like for balance of power reasons. That's never how this works, right? That people, you're not going to get free dots as a thank you. So I'm trying to convince them to turn around to.
I told them I was going to give them free dots, but
that's not, yeah. And I'm also sort of warning them, that hey, like you're also, well, actually no, I don't think I eventually got frustrated enough with them that I didn't even tell them, hey, you're also leaving yourself hugely open to Ming here. I just went to Aeolus and said, hey, like, you know what to do here, right? And you said, yeah, obviously. It's like
Yeah.
they've just turned their back on you as you're wrapping up the Qing and the
Yeah, and they're
Ayutthaya,
expecting me to give them 2 dots this next year.
and Ayutthaya are
Yeah.
falling apart at the seam. So it's
Yeah.
like, Ming is ready to pick their next battle, and you've just turned your back on them. I talked about it later with them as well. Like both, I mean, during the turn and afterwards, where they're sort of, well, I didn't feel great doing nothing. There's often this feeling that you should be pursuing some kind of growth constantly, and that's definitely what's ideal. However, it's not always possible, and I've definitely seen games where powers have managed to kind of turtle up, be defensive, and sort of not attract power, and then be opportunistic and sort of seize dots where they can and grow and eventually come back. I mean, I pointed them to the admittedly unusual case of, I'm trying to remember which game was it where Tokugawa, I think it was it was a B1 or maybe even A2 game where I was,
Oh,
I
is it
think,
B1K?
was it B1K? Yeah, where
I think so.
Tokugawa had, I think, like 7 dots for the vast majority of the game, and then came back to solo because they just like essentially were forgotten about and slowly just started grabbing all the dots that rimmed the Pacific until had an unstoppable amount of momentum because they dominated the Pacific. Now, obviously, in that game, Spain was falling apart, which is not the case here. But either way, I was sort of saying, like, listen, like anything other than stabbing me would have been a better move. But yeah, very frustrated to see that coming my way. I'm actually going negative in Asia because as I mentioned, I made the wrong choice by going anti Ayutthaya, where I don't stand to gain anything. I do find it
What do you mean?
cute
It was totally the right choice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ayutthaya is also, I find it kind of cute that they're self-supporting in Sambas and Bajarmasin, as if like the Dutch and I are going to be able to coordinate. It just wasn't happening.
There's one unit. Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
like
fine.
Banca could have
Yeah.
coordinated with me, but that was just never happening if you had any
Yeah.
concept of
Ben,
the state of Dutch press.
because she's tapping Nekon. See, if Ben Jarmison just taps Benka, there's no risk at all. And I think
Yeah.
that move's just better. But
No, and the only reason why I went after Nekon C here was I thought, maybe they might guess I'm going to Gulf of Siam and try to block me there. But yeah, no, like I was pretty frustrated. Like this was, I think, the French thing had been annoying. I wasn't sort of beating myself up too hard about it though. I was thinking that was, okay, it's something that would have been nice had it turned out the player chose not to play ball with me fair. This was the first, like, sort of going at, like, stabbing Ayutthaya was the first thing where I really thought, okay, this is just a mistake. This was a bad mistake on my part, and I hope that it doesn't sort of result in
what do you mean? It wasn't a mistake. It worked out great.
For you.
Well, and it also resulted, yeah, it worked out great for Ming, and it resulted in like Tokugawa stabbing me. I mean, I don't know whether they probably would stab me anyways, but it didn't
Yeah,
feel
I think
great
so.
in the moment. If I move to Europe, I realize like I agonized over this position for so long because there's no way that I can guarantee take back Barcelona and defend Marseille and cover Valencia. And in the end, I figured, you know what? I can let them go to Valencia. I can maybe chat with them about.
Well,
Like,
you don't even have a way to take back Barcelona and cover Valencia.
Yeah.
You
sorry.
only have 2 on
Yeah,
Barcelona here anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
that is
Um,
yeah.
so I go for this option just because I think maybe there's a chance I can convince them to disband it. Not like, obviously I know they're going to retreat to Valencia, but once they're in Valencia, maybe then I can convince them to disband while they're there. And then I'm seeing through the rest of the stab on Portugal. Was frustrated that I wasn't able to get Arguin here, and I think that did a lot to help Portugal stabilize. But I made sure that the Inuit were taking the Greenlandic holdings, and then there was an interesting situation here where, because Utrecht, and I believe was tipped off by England, anticipated that Athabasca was attacking them, they defended well enough that Athabasca wasn't guaranteed to be able to hold Shoshone. But we realized that the one way we could guarantee the losses to Utrecht was if I actually supported counter support to support Athabasca into Gosuit. and that was something that felt like a bit of a risk because the idea in the sort of group chat had been that I was going to finish with Go Suit as one of my dots.
Hey,
So,
Goobers.
hello.
Blessings.
But yeah, so to support Athabasca there felt like a bit of a risk, but one that I was willing to take. I also supported them to Lakota, and I felt that Athabasca, was buying was maybe the only power that was buying what I was selling about Inuit being a huge threat, in which I think was quite legitimate, and that Athabasca had to worry about that. They were not in a great situation, right, where they were looking at a post Shoshone world where they're surrounded by myself and Inuits, which are both sort of top 3 powers after this turn. But
I mean, this worked out terribly for you. They lose Ghost Suit and lose Shoshone as well. So
yes, and they lose Sixika, which frankly I don't know how they missed that. They also lose Lakota, right?
I think this was just they thought there's no way Athagos for Sitsika. They should probably just support themselves into Lakota or something, so I don't have to worry about covering that.
Yeah.
Probably what
in the end, it was probably like the worst possible set of orders they could do. I think they finished with 2 dots after this.
Rough.
They go from 7 to 2. Yeah.
Oh, they're on 8. No, 8 to 2. -6.
Yeah.
What year is it?
Oh, hello. We have a new visitor, Naxos. Were you playing in this game? This is 1.5B.
Yeah, I'm aware. I have done studying off of this game, and I'm curious if you guys are doing a year-by-year analysis.
Yeah, we are. So there's a live stream on my Twitch channel, which the link is in Public Square channel. So if you want to just come in and chat in there, then feel free. For the most part, it's just like us chatting as about what's going on as players. So
we should catch up with the chat though over there.
Yes,
we're
rather behind.
I think I'd covered like most of everything else was just continuing what I was already doing.
Yep.
Cleaning up South America, cleaning up the Caribbean, and England finishing their core in Florida.
Yes. Pain. Okay. Catching up in the chat. So it might be worth. Okay, England says it might be worth mentioning India here because this is where communication really starts to break down between you and Portugal, which becomes relevant later. Cooperation with Portugal would have made you much more willing to step Spain, and at a certain point, Ports just starts gunboating. This is the start of our communication collapse. I should have tapped Gondwana and held Hyderabad, but we weren't coordinated enough to get to that point. These moves are a disaster. Oh, I see. So, Portugal is worried about you stabbing for Bellari, so they don't hold Hyderabad here. Though, yeah. And if you had tapped Gondwana, it's still a guaranteed take, right? Like, Mughal enters the wrong set of orders here. Like, they should have entered from Gondwana to Hyderabad, and it would have been guaranteed.
I mean, it looks like from these moves that Mughals thought you were working with them, considering the support in Andaman Islands, at the very least.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's an interesting flip as well. Yeah, then this is not necessary. Yeah, and here Dutch offers me support into Maldives, does not offer Mughal support into Maldives, and then enters support for Mughal to Maldives. So that was fun.
Oh, really? Like, for a fact that the Mughals were not offered support here? That they just did it?
Oh, I didn't actually check, but the Mughals tell me, right after this happens, that Dutch did not actually offer them support. And Dutch did offer me support. Or maybe not, yeah. Okay. Sam, okay. 1 second. Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, yes, Naxos is in the chat now. Good to be in chat. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep the chatter, like the audio chatter, clean for the VOD. Here for the NA analysis for the most part. All right. Are you playing NA power in 1.6? Like, what's the context? Okay, so that was Nauta's comment about India. Portugal is also telling me about some kind of arranged swap of India for Africa that doesn't go through. I don't know if that's this year, Nauta, or if that's later, but I'm curious about your thoughts on that. You were expecting support into nonce, which does not happen. Yes, yes, because Portugal is distracted by the Spanish stab, presumably, so they just back out instead of supporting UN. That is sad. As for Ute, you did try to tip them off. Yes. Okay. So England did tip off Ute, and it totally backfired because they probably would have survived longer if you hadn't. And you really annoy Spain by doing it. Okay. Yeah. So JPM, did you know, like for a fact, that England was tipping off Ute here, or was that just inference?
They actually like confessed to me, I think, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And I think they phrased it as well, and it was because England was understandably like this had happened earlier. It was in the previous phase before Inuit had flipped on France.
Mm-hmm.
England was worried about the growth of the Inuit, and was asking me to not work with the Inuit against Ute Shoshone because they saw Inuit as coming after themselves and as a general rival. So I told I told them, I'm sorry, right now my priority is Ute Shoshone. I'm definitely happy to turn on the Inuit once the Ute Shoshone are gone. But I think England sort of concluded from that, okay, I've got to take things into my own hands and slow down the growth of Inuit by tipping off Ute Shoshone, that there's a coalition coming their way. But yeah, a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it makes sense, and we'll see the dynamic.
Maybe a bit of
much
honesty on all sides there, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So Naxos is playing Inuit in 1.6. All right. So you'll see some demonstration of what to do and what not to do. There is like an ongoing meme in this server. I don't know if it starts here or where exactly it starts, but I think Kongo gets confused between Inuit and Tokugawa colors in the map errors channel.
Oh yeah.
And so they say like, oh, you're going up so many builds, and Tokugawa's like, I'm not going up builds, and Kongo says, I thought you were Inuit, and then Toku says, man, I wish I was Inuit, and this starts a pasta storm of everyone saying, man, I wish I was Inuit in the chat. Yes, which was very funny.
That's funny.
I also make the channel Man, I Wish I Was Inuit with the express intention of directing attention away from myself and making people look at the Inuit position. Yeah. But I don't admit to it. So, yeah. And I don't think anyone asks. Okay. Yes. Do I do diplomacy streams often? Nice thing to have in the background while doing press. Once per game. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So I will do these streams once per game I plan, so that happens occasionally, and I think more often than not these are like Blitz AARs. So like I'll play in most Blitz games, and those happen relatively often, and they're not like multi-month things to get done. So yeah, I have a YouTube channel with the same name as this Twitch, so if you want to go look there, I have like uploaded all of the VODs that I have made of my previous games. So yeah, if you just want to have it on the background, then you can do that. I think the most recent one was me playing as Inuit, though it's me and Yash duoing Inuit, but I don't know. We did okay, but maybe not the ideal peak Inuit gameplay. But you can check that out if you want to. You try to make a oops, I fucked up the perms channel every time you play in a game. Nice. Okay. So that's NA. What else is going on? JPM, have we talked about your whole position at this point? I think we have, and we talked about Aeolus stabbing.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe, I mean, you can point out that Ottomans are still doing pretty well at this point. They're moving into the Portuguese Dot of Wallata at my request in West Africa, which I'm happy to see. Do they actually get into hostile states here? No, I don't think so, right? That's supported.
Are you talking about South America?
Have we talked
No, we're talking about Ottomans in Africa.
We did talk about South America.
I think we also... Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah, because we were talking about like free stuff.
there's not much to say. Yeah, I'm getting free stuff with minimal investment. I'm starting to core Amazonia, which is me plotting ahead, thinking that'll be a very useful dot to have both against Portugal and Aymara.
Maybe we didn't talk about South America because I'm not remembering talking about the Amazonia core.
We didn't know.
I think
but
we talked
like,
about
I
the
just
French
I waved it
disbanding
off
the
because there's not a
spring.
huge amount to talk about from my perspective. Like it's quite straightforward.
Yeah.
It's great for me. I've got great growth.
Yeah.
The Dutch are holed up in Cayenne, but won't be there for long. Right now, it's interesting because Aymara is flanking Mapuche through Gorani. This is something that Gorani has agreed to, and that's why they're taking Ayoso behind Aymara as compensation for the fact that it's possible that they're getting stuck there. Aymara eventually, I think, is growing frustrated with their lack of progress. There's also, it's worth noting, we forgot to talk about this in spring. Actually, I think it was here where Mapuche, the Mapuche really thought, or they messed up an order here where they understood that they would be able to retreat to, is it Luli Villela, where the bounce happens between Mapuche and Aymara. Not knowing the rule that you can't retreat to a contested territory. So they could have safely held on to Likatanai, but instead end up being disbanded there. Had they been able to do the retreat, the illegal retreat they thought they could, they'd have been able to recapture. But of course, they're not able to. So they're in a really sort of tough spot. And now Aymara is starting to have the upper hand, while also having an advanced position against Garani, incidentally.
Yeah, that's a brutal disband to have to make. Okay, I can talk about what's going on here.
Exactly, the calm Lepanto, as Josh says.
Oh, the calm Lepanto. Yes. Oh, we're so behind on chat. Okay, so I think we missed a message from Sam, which was this Tokugawa player had just let themselves get run over by a fast stabby Colonial in another game, subbed out, and watched that Colonial slow ball. I think like this player like seemed to realize what they were doing, got them screwed after the fact, and they're kind of they're learning from it. I think so. Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see like like the feedback loop of I messed this up. I'm going to do something different. Okay, scrolling through. Okay. Learning what not to do is important as learning what to do. Yes. Okay, cool. A lot of players see big numbers and lose rational thought. Yeah. Like I think like the effect of Spain on top of scoreboard is like huge.
Early leader syndrome is a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost wonder if like it would be a better idea to like make an adjusted VSCC number, which is like how close you are from your double to the win, and maybe that would look less skewed than this number does. I don't know about like actually changing the rules since it actually changes like the 35% gap, but like I don't know. I don't think that this evaluation of the position is honest. Like I don't think you can tell me with a straight face that Portugal has the second best position on this board. Like that's ridiculous.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. And I mean, I think like this does that take into consideration like what Portugal loses this turn? I don't think it does.
Not yet.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
We can talk about my moves
yeah,
and then we can jump there.
Even without that, you're right. But I think I mean experienced players know this and don't need to be told it, but it is unintuitive if you haven't played a couple of times before that the colonials and regionals have extremely different dynamics in terms of how you should judge their position on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And, you really have to look at the actual map to understand how strong a position is or isn't.
Yeah, like 4SC Mapuche, 5SC Ajuron, like looking much better than 32SC Portugal, even though Portugal's higher on the BSC tracker.
Yeah, like I said, I think I was telling people right now my ranking would be Inuit number 1, Ajuran number 2, Spain number 3, England number 4. And then after that it was some toss-up of like Ottomans and Safavids. Ming, I still hadn't clocked.
Ming is not on the radar yet. Ming is not on the radar. Yeah, colonial
Ming,
fearmongering.
wow, they're still alive. Well done.
Yeah, that's absolutely
I think a lot of people looked over at Ming's first year and were just like, well, I guess that's the last we'll hear of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Making the comeback all the more impressive.
Yeah, the crazy win against Qing here and the friendly disbands. It's really turned the position around. Okay.
And the Tokugawa stab.
Yes, that too. Yeah.
That seems to be the next sort of barrel of jet fuel that Ming is able to find to fuel their growth.
Yeah, Tokugawa is pressing me about the move against Spain, and they're like, we need to control the growth of Spain, and I trust Aeolus because he's the #1 IDR rated player, and he knows that we need to control the growth of Spain. And I'm like nodding. I'm fine if people want to control the growth of Spain. I don't think this was good for Toku though. Sorry, Aeolus, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Oh, I was just saying this is a good segue into builds.
We didn't talk about my moves at all yet, so.
Oh wait, we didn't do you at all yet?
Yeah.
Oh.
We've been yapping a lot.
We need to hurry up. Gee.
Yeah, but this is also demonstrative of how Adjuran just flew under the radar the entire game, just like slowly but surely growing, but in such a sort of like smooth, non-controversial manner that it didn't really get anybody's attention.
Yeah.
I think growth was yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think Spain's growth was like shot up to the top early and then just like slowly got to VSCC. Well, not slowly, but like.
Well, yeah, we haven't even reached the
slow,
big turn is next turn.
I mean, we are on year 3, so
yes.
we should hurry up. Let's just go.
For sure.
What I was saying.
Okay, so we talked about the Maldives thing. I'm convoying up here. Everything else is basically agreed. So like supporting into a den from Abyssinia, but it's all agreed. I am making the set with Abyssinia to cover Gondar from Kongo, and I'm getting a forward position while pocketing Debre here, with the idea of we can push up further later. I can push them into Darfur. I'm asking them not to take Darfur immediately at some point because... Oh, maybe this is next phase. Yeah, so I moved back to Azande. So if you notice, in spring I moved from Azande to Dinka. And then Kongo asked for Azande, and then I moved back to Azande. And I'm telling Kongo, like, hey, like, I need to cover this because I was worried that you were going to actually take it. And they're sending me a bunch of press about, like, hey, you're my ride or die. I'm not going to stab you ever. And it's very awkward because I am going to stab them. And, yeah. I think at this point, Kongo is also annoyed Portugal by asking for friendly disbands, and they have like a pretty heated conversation. So between that and Dutch, this is the last phase. Dutch doesn't press with anyone, so they will gunboat everyone for the rest of the game. So between those two, not being happy with Kongo,
that's not fun.
Yeah. But between those two being unhappy with Kongo, I'm like, Kongo has no allies, right? I think Nauta in England is the only ally Kongo has. So I'm just like, I can keep entering good tactics. I can keep sending you good tactics and not taking your dots. But if you're going to ask for my dots and good tactics, and everyone else is fighting you, I can't justify not stabbing you because I can take dots. Rage gunboating is a good indeed. Okay. Yeah. So I'm stabbing France here. And this is Portugal is just like, yeah, sure, stab France, good, go. Like, do anything except fight me. I'm having a horrible time. Just, we'll figure something out. Just stab France. It's fine. I won't bother you. And that is the phase. Okay, let's go next.
Retreats matter well, or?
Yeah, sure. I don't know if there's anything relevant. Yes, there is. And there's a bit of press that I didn't get to, which
there is relevant retreats for me. Kind of, somewhat.
Yeah. Okay. We can start with mine, I guess, because we were just here. So,
yeah, sure.
I am having this discussion with Austria about when we stab autos. So Austria's been interested in stabbing autos. I'm talking to them about stabbing autos. We're both talking to Safavid about stabbing autos. So Safavid is also like, hey, I'm thinking about stabbing Ottomans. Like, I don't know. Not sure if I will. Will I, won't I? This whole thing. Yeah. And the end conclusion is that they will stab in the spring. Keshem goes to Persian Gulf, ostensibly to cover the retreat of Riyadh to force disband it. But yeah, it's going to be doing anti-Ottoman things in the future. And as part of that, Austria and I do some math about whether Ottomans will have any builds. And this math does not include that Ottomans has disbands that they can choose to take. And it also doesn't include Ualata. So between the Ualata blunder by Portugal and 3 disbands, so there's Aden, there's Achakiv. I think there might have been one more in spring. I don't remember exactly, but they have 3 builds in the end. And Safed is not yet stabbed, right? Persian Gulf has agreed. So in builds, Austria is going to get hammered. Okay, that is what I had to say. Aeolus?
All right, so for my retreat, I guess this is technically more of a builds thing, but yeah, Qing retreats Ikari to Outer Mongolia, which would be super annoying for me if it stayed on the board, just because it can tap any of the units on the front line. Really, just be annoying for Russia or Inuit or Toku, and help them against me. So I need to I wanted it to come off. I reached out to them about potentially disbanding it, and they don't get back to me until after adjudication happened. Thankfully, they end up taking it off and keeping on this. I guess we can move to builds now if that's...
Yeah, unless JPM has retreats to talk about.
Off the coast of West Africa, I disband Seawart seamounts. This is something that I discussed with Portugal because, frankly, I'm kind of already talking to Portugal with the conversation being, listen, I'm going to take Rabat, but after that, I'm not even that fussed against fighting you. I'm starting to look at stabbing Aymara, and that's something that we should work on together. Essentially, pitching this idea of we've had our stab. I've taken your capital, but would you still be willing to work with me? And to my surprise, he sort of says yes. And one of his conditions is disbanding Seawart mounts. And I think I'm actually in a position where that's a build that I might want to build elsewhere, or even just back in Canaries, because the alternative is I think retreating to the South Atlantic, and that sort of doesn't have any immediate promises of use. But yeah, so I agree to disband that then as a first step towards renormalizing Spain-Portugal relations.
Cool. Okay. And I noticed that there are not, in fact, fleet disbands for France once again.
Sorry?
France doesn't disband the fleet.
No, France doesn't disband the fleet. Well, I mean, this is, yeah.
Oh, this is retreats. This is retreats.
This is retreats. Yeah, they could have disbanded it. They don't disband it. I think they...
Now they disband it.
They disband it in the winter, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Austria eats the full brunt of having stabbed Ottomans last.
Yikes, yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, Austria really gets the short end of the stick here, and it kind of kills their momentum this game. You had stuff you wanted to talk about, Aeolus?
Oh yeah, so Qing keeps on. They have 5 disbands here, or maybe something got popped. I don't know. 4 disbands. Okay, yeah. But they decide to keep this army up here in Tamer, which is just going to be really annoying for Russia. Yeah. Instead of any of the other units, which might give them a better chance at survival, they went no, because I was asking them to keep Highland Pow here, and then they could potentially be used against just Inuit or Toku or something. I don't remember what the exact idea was, but I asked for them to just keep the unit on in the center they have. But they did not do that. And now they're just up here. With 1 unit and no dots they can easily take.
Yep.
Fun.
Oops.
Alright, so I guess let's just go to builds in here.
Yeah, we're in builds.
Toku is 2 builds. That's not 2 units.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
if I recall correctly, the
Saka
Kyoto one is the one that doesn't actually go through.
Kyoto. No, so at first Kyushu doesn't go on, and then we have to do a rollback, and then Kyoto doesn't go on. because it's randomized which one comes off if you have too many.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. So it actually changed. So like an hour went by before the rollback. So I went like, so originally, Kyushu was the one that came off. So I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of bad because Kyoto's just gonna go to Kyushu probably,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be harder for me to stab Toku. And then it changes and it goes to Osaka and Kyushu that are on instead of Kyoto, and I'm like, the builds changed from what they were, but I'm not gonna say anything because this is good for me. So
Yeah, well, I was in the opposite position where I'm looking at this. I'm like saying, okay, Tokugawa, I've been pressing them sort of all winter, all spring retreats, all fall retreats, telling them stabbing or like continuing to attack me is not your best plan.
Yeah.
You still have time to turn back now. Go home. We can work on Inuit together, but just do not continue to press me. You will gain nothing, and all your neighbors will only gain in relative power. So I see the 3 builds come through. I'm like, oh, that actually looks like maybe they're going to defend against against Ming, and then the rollback happens, and I promptly disavow that notion.
yeah, and no one
Um,
pointed it out or anything to the GM. Like I told Toku, yeah, like Toku said they originally wanted to build a sock in Kyushu, and then that's what ended up going through in the end. And I'm like, great. So you and Toku all knew about it, and no one said anything because we're all like,
Yeah, we benefit from this outcome.
yeah. Except you didn't really, so yeah.
Should I just continue with my builds, or
Yeah,
do you
sure,
see
why
what I'm
not?
saying?
Sure. I mean, I didn't go, but yeah, I guess we can do that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you didn't go yet.
Go ahead.
Okay, finish
Yeah,
your thing.
my builds. So I have 4 open centers, 4 builds. Obviously, these 2 armies are coming down. If I build Fleet Peking, Toku will be incredibly suspicious, but I say, hey, I'll build this fleet and to go help fight Spain, and they're fine with it. For some reason.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Um,
So now I just get a free fleet for Toku stat.
yes. Okay.
Nice. Yes. Yeah. All right.
JPM.
You can go.
So my big thing has been this Tokugawa stab. So I am telling everybody and their mother that I'm building 2 fleets in the Philippines. This is not negotiable. I'm building 2 fleets in the Philippines. I am going to try to flood the Pacific. I am taking control of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
In the meanwhile, in Europe, things actually go well. Actually, I should mention Ayutthaya disbands Ben Jarmison, which is really nice. And I talk a while with Portugal about whether or not their fleet in Halmahera Sea should be kind of kept on as a fleet that is pseudo working for me as part of our deal of normalizing relations. In the end, that feels just a little bit too, I guess, uncontrolled. And I say, no, go ahead, just disband the like both fleets. I
I need
realize
to
that
talk
this
about that
puts
as
me in a
well.
good position to go after Danny, and I figured that'll just be more useful anyhow. And I say, don't worry about it. I'll handle my own situation against Tokugawa and the Dutch. In Europe, I get well, not lucky. Like I press a lot with France about saying like, okay, like you got your dot in Valencia, you're obviously not going to keep it, so why don't you just disband it for me from the get-go? They say they will, and I roll the dice on believing them and don't build an army or like anything in Madrid or Gibraltar. I was considering Fleet Gibraltar, but Fleet Tangier was slightly better for going anti or like making sure that Portugal left Rabat, or that I got to take Rabat. So got away with that, where France disbands in my favor. So Europe is looking pretty good. And then if we look at North America, I again built. I think I built almost every single turn but one. I built West Coast Mexico City this game. And again, this is an anti-Tokugawa fleet. This is me wresting control of the Pacific now that I've realized that that is a new area of conflict that I cannot trust my partners in. I'm also thinking this will come in useful when invariably I'm anticipating conflict with the Inuit. For the same reason, I built another fleet in Quito. And I'm telling Mapuche that this is, I think, like anti-Aymara, but again, this is all just me trying to flood control of the Pacific in order to make sure I have control of the situation there after being caught off guard by this Tokugawan stab. The Dutch finish disbanding everything they have left in South America, which works nicely to my favor. Again, I can reposition my units quicker because I don't have to support myself into Cayenne.
By the way, Dutch do
yeah.
that. They have 0 dots in South Africa. They keep all 3 units on.
No, but I think that's really reasonable, actually, because the
Oh.
Dutch recognize the threat that Adran poses, and
Ah.
no, I think it's brilliant.
Okay, I thought you were serious for a
Yeah.
second, and I was like, "What is the pitch going to be?"
I
Right,
think
and,
I think the pitch is that that's closer to their Indonesian stuff. I don't know. Do they end up moving some of the stuff through the Indian Ocean?
Nope, they are going to be sitting here and
Yeah.
roaching everyone the whole game.
Okay.
By the
I
way,
Which is
feel
good for you because they're roaching everyone except you. So
I'm out of theories.
by the way, Kalahari has guaranteed Benguela and doesn't take it. So
Yeah, it does not take it.
oh yeah, we should have talked about that. It did not take it.
Just finishing that off. Okay, sorry. That was builds.
Yeah,
Your
I
turn?
think I've got one more build in North America. Do I? No, I don't.
No.
1, 2, 3. Oh, it's Tangiers. Yeah, the other fleet in order to go there. But yeah, essentially, I've got 5 builds, all of them fleets, and 4 of them aimed at the Pacific in reaction to Tokugawa's stab.
This is what happens when you stab a region with a colonial with a ton of builds. Like, just outsized focus.
Yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
With no support from anybody.
Okay.
I mean, they were supposed to have support from me, just didn't come.
Just didn't come.
Yeah.
But, like, frankly, I don't know how much of a difference that would have made, right?
Like
I'm not going to argue at that point. I will not argue with that.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Nauta says that so during winter or maybe in the fall, I don't know when this message was sent, Tokugawa was asking me, England, for advice here. I'm actually quite torn on what to do. On the one hand, I like that they're stabbing Spain and slowing them down. On the other hand, I'm fairly worried about Inuit and would like Toku to look north. I end up telling Tokugawa the Spanish stab is a mistake. Advice does not have a substantial effect. Yep.
Notably, neither of these points are defend against Ming.
Yeah. I think this whole time everyone is like, Ming doesn't exist. Yeah, Ming went +3 year when they don't exist.
Well, at this point, again, I'm only half-heartedly asking them to change positions. I'm pretty sure that Ming is going to, like, Ming has told me openly that they're going to stab Tokugawa, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, just deserves. Before we move on, though, you should go and look at the Inuit builds.
Yes.
Oh, I do have one more thing I want to talk about after that. So
okay. Inuit builds first.
Okay, Inuit builds first.
So 2 armies here.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Okay.
This is where, because we've realized, okay, like Yuchishoni died even faster than we anticipated. I've had
fleet chip.
Sorry,
so I have to pass build a fleet. I had to point that out.
Athabasca builds 2 fleets.
Yes.
In a stab against Inuit, which I've been pushing for, and I'm declaring that I will support them with, although that is a bit complicated by the whole Tokugawa situation and the Pacific being not sort of under my thumb at this point. I note it's interesting that England, again, Nauta in the chat says that they were pressing with the Inuit in order to get to get armies built near them, to sort of continue squeezing France, but also seeing armies as less of a threat to England long term, I guess. But yeah, this was a pretty big moment where Inuit, who has been I think up to this point I had like maybe the last fall was when I would have argued Adran overtook Inuit as the most powerful or the sort of like the strongest position in the game.
So where is Ming?
Again, wasn't really doing the math.
I know.
Not rating on the scale yet.
Not rating on the scale yet, but that all changes here because Athabasca goes all out on stabbing the Inuit, and frankly, I was I don't know, maybe I'm drinking my own Kool-Aid, but I believed strongly in the Athapascan stab's potential. What we end up underestimating is the fact that there are other fronts in North America.
Yes.
Yes.
Um,
And Inuit gets a
um,
lot of builds.
we're already been
Yeah,
talking about
that's-
someone
that's
who's
too far ahead.
dying.
What was the last thing you wanted to talk about?
Oh,
Aeolus?
just when we were talking about Portugal, they go ahead and disband the fleet in Hanoi here. So that means they have one unit controlling 3 dots.
Yes.
Yeah, meaning basically free dots.
Free real estate. Yes, for Ming.
It's
I think
free
this
real
is
estate.
this is the phase where I start rating the Ming position, and I'm like, okay, everyone in the top 7, I think, can win the game. I don't think Atha can win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also pressing a little bit with Atha, and they asked me for advice about whether to build these fleets that they're considering, and I'm encouraging them to do it because I think if they just build all armies, then they never have any
Can we
stab
look
on
at the
Inuit.
Northern European builds before we move?
Yeah, sure.
Just because you're saying you know, everybody in the top 7 is a contender. This reminds me because at this point we still viewed the Swedes as a contender, and if we're looking
Yes.
at these builds, it continues to be quite pro Poland and potentially threatening
Yeah.
to England.
Yeah, I mean, like, Poland is being super friendly, so, like, if you look in the fall moves, they cover Gdansk for no reason, right?
Yeah.
Just to not be able to build a fleet.
Yeah.
I mean, Poland doesn't have any builds, but
Sure, yeah, that would also
They
prevent
might
you from
have.
building a fleet. Yeah, I think they make an attempt to get a build on Targ, on Ochakiev.
But yeah, so Sweden is also like at this point. If you ask where is Ming to me, Ming is probably just like at this point. I think I'm thinking about Sweden more than I'm thinking about Ming. I think in retrospect that's incorrect, but
you see, but
just happened to be
Sweden
where
is
my attention was.
Sweden. They're
Yeah,
I
playing
know
Sweden.
that's rough,
Yeah,
that's the problem with Sweden.
it's Sweden.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're also like not building anything in the Baltic, right? There's not any Polish stab coming, and they're kind of out of dots to pull off the Russians here. So like, what is A
Yeah.
Narva doing?
Yeah.
You know?
They're running out of speed here. Like they had a big opportunity for growth here, but I think maybe this was a missed opportunity to really either double down on a Polish stab or an English stab.
Yeah, for sure.
Like they're going around with the Netherlands attack, but that's messy and it's a very narrow front that they can't push.
And they get like one more dot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And this is going to be hard to hold too.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like so they're in a situation.
It's
where
usually
they're
when
fighting
Sweden attacks Netherlands,
long.
Poland's dead, England's dead.
Right,
It's
right.
just a front
Yeah.
Open.
Sorry, JPM, you were saying?
No, all good.
Okay, Naxos says Big Toku Death is very nice for Inuit. That is true. MFW, I'm in the Overhype Championship, and my opponents are Sweden and Toku. Yes. I think the Toku position is it's really interesting with the Kyushu core. Like, it feels like Toku should get jumped a lot, and then if they can hold on past getting jumped, then they should explode.
Toku's very good if they don't get jumped immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Sweden's good if never.
Sweden's good if never. Yes. I have 4 builds. I'm still like clearing all my builds with Kongo and vice versa. They want me to build all fleets, and I'm like, I still need a Calaf for, Abyssinia, and I need an army to convoy into Madagascar. So I talk them down into 2. They build 1 army. They're going to send it north, but they're, not inclined to go all fleets when I'm not going all fleets. That is it. Oh, Beira. So they disband Beira and Cape Co. This is when my arrangement with like Portugal begins, and we discuss like, concrete moves. And I think for most of the rest of the game, they're going to be working with me here, with the promise that I will allow them to keep 1 more unit or 1 less unit in the area than they have builds. So I will repeatedly ask Portugal for help, and I'll say, hey, I won't take Beira for an extra year. Yeah, that is a thing that is happening now. That's it for me. So shall we move to spring?
Sure.
Yep, let's do it. We need to hurry up.
Progress. Yeah. Also, like losing a half an hour in the beginning didn't help, but yeah, I'm
We
hoping that
recorded half an hour. We definitely didn't record half an hour and then lose it. What do you mean?
No, no, no. Yeah, that didn't happen. We would never be so bad. We're competent. Yeah, yeah. I'll just leave it there. Okay, spring moves. I kind of want to talk about this first. So after. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was telling you to go. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the point where Ottomans gets a sub, and it's a temp sub for a year. But the new Ottomans player is Jake, who is a very different temperament to the previous Ottomans player. Jake is like Bucket Man is very like chill. Like he's not going to get angry with you. He's just going to rationally discuss moves with you, this kind of thing. And Jake is very short and maybe not as high on press quality as Bucket Man was. So I think here a bunch of people who are sort of on the fence are suddenly like, okay, now it's time. I think this Saf stab is going to happen anyway. So look at this, Bandar Abbas to Baghdad. And after this, sorry.
I think Jake also confessed to being in a lot of games when he joined this game.
Yeah.
I think he took on, a whole whack of substitute roles, which meant that his attention span was very divided, which was unfortunate for the Ottoman position. Having been Ottoman's ally up to this point, I felt very sympathetic to Bucketman, who had, I think, done a pretty good job up until this point, and then things fall apart quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think he's like subbing in 5 or 6 games, so just something crazy. I think like there's been some discussion in like the main server about should there be a limit on how many games he should sub into, and like seeing this experience kind of makes me think yes, because Jake's focus is clearly not fully on this game. But yeah, okay. Anyways, here I'm negotiating with Safavid for them to not core Muscat. They come to me asking if they can. I'm like, hey, can we please not? Let's get you into Riyadh with the fleet in Persian Gulf, and then we can just DMZ this whole thing. And please don't core Muscat so that we don't have to worry so much about Arabian Sea, and we can keep this area kind of clean. I don't have to worry about a stat. And they agree to that. Here, Abyssinia is tapping Cairo. They asked me, and they're like, can I tap Cairo? And I'm like, I don't see the point. And they're like, no, really, I want to tap Cairo. And they're eventually insistent enough on it that I just say yes. It turns out that they have made an agreement with Ottomans. So Ottomans has told them that they are going to Mekele with this convoy and that they should backfill Cairo. And the plan is that Abyssinia will go to Cairo, and in the fall they will take Mecca. So the second half of this plan is made later. That they will go to Mecca in the fall to fight Safavid. So that is that is both halves of the plan. But yeah, this whole thing results.
What is this plan?
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't a good plan.
What?
Yes, exactly, Sam. Yeah. So by the way, I first met Sam in B1.1N, and in that game I was also an Ottoman temporary sub, and she was playing Ajuran, and I hard stab her for 0 benefit with like some kind of meme. Yeah, alliance with Abyssinia. So Sam is like, karma.
Again.
Yeah, and I'm just like, dude, what is this? Why would Abby agree? I mean, Abby is just like, oh, Ottomans is letting me walk into Cairo? Sure. That's great. Like, Cairo is such a crucial defensive dot. I think, like, Cairo and Levantine are just the core of your defensive position as Ottomans. You can just...
And Abby's just taking dots when they can now, right? They're
oh, yeah.
For survival.
Yeah. All of this is cleared with me again, so, like, they could support themselves into Darfur, but I'm asking them not to because Kongo has a retreat to Asande. And so they go for this self-bounce instead to prevent the loss of Hawara. Yeah, I'm going to Gajam because I'm like, okay, it's time to start running west. I think that this convoy is so ridiculous that like there's just no chance that they would do it. But I get punished for that. Yeah, just take Cairo Mecca and don't fight Safavids. Exactly. Yeah, you have no obligation to fight Safavids. You're just sitting in the Ottoman position, and you're like, oh, I have the Ottoman position now. That's great. Yeah, don't remind me. I'm sorry, Sam. It wasn't a good memory for me either. That's any consolation. Mechala is a lot worse than something in Africa. Yeah, I mean, it's not a good plan, right? But that is the plan that they've made. I'm coring Axum because I don't think Mechala is likely at all, and I'm just gonna hold in case Tigray taps. Um, and my agreement with Abyssinia is that instead of taking Cairo and walking to Mecca, they'll just support themselves into Mecca and have both Cairo and Mecca this year. And I will claim Deborah Burhan and Sanaa behind them, so they should stay neutral. Yeah. The other big thing is the Kongo stab. So this is probably like the most high intensity moment of my game. The tension started rising after the whole Azande thing. I moved back to Azande. I'm like, hey, I was just getting very paranoid. I heard from someone that you were thinking about taking Azande or very concerned about Azande, and like, I don't know. I felt like maybe I believed you, but then I heard about this Azande thing, and I was like, yeah, how would they know? And Congo volunteers. Oh, was it Saf? I talked to Saf about Azande. Now, I have not talked to Saf at all about Azande, but I say yes because what am I gonna say? No. So I'm like, oh, like I think Saf is tricking us into fighting each other, basically. So that is the press line I'm taking here, and I'm trying to negotiate some kind of deal after this phase where I stick around in some Congo dots, but not all, and we come to some kind of like halfway agreement. We'll see how that pans out in the moves. Other than that, this is the point in the game where I start pushing INO and heading east. And I get the Portuguese support into Maha, and this is plus 1 year of Portugal holding Beira, so that's the deal. And I believe no, it's not quite at this point. Yeah, Ceylon will become a thing soon. Yeah, so that is what I have for moves. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. There's a bunch of comments. If I'm fighting Kongo already and Aju is this big, I'd at least have Tamaha walk into Mecca and have Cairo go for Tripoli. That is also a reasonable seeming option, though if Cairo is free, then Cairo is good. Yeah, I think like Abyssinia's continued existence is like as a North African entity. That seems right. Hawara is definitely not defensible long term. Agreed. Okay, so that is my set for this phase.
I mean, I don't think any dots are defensible long term if you're on like one center.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, except for like Portugal in standard diplomacy, but that's like.
Yeah. This does not have any Portugal-like provinces, I think.
It does not. They got rid of the Newfoundland.
Yeah, RIP OP Newfoundland. Yeah. Okay. So that was everything I had to say. So, Aeolus, do you want to go next?
Sure, I can go. All right. So as foreshadowed, the Toku stab is here. Wow, crazy! Who would have guessed that one?
Definitely
I
not
walk in.
We're in an ad break for the next like 15 seconds. So do you want to just?
Okay, shall wait until the ad break finishes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's like 15 seconds, right? Surely. I know it is not.
All right, it's back.
It's back.
It's
All
back,
right.
yes.
All right. So Toku Stab, they agree. I have an agreement with them where they will support themselves in the Hanyang, and I will pop the fleet. I just take Pyongyang with a convoy, and don't lose Hanyang.
Oh,
Pretty
my
nice.
God. That's so good.
Yep. That I walk into Ryukyu Islands. I'm not actually guaranteed to hold it because Toku supported Osaka into Kuroshio Current instead of Kyushu, like I was anticipating they would. Kind of unfortunate, but whatever. You can see Toku supported me into Luzon, which I definitely did. Yeah, I finally recolor in Hokkien from being Dutch. Yep. That's been there for ages. I support myself into Hanoi.
I mean, it also serves the purpose of being able to cover Formosa.
Yeah, that's why I did that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Support myself into Hanoi from Portugal. And then Toku is not the only person I stabbed this turn. I also stabbed Russia. So Russia at this point is they subbed out and there's a new player in there. And they were the one who supported me into Ikari last turn. And I've been working with them pretty well. And so I tell them, hey, you should move Karakoram up to Bratsk to cover against the Qing Moose. And then they do that. And then I just stab them and I'm getting 2 dots off them here.
Nice. Yeah, I think
Nice, yeah.
Russia is kind of in a bad position after the initial Sweden stab. Like, they're definitely losing
Yeah.
dots, so it feels like free real estate.
Yeah. And then Inuit asked me to tap Buryatia here. So I do, so they can take Yakutsk, and then proceeds to not take Yakutsk. Genius. Yeah. They do take Highland Pow and then backfill with Convoy. Yeah, just everything's going pretty well here. Just moving forward on basically every front.
Yeah. And it
Very
looks
nice.
like Inuit is also stabbing. Are they stabbing Toku here? No, not really.
They have not stabbed Toku yet.
Okay.
The keyword is yet.
Okay. I will look forward to that next phase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, Inuit, they've got the one extra Qing dot, and when I briefly glance over, I'm like, oh, that's fine. No, Athapaska still got this.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to you, JPM. While we're on about that.
All right. Well, should I start there? I mean, North America, yeah, like just full send by Athapaska against the Inuit, which we love to see. Oh, I guess there was a miscommunication. I'm not sure why Gosuit is supporting Kiowa to Sonora. I don't remember agreeing to that, but
You also support holding Kiowa, which can't be taken.
I mean, theoretically, it could if
Oh, if
Ute and Atha work together. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, cover your bases, right?
Yeah.
But Ute has essentially just said, I don't even want to become like I'm talking to them about like, hey, like in the last winter, I'd suggested to them that they keep their NP or their Pacific going fleet.
I think they NMR'd that winter.
Become a pirate, and they said, you know what? Yeah, so they end up NMRing, and they're saying like, you know what? I just want to die. Like it's fine. They move out of the way for me to go into Akwala, which is pretty insane.
Nice.
And then they move to Paiute, which is where I'm happy for them to go because I'm able to then work with Athapaska to squish them there. I'm a bit concerned. Like I was a bit worried that Athapaska might, you know, not give me as much trust as they did. But they continue to work with me very nicely. And I'm kind of realizing it's going to be either I stab England or I stab Athapaska. England builds fleet in St. Augustine, which I knew it was happening, but they hold there, and the idea is they want to be able to bounce with me in Gulf of Mexico, but they're gonna move Jamaica to Havana because this is where they've started blackmailing me for dots. They're they're saying you need to, you're way too far ahead of me. If this is going to be a partnership, you need to give me stuff. Otherwise, we're fighting. And also, I built a fleet in St. Augustine so that you can't really say no, which, yeah, I can't really say no because if they wanted to, they could go to Gulf of Mexico, which would be a disaster for my position.
Is this before they know about the 35% rule?
Sorry?
Do they know about the 35% rule at this point?
No. They do not know about the 35% rule at this point. It's very unfortunate. Pretty sure this was before that. But yeah, so I'm worried. I'm moving Caribbean Sea, but I sort of say, yeah, fine, you can have Havana. Don't move move St. Augustine to Florida current. They say I won't, but I'll hold. I'm moving to Yucatan. We're gonna set up a permanent bounce in Gulf of Mexico. We're talking about a permanent bounce between like Barbados and a permanent bounce between like Caracas in the Caribbean Sea with one of their fleets. And I'm telling them, yeah, like it's going to be pretty easy to mop up the Dutch here. Can you please start moving some of your fleets north? And I'm using the whole threat of Sweden, right? I'm saying, okay, Sweden and Inuit are your biggest problems. you've got all these fleets sat in the Caribbean that could be immensely useful if you move them into the North Atlantic. So I'm encouraging England to move into the North Atlantic. I think that they do see the merit of that argument, and they are in a complicated situation with the Swedish. I'm moving out of the Great Plains to see some of the few remaining French dots because I may as well, and I don't want to fight Athabasca at this point because I'm still thinking maybe I don't have to, or maybe if I do, I'm not ready to do it quite yet. I want to wait for them to move more armies towards the Inuit before I would. So let me, go after these poorly defended French dots in the meanwhile. Mentioning the Inuit in Sweden, I'll kind of continue across towards Europe before doubling back for South America.
Sure.
The Swedes' convoy to what are those islands called again in English?
Faroe Islands.
I-
Right?
Are
Those are
those
the Faroe.
Islands?
Oh no, those are the Shetland Islands. The one
Faroe
is
or Shetland.
up.
One of the two.
Those are the
Anyway.
Shetland. The other ones in the Norwegian Sea are the Faroe Islands. I think.
That's
right?
what I thought, I think. But anyhow, either way, we've got a Swedish attack on England that is coming
Orkney.
to fruition. The Orkney, there you go. And I'm telling the English, go mind your business with that. I'm cleaning up the Rabat Valencia situations. I'm asking Austria, can you please not tap Savoy? Austria tap Savoy, because I was convoying Barcelona to Marseille, which, so in fairness, Austria probably made the right decision. France was the one I was more disappointed about, where I was saying, France, like, I'm go to Aquitaine, and I will be, I will put myself in a position to help support you against, your incoming invasions. They decide to instead tap Marseille, no doubt at the request of Austria, who promptly is moving into Dijon while backfilling Strasbourg. So they're in a very strong position.
Are you French?
I'm not French, but I am bilingual. I'm
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, because I just hear you pronouncing all these French names actually correctly, because I also speak French. So.
Well,
Oh my gosh.
You really needed to have joined my French void, because my France void in this other game that we've got going.
Oh yeah.
French.
Il parle
Oh,
le français, like, seulement. Rien d'anglais. It's only French. It's only French in there.
Plug to the French void in 1.6K. Come join.
You should have said that you should have used that as an argument as to
You
why
had
I should
already
have joined
joined
it.
the other one, I think, before we were starting all of that.
Okay.
It was a good time. And it continues to be a good time. Anyhow, because yeah, I'm looking to stab Austria here, but it falls apart because of France. That's unfortunate. So that sort of stops before it goes anywhere. The Portuguese and I have, surprisingly enough, managed to come to an agreement here, where they are backing out of Rabat. I'm taking Rabat. I have, and we're preparing to work together against Aymara in South America. Portugal from here on out seems surprisingly content to not come after me and try to go after Lisbon. They're sort of focusing on this, Brazil, West Africa dynamic dominating the South Atlantic. Moving to South America, I take Cayenne. I do make a bunch of moves that serve two purposes. So you'll notice Apache had gone to Karankawa in North America. I also moved Paramurbo to Orinoco, and it's because I'm so concerned that there may be an English stab here, that I'm getting in position that there is no such thing as a free dot. And I'm being sure to tell England that I'm doing this. I will not allow any free dots. Don't think about it. Don't do it. Because I realize this turn, they're the ones with the upper hand on me in terms of stabbing potential in the Caribbean. The Caribbean throughout this entire game was my underbelly. It was my one sort of major weakness, it felt, in the position. The other purpose, however, why I'm also moving Belém to Carib, for instance, which seems to be giving Portugal a lot of breathing room, is because not everybody realizes that I've come to this agreement with Portugal that they're going to have, or that we're putting down arms, and this is me getting ready to stab Aymara. and trying to do so in a way that is more subtle than just slamming down, arming Lima. Part of that though is I'm supporting Axura into the Peru Basin. I'm seemingly taking their side finally against the Mapuche, when in fact I'm just setting them up for my own stab against them. Portugal is also moving along the border. And at this point, I think Aymara has just been so frustrated with how slow progress they've been making that they're really committing both against Mapuche and also now just against Guarani. They've given up on Guarani as a ally, with Guarani consistently losing ground to the Mapuche and the Portuguese.
Yeah, at some point, Aymara just tells me that they just want to war Mapuche, and that's all they want this game. So
yeah,
I think that's around here.
I'm finally getting of all the people, it's me that is looking to pick up Ijil in the Sahara, sort of just next to Rage Bait, as you called it.
Oh wait, that's still on play.
Yeah, it's still a neutral.
Yes.
That's
ridiculous.
crazy. What?
Yeah, like
That's
I'm
usually like on this map. That's usually a year 1 dot. Like that's crazy.
Yeah. Talking to Ottomans, saying I'm going after it, leave it alone. And since I think I'm their only friend left at this point, they're not being picky with it.
Yeah, sounds right.
Looking at the Philippines, I pushing Tokugawa out again. Their stab against me not going as planned.
Did that support get cut? No, it didn't.
Don't
They're
actually
still in
get
Philippine
the
Sea.
support does not get cut. So they stay in Philippine Sea, which is quite annoying. But they're not making any progress. And I get into Banjarmasin while also moving the Sarawak and being sure to backfill, so to bounce any backfill into Natuna Sea, which works out pretty well for me. I also moved to Halmahara Sea, getting into position to either push the Dutch or go after Danny.
And it looks like you got a free Danny.
Nice.
Yes, because in the end, I think, did they get bounced by the Timor supports Flores to Coral Sea. So I kind of randomly luck into a free Danny, which I hadn't anticipated. I'd intended that move as more anti-Dutch than anti-Portuguese, but I'm not going to say no to a free dot.
Yeah.
Pacific, I'm just throwing all kinds of fleets into the Pacific, getting ready to recapture Hawaii.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right, I think that's everything for me.
All right, are you guys all done? Because there is one more thing I do want to add.
Yeah.
Left out earlier.
I'm done.
All right. So at this point in time, Ayatollah decides they're so fed up with Mughals just constantly stabbing them and not attacking me that they're just going to throw everything they have at Mughals and just leave me alone.
Nice.
Helped out a lot, yeah. As you can see here, they're just pulling back.
Yeah, okay. That's like, I didn't appreciate how good this moveset was for you, but like it's so friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I think we're going to move on to fall now, or retreats.
Yeah, we can
move
on. I guess I'll say one more thing while we're swapping maps, which is I noticed that the move to Carib was intended to work with Portugal against Aymara. And this was the phase after I tell them, hey, I'll work with you. You just balance a power people, and I'll leave you Bera. So I was quite unhappy to see that move. Okay. Spring retreats. Dutch does not pull this off. Geba finally gets disbanded from Poland.
Nice. Took long enough.
What else? I don't have any other interesting retreats. Anything from anyone else?
I got nothing.
Okay.
Nope.
Let's just go to the next phase then. Let's see if I wrote any notes about it. Nothing important. Yeah, great.
Oh, this is when we start getting the colored maps.
Yeah, no retreats for me.
Oh, yes. The colored maps with the colors. These are good. We like these. Okay. Fall moves. I guess we're just doing Aeolus first?
What do you mean the bottom half of the map isn't loading?
The bottom half of the map isn't loading.
Someone else can go first. My screen is just like there's the top half of the map and there's no bottom half.
Okay.
So
I'll go first then. So we can talk about the resolution to the Ottoman stab, since that was the pretty interesting thing that happened with the sub. The stub is finishing their cores, which they will never ever get to use because they're dropping
Yeah,
dots
that's a
left and right.
choice.
Yeah, it's a choice and it's not a good one for sure.
There we go.
And yeah, so Abyssinia does go through the stab. Earlier in this phase, they're kind of being a little weaselly about their press. So they were, or what they were, their vassalage and what they were going to do. So like they tell me that this Cairo thing was agreed. I'm like, I don't know, why are you not telling me about this stuff? And eventually, I convinced them like just take your dot. Like it's free. It's a free dot. Take your dot. Levant Convoy. This is Ute. So Ute is dying, and they send their units to Aotearoa and Levant. I think the Ute player is also a relatively devout Mormon, so that might have been a thing, a consideration there. But anyway, so this is all. What's that?
What did you say about the U player?
I think that they're a Mormon. I suspect that they're a Mormon.
Okay.
I know that they're very religious, and they're interested in Ute, which I don't know.
Okay, I see the logic.
Yes, 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 they are. Okay, that's what I thought. I haven't explicitly talked with them about religion, right? Because I don't know, there's not really a reason to, but that's what I assumed. Bounce with Saf is arranged. Mughals is like, hey, Saf was talking about breaking the DMZ with you, and I'm like, oh, I don't like that. Let me do that. And in exchange, Mughals gets a phase more of Saf not bothering them. So I think last year we kind of skipped this, or I kind of forgot about this. There's a bunch of discussion between Saf and Mughals about whether Saf can build F Bonder boss. And Mughals asks me about it, and I'm like, hey, look at where that unit goes long term. It's just going to be you or me, and let's just say no. So they say like, hey, build army instead. So that's what we get this army convoy situation happening. I am tapping this. This is agreed. So Saf is going to support themselves into Riyadh. I think I'm a little annoyed that it's not with the fleet here, but yeah, we'll resolve that. And then yeah, Abyssinia stabs. So they take Mecca. And they take Darfur off Kongo, who's also a temp sub this phase. And I grab Mekele. So the Ottoman player here is like, hey, can I take Debre Birhan and retreats if I leave Mekele? If you dislodge me from Mekele. And I'm like, sure, buddy, you can have it. And then I cover Debre Birhan and I take the dot because it's a dot.
Ottomans supported themselves into Axum and then didn't take their own support into Axum.
Yes. Okay. So at the very end of the phase, it's like close to the end. I tell Ottomans that, hey, like we can still work together. You should just disband Mekele, or you should do something like, go to Debre Birhan or whatever. Yeah, I think I tell them go to Debre Birhan with your move, and they're like, can I do it with the retreat? And I'm like, okay, like if you're gonna work with me, then I'll just tell you for your information that Hawara will be open. So you should send that unit there. Definitely not do anything against Axum. So that's what they do. And they forget to change the rest of their orders. So they're just entering the invalid support. And they're thinking that Abyssinia is going to walk into Mecca and take the support into Sanaa, which they don't. Yeah. This phase, I'm like quite convinced that Sanaa is like screwed because Mekele, Tep, Zukar, and Riyadh getting supported in, or yeah, I think it's Riyadh getting supported in is uncounterable if Tamaha is going to Mecca.
Yep.
Yeah, I am just like I'm not even going to bother supporting it because I'm so convinced that it's gone, and no one attacks it. So cool, I will take those. Yeah. And in the West, I'm just going to push against Kongo. Kongo and I are just going to be gunboating for the rest of this game. I cover Azande so that the retreat from Kongo isn't a consideration. So, yeah, that's all agreed with Abyssinia. And Kongo gets this one dot in House Estates, which is pretty frustrating because that is the one way that Kongo can build this year. So with the disband in Darfur, they're +1, so they're like net neutral in the year. because they're getting Fernando Po, Sao Tome, and House of States off the Dutch, while losing Darfur, Banda, and Barutz to myself and Abyssinia. So they will get a rebuild in Pango, which is super annoying. And then in the south, Mozambique taps Crozet, and that is in exchange for another year of Portugal keeping Beira. And I am taking Reunion with that, so we're just mopping up the south now. Okay, that's my phase. I think from now on, most of my phases are just going to be like, I was gunboating. But yeah, we'll see. Aeolus, is your screen unscrewed?
It is, yes. My map is now loading the full map instead of only the top half of the map. All right. This turn, I guess we'll start with IU first. All right. So this turn, I make a deal with Portugal where I agree to let them keep Macau for the rest of the game if they give me Hainan here. They do not follow this deal, and so I'm just gonna kill their colony next year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. I support the Mughals back into Ava. Because we're killing IU. Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like it's all just tactics at this point. I'm taking Krasnoyarsk from Russia, covering dots, tapping Buryatia so Inuit can take Yakutsk actually this time. And I support Inuit into Haishanwai here. So Toku loses that dot. And Inuit also stats for Ainu. So remember how we were talking about Inuits probably not getting very many builds this year? Well, they get Ainu, Haishanwai, Highland Pao, and Yakutsk. So, yeah, Athapasca's stab is suddenly looking a lot less good. Yeah, and they pick up Iceland, and also they pick up something else, I think, because they were +6. Yeah, and they pick up Tadoussac. So, yeah, Inuit goes +6 here.
Yeah.
Stabbing into +6 is not.
And Atha gets no dots off Inuit because Inuit covers all their dots. They get a ton of positioning, but
yeah,
I felt very bad about having pushed them towards doing it, although it probably was very beneficial for me.
Yep. And then against Toku here, I just try to take dots. I fail. Yeah, Toku just supports himself into Ryukyu. I wanted to make sure I could build a fleet in Formosa here, so I self-bounced that. I could have just supported myself into Kyushu and been fine, but whatever.
Yeah, there's guesses around like, do they support the other way, Braze?
Yeah, it's not perfect, but I'm +4. I'm set up to take a ton of dots off them next year. It's still a good spot to be in.
Yeah.
I feel like for the rest of the game, my game gets pretty uninteresting for a while, whether it's just tactics.
Yeah, I think we're 4 hours in. I suspect the back half of the game is going to be like under an hour because tactics. Maybe JPM's game is still very interesting, but yours and my game are kind of cooling.
Oh no, I do want to talk about one more thing actually. So here I look at the Mughals position and I'm like, oh, they're gonna go like +2 or +3. They don't take the Dutch support into Cochin, which would have gotten them a free dot, and they don't take the guaranteed Goa, which would have gotten them a free dot.
Yep.
So I believe they are actually completely neutral.
They're neutral, yes.
Yes. And notably, if you look at up here, there's like no dots on the Safavid border, and the Safavids have a ton of builds, and the Safavids have a ton of units up here that are just doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I was a little surprised they didn't go for it this year, but this like current year, but next year it's going to be so
I think the Safavid's logic is, oh yeah, the Mughals are going to be building here, even if I do get 1 dot off them.
Yeah, I guess they didn't they didn't anticipate.
They should be building here. Yeah.
That's unfortunate for the Mughals.
Yeah, and they also lose a 50-50 to take Pegu as well. So they're getting they're losing out on 3 dots here.
Oh yeah,
I feel bad because I think I glanced at their position and I said, "Oh, cool! You can convoy to Cananor. Wouldn't that be neat?" As just a way of again undermining Portugal. But I did not actually pay any attention to all the other options.
The fact that they could also convoy to Goa.
Yes. Yeah, that would have been better.
Yes.
Anyhow.
Or they could have convoyed to Cochin. Or convoyed to Goa and taken the support into Cochin.
No.
There were options. There were options, but this set is also the end of
they could have supported themselves in the Raja Mahendri if they wanted to do this.
They. Oh yeah, with Hyderabad. Yeah. I mean, 2
Yeah.
strength tapping Goa is not going to do anything, right? You take it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they
Because
did
like,
not
what else does
guarantee
Valari
anything.
do other than support whole killer? Like nothing.
Yeah.
A hard lesson learned there for Mughals.
Yeah. Just a tactics.
Although I think they
tactics
did
wonder.
sub out like the phase after this or something.
They sub out immediately after this phase. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So they're probably pretty busy.
JPM.
In addition to the stuff that you mentioned about Inuit, the Inuit also cover Koryaks, which Mapuche takes a shot at. Again, I
Why
think.
is Mapuche an NPO? Like, what are they doing here?
Yeah, and I
I-
wasn't a big fan of that either, just because I've got a lot of interests covering MPO. I think they made that decision on their own without encouragement from me about going to Inuit or like trying to attack the Inuit, but I wasn't mad at it. I'm actually working together with the Inuit to retake Hawaii off Toku. I repay them by bouncing them from Labrador Sea at England's behest. I thought
Oops.
maybe there was a chance that I luck into got that, but I mostly was just, again, working with the English, trying to ensure they stay on side, considering all of their presence in the Caribbean. They're taking Havana, etc. But yeah, the Athapascans support me to Paiute, so we finish off the Ute Shoshone with their cross map pseudo holds, which I do like. As mentioned previously, I go for Fort Detroit. They could have actually held it with Seneca, but they do not do so. So I capture a dot there. In South America, I go for the stab against the Aymara with the Portuguese. And here I've supported Portugal to Madeira, but I've told them explicitly that I will be taking Madeira myself next year. That this is just sort of a let's knock the Aymara down a bit, and then I'm happy to go into Madeira and then support you to Chiquitano after that. So we're proceeding to move, working together in South America. Although they do cheekily tap my attempted core of Porto, the Portuguese, I mean, which I had been coring. They describe that later as bad manners to core their home centers of literal Portugal. They did not like that. But yeah, so England and I are kind of like slowly getting into our position of being ready to sort of set up a perpetual bounce situation across the Caribbean, as previously described, to ensure peace there. And the Athabasca stab results in 0 progress. Inuit are able to cover all of their dots, and as mentioned by Aeolus, they go +6. So
Yeah.
poor Athabasca's game is essentially ended by that maneuver.
By the way, count the new Athabasca dots. I'm done. There aren't any.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I mean, they have great positioning on Inuit if they don't have 6 builds they can put down.
Exactly, and that was my argument to them all along the way, because I said, "Oh, well, Inuit will probably be able to defend everything." I'm like, "Yes, but they won't be able to the turn after that. You're going to be in a great position." Oops.
By the way, there was very sneaky convoy quack tactic.
Asia exists.
Asia exists, yeah, and I supported them into a dot and let them keep another dot and tap their support so they could get a 3rd dot and stab Toku so that they wouldn't cover Ainu so they could get a 4th dot. Like,
yep. Yeah.
So I helped them out a ton here.
What sneaky convoy are you mentioning?
There was an option for Athabasca convoy from Chipuyan to Quacktack. Because Salek is always going to be covered, right? So you can try to take it out that way. It's coverable, but like
maybe Atho was trying to put a build in. Atho might have been planning to put down Fleet Chip if they got a build, but they didn't get a build.
Atho didn't try for any builds, right? The only one they tried for was Miwok, but like you have to know, right? Like
yeah. Well, and frankly, I'm pretty shocked that the Inuit did not cover Quacktack as well, right? Like you'd imagine.
My guess is they thought
they had the position to cover all of their things, so I kind of assumed that they would.
I think they thought Atho would support themselves to Kree would be my guess. That's what they were
Yeah,
guessing.
that's what they're countering.
And Atha just
But
and
still,
Atha
they
just thought
have
Inu was going to
like
cover all their
Inu
dots,
can
letting
cover
take
Quackduck,
position.
right? Like Inu's still there and can cover Quackduck.
Yeah, I think not covering
True,
this is
but
pretty
also-
reasonable. Actually, there's just so many guesses that you have to like get right.
Yeah. Plus, Inuit knows they're probably building a lot here, so that, and that's the place they definitely want to put a fleet down just to get rid of the fleet.
Yeah.
That too. Yeah. Okay.
Again, yeah, maybe we should have realized. Oh wait, Inuit actually are going to be building and encountered that into the moves.
And not only are they building, they're building 6.
6 is a lot.
Yeah.
I
And let's
believe.
see where what they put this.
Oh.
So, as had been mentioned in the chat in Europe, England had for a long time asserted their, right to eventually control Paris. Austria just walks in it for free right now. Very easy setup. France gets immediately punished for working with Austria in the spring against me. And realizing I'm not going to get anything off of the Austrians, I just and seeing that Ottomans are just falling apart, unfortunately. As much as I had liked the Ottomans and worked well with them, I just walk into Sicily because at this point I don't think there's any reason not to. I'm
Ottomans,
surprised.
Ionian Sea holds.
Ionian Sea hold is crazy.
Ionian Sea hold is
Yeah.
absolutely crazy. And because I had told them, I had sort of orchestrated the whole, okay, like Austria going after Naples, and I had essentially worked with Ottomans, telling them that they needed to support into Naples, so they knew, and they confirmed with me, yes, I'll go to Naples, and did so without support. So that was.
I think the Ottoman player did a lot of this sort of thing where they like agreed to something or they like said something which like was technically true but like left out the intent.
Yeah, or they just maybe didn't update their orders. I don't know. It was
I don't know.
because Ionian Sea can't be the conclusion you reach as like a hold as your best move. Like that to me, that must be a forgotten order.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I think I was frustrated with this player for promising me things and being like, they were like, yeah, I'll enter this support for you about some support that we had arranged in the spring. And then like after the phase, they were like, well, you didn't tell me, like I didn't tell you which support I was entering, so I just entered a different support on the board. I was like, okay, like, anyway, I'm upset about this if you can't tell.
Yeah,
I don't think that was reasonable. Anyways, taking Igil.
not a ton to talk. There's a lot of like bouncing around. England's fighting Sweden, who's fighting the Netherlands, who's just hanging out apparently. Austria has helped France, but is now attacking France, and are working together with Poland against the Ottomans. Not a ton to talk about there. I'm just sort of improving the position of my units, picking up the last. I'm pretty sure it must be the last neutral dot left in the map.
Yeah, it is. It
and
is.
completing my agreement with the Portuguese, where I take robots, and we're sort of reducing tensions while we go ahead and stab Aymara together. I'm also like, again, this stab completely took Aymara by surprise. I'm feeding Aymara's moves to Mapuche, so Mapuche is able to react and defend themselves properly. What I think I was happiest about, though, was the situation in Indonesia, where I did not have a perfect defense, but I successfully chose to not defend Kota Batu and instead tap Sambas and support Banjarmasin in order to ensure that I held Banjarmasin and made progress in Indonesia.
The Dutch were gunboating, so it didn't matter apparently.
Well, and meanwhile, yeah, exactly. Because if you see, you've got like, I don't know whether Ayutthaya actually talked to the Dutch or if they just tried to guess what the Dutch were going to do and throw them a support. But it ended up being irrelevant anyways. But yeah, like had even if the Dutch had communicated and taken that support, my defense would have held. So that worked out quite nicely. And the result of this, I don't know, I feel like I've spoken about this in pretty bland terms, but the numbers ended up being, I went plus 11 this turn.
Yes.
And if there's anybody who wasn't paying attention to Spain before, all of a sudden, now I really felt like I had a target on my back.
Yeah,
this was great for me, by the way, because this was excellent for me. I love this. Plus
Well, it's
11.
for both of you, right?
7, 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so good for me. 9. Yeah.
Like
There's-
everyone's coming to me and saying like, "Hey, you're gonna go fight Spain, right?" And I just tell them, "Yeah, cool," and then they like would leave me alone.
Yeah, so like we can tab between the scores here. So Spain 39, Spain 50. Big. Inuit plus 6, 22 to 28. I'm also plus 6, 17 to 23. And England is also plus 6, 29 to 35. And like the shocking amount, there was like a shocking amount of no one being concerned about me while I'm going plus 6, which was just amazing because of this Spain plus 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm just doing well again, and no one is noticing me, like at
Mhm.
all.
Yeah. Yeah, your position is looking absolutely amazing now.
Yeah. But like, I know Spain isn't a solo threat, but everyone keeps telling me he is. So
Yeah.
like,
Ottomans agreed to disband this because they were just like, oh, I realized what I did was bad. Ottomans are -7 this phase. So I'm just like, hey, just do this. I'm gonna leave you alone. The only dot that you got this entire phase was the dot that I told you could get. Like, I'm clearly not the one against you. Just focus on the people who actually want to fight you, etc., etc. So that pitch works, and they disband Mekele. Darfur disbanded so that they can build Pango. Those are the only relevant retreats to me. Retreat to Chantang looks reasonable.
Retreat
Builds?
of Gorani to Wichi was really, really, really entertaining, and I was really, really sad that they did not end up keeping that unit.
Aw. Okay, let's look at builds then. Yes, Witchy comes off. Just these 2 units left. Squarani is basically dead. You're plus 11, so building.
Yeah, so there's a lot to discuss with plus 11. I'm committing to the bill or the stab against Aymara with now finally for the first time in the game I'm building Army Lima.
Yeah.
I'm also building Fleet Quito to follow that up. Army Bogota is going to backfill into Quito with the idea of convoys, which are cool. Convoys are always cool. Worth noting, the Dutch again decide to give up on a region that is not South Africa. This time they're pulling out of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I am building armies in Mexico, which immediately gets a screenshot sent to me by Athapaska saying, what are those? And I said, well, like England, right?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I have been talking with Athapaska about stabbing England, and again, frankly, it was always on the cards. What I did not anticipate here was England building St. Augustine. In fairness, I also didn't tell England that I was building Panama North Coast. And that was the one that I really agonized over because it's like, okay, I feel like I need another Caribbean fleet and that it's just stupid to not have at least like a tiny amount of insurance. Frankly, yeah, I decided like I went back and forth on is it too much to risk to piss off the English, but I decided, you know what? They've got enough power in there anyways. Like what they've said they'd do if I did build is they would just not move as many fleets out to the Atlantic. So fine. That's a decision. I'll live with it. Then they built in Florida, and I'm like, okay, well, good thing I built in Panama because clearly we're both not fully trusting each other to the hilt here. In Europe, I build Army Tangier, and this army
it's not
is...
Europe.
Well, sorry, it's true, not in Europe, but in the European North African theater, which is very much like the same theater from a Spanish perspective.
Yeah, fair enough.
This is geopolitically very problematic with is it Ceuta, that one of the 2 exclaves of Spain and Morocco.
Yeah.
Anyhow, but I'm building Canaries, Gibraltar, Tangier. I'm preparing to be ready to once again take the fight to Portugal should it come to that. I'm also preparing to have to cover Tunis, right? Because I've just taken Sicily off of the Ottomans. The Ottomans are no longer the original Ottomans who I was able to work with. I'm realizing I can't predict this new player, so I also need to be prepared to cover against them because I've just taken one of their dots and don't know what they're going to do about that.
Yeah. Is this the point where the original Ottomans player comes back? I think it's at the end of this year.
No, this is definitely not the new. The original Ottomans have not come back, or if they have come back, they have then left again.
Okay. Because at some point they come back.
Yeah, but then I think leave again, right?
Yeah.
And then whenever I've got the chance here, I'm throwing another fleet in Manila. Again, just this has been, I think, ever since I made the mistake, as I'll underline, of stabbing Ayutthaya, a front that hasn't been as productive as I hoped it would be.
What do you mean it's been great?
I build in the Philippines, and I'm really happy to see Sambas disbanded because I'm like, okay, yeah, I should be able to grab that this turn as well. So
yeah,
11 builds. Oh, and France fully pulls out of North America, which is like they've got 4, 5 disbands in North America.
They're asking me like, hey, like if I go after somewhere east, will you leave me Fort Dauphin for a year? And I'm like, you're not offering me anything for this, so I don't know. We pumped this discussion.
Yeah.
I'm building my +6. I guess we're just talking now. So
well, and just, I guess like to piggyback on that, the combination of the Dutch and French simultaneously disbanding everything they have in Caribbean and North America, has me a little frustrated because I'm thinking like, okay, the stab against England really doesn't look very viable right now because they've got 4 pocket dots all of a sudden that will take 0 effort for them to grab. But England, despite that, is continuing to push me for saying, all right, well, thank you for Havana. Can I have Barbados now? And I'm like, you have Seneca, Philadelphia, New Amsterdam, St. Martin. Like, why do you want my dots, right? Like, you're good, buddy. But continues to press me. And again, they're in a position where they've got leverage. So they built Florida. They also built Bermuda. I'm wondering, like, is this a full-on stab at this point? So yeah, just setting a little bit more context as we move in, especially because they've been telling me, oh, I'm going to build fully in Europe because of the attack on me by Sweden, and they proceed to build a single fleet in London.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. England also takes Ceylon this year, so that's going to be the first time that I'm actually properly interacting with England this game. Yeah, I'm just building units for anti-Kongo here. There's just nothing special about it.
Historically accurate England taking Sri Lanka from the Dutch.
Yeah. Yep. Aeolus, your builds, I guess, friendly disbands.
Friendly, yeah. Ayutthaya didn't pull anything off my border. Boo. Yongshang's there. It's actually a good thing, but whatever. Yeah. All right. Toku disbands. You may notice, wait, didn't you just stab Toku? Why are they disbanding off your border? And you would be correct to wonder that. In this position, Toku comes to me and says, hey, I'm going to agree to give you Fusan, if you then pull off your border and just support you against Spain and keep fighting Inuits if you just keep working with me.
Okay.
And I just agree to this, and then they pull units off their border, and then they tell me all of their moves, and I stab them again.
Oh, God.
I was very annoyed about this. I was like, Toku, come on, like twice in a row. Like, why are we turning our back even more so than we already had to Ming?
Yeah. I mean, they also agreed to give me Ryukyu in that, and the reason is I can just force these dots anyway if they want it. And I told them I was only gonna get like 1 or 2 more dots out of the agreed split that everyone had at them. So like they just pitched, hey, I'll support you into like Inuit dots and Spain dots. And yeah, I don't remember the exact details of it because I was just like, yes, please disband off my border.
Did you ever see picking a fight with me as a viable option?
No. Oh, well, yes, the last turn of the game, but after that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Yes. Until then, no, I did not.
Okay.
I just don't think there's anything to be gained from
Philippines.
Um,
You didn't think I was a solo threat?
No,
Crazy.
I did not. I actually wrote like a 30-minute long essay in my void as to why you were not a solo threat.
I'm hearing Spain's solo threat in that sentence. Have you considered whether Spain is a solo threat?
I did consider whether Spain is a solo threat. Spain is not a solo threat.
There's a whole lot of people
Oh, yeah,
saying Spain
Togo-
is a solo threat.
Oh yeah, Toku also thought Spain was a solo threat, so that's another reason why they thought I would go with the deal. So thank you for not being a solo threat, but being somewhat strong.
Yeah, thank you for going plus 11 at the right time.
At
Yeah,
some point, I
it's
sent
super
somebody
convenient for me.
like the DJ Khaled meme, suffering from success.
You sent me that, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like you're suffering; you're still building every year. So
Yeah, but it's just frustrating how much
Yeah.
sort of PR damage control I'm needing to do. And like the whole Tokugawa thing, again, is I think a move purely born out
Yeah.
of.
I mean, I
them
think
thinking
there was
that
less
they have to
people.
nurture
I think,
themselves.
and I think generally people were less worried of you being a solo threat and more wanting to get people to attack you. So they said you were a solo threat.
Which is fair. I guess only Tokugawa actually went for it.
Yeah.
I mean, like if Tokugawa at this point was not paying the most attention to the game, and so if everyone was telling them Spain is a solo threat, they're gonna assume that it's true.
Yeah, I don't think
'Cause, like,
Tokugawa is out here like reading
They
the
told me
Acheron position.
they were like
you know?
not pressing. They were basically gunboating at this point, and they just sent me a message saying that, telling me that basically. So I'm like, these people, he's not really paying attention. He probably actually thinks Spain is a solo threat, so he probably thinks I actually need to stick with him on this deal to deal with Spain.
Oh, it's really rough. It's really rough.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, indeed.
Nauta is back and is asking if I would discuss the whole St. Augustine thing. So we talked about the core St. Augustine and the unagreed builds in St. Augustine and Panama. Is this the phase where you had an extension, JPM?
Which phase?
This upcoming spring, which I will now flip to.
Springtime.
The phase where what?
Where you get an extension for the game to sort out the stuff in England.
It could be.
You get an You got an extension to sort out stuff because you didn't do enough press in the lame.
No, well,
there were so many extensions this game.
It was, yeah, and so this was one of the like really long turns, and it was because like either England was traveling, like I think the first day of the turn England was traveling, the second day of the turn I was traveling, and the third day of the turn we did not manage to have enough press to sort of resolve everything. So we initially I got told no by the GM. And I'm like randomly trying to like gunboat some orders, and in the end, the GM finally says, "Go ahead, we'll give you another extension." And
I mean, they were just.
I think it was
justified
because England and I I think pressed several hours in that during that extension and took full advantage to sort of pick apart our positions and decide, okay, how can we come to an agreement? How can we move forward without sort of clashing? Like we obviously, if we can avoid conflict, we should both be able to win this together. Like the only way we don't.
Is this also when England figured out about the 35%?
Yes,
stuff,
I think so.
And how
that's when England figures it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sad about the extension because, well, first of all, it was announced 20 minutes after the deadline, which I was like, guys.
Yeah, I was sad about the extension because I want to play the game.
That too. Yeah, we also had an extension because of the Moogle sub out. That was another reason. This phase was super long.
4-day phase.
Well, yeah, in my defense, my first time playing a colonial, the idea, like I'd never had 50 units, like ever.
Oh,
yeah.
Felt like a limit.
Yeah. 50 units is crazy. It's a lot.
Yeah, and it did not stop there. But I think this was after this, there got to be a lot of it was very clear kind of like what each unit's job was. Like I did not need to sort of press for every unit to know what it needed to do. It was more in sort of broad strokes when I'm pressing. Whereas this turn, like England and I are literally discussing the moves of every single one of our units, which are quite a few that are near each other. Of like, okay, like this fleet, not this fleet, will go to Leeward Sea, and this fleet, not this fleet, will go here, but not there. And and the turn after you'll do this, right? Like we were coming up with essentially a treaty for the entire year explicitly detailing almost every single unit we had that was within, reasonable proximity of each other.
Yeah, I was not doing that with anyone. I did like maybe 45 minutes of press of phase from this point on, and that's
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
Because like my position, none of my well, actually no, it's a bit later on, but right now Inuit is strong, Spain is strong, Safavids are kind of strong. That's it, really.
Yeah. I have basically
Everyone else is like collapsing.
the same situation, right? Like no one who's my neighbor is allowed to build for the rest of the game.
You have it even better though. No one near
Yeah.
you is even remotely like.
The closest builds to me are like Cormonton. Cormonton could build. Madras could build. Masuli could build. Bandar and Isfahan could build. Those are the only cores that I care about this game. And everywhere else, like no one can touch me. So yeah, it's just free.
I'm trying to remember whether it was this turn or another turn where like I was calling on England to build Cormonton, because of the potential for us to collaborate against Portugal, and proceeded not to, which again to me was a red flag of like, okay, am I getting stabbed right now? Like he's built St. Augustine, Bermuda, and Cormonton, and did not build Cormonton when I'd asked him to.
Yeah.
Seems like he's come to some kind of peace arrangement with Sweden because he only built one fleet in London. So I was very, very concerned this turn.
That was this winter. Okay, Nauta says this is probably the most critical phase of the game because once I know JPM is doing what I've asked in the Caribbean and come within a hair of stabbing him, I changed my orders 2 minutes before adjudication. Wow. Yeah, that would have been a very, very different direction for the game. Yeah. Okay. Other stuff to talk about for spring. I definitely
we haven't
think
even gotten into moves yet, so.
Oh yeah, we've just been talking about. Well, we've been talking about the Caribbean and the Spain England stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of it looks normal. Yeah, this is all agreed, JPM?
Sorry, the map is not. Hang on.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
You're probably having the same problem I did earlier or something.
Thing doesn't load.
Is this 47 or 46?
46.
Still. Oh god.
Yeah.
Been here for so long. Well, we gotta hurry this up.
Yeah. We'll be done soon. I think the last 2 years of the game are just gonna be like tab.
So everything with England is agreed, as mentioned. We sort of went through long discussions about it. This is, however, where I stop sort of talking about supporting Athabasca against Inuit, instead go against them. I am giving the plan right now is to give. So not only am I, giving Barbados to England, I'm also giving them Fort Detroit. So it's agreed that they walk into Fort Detroit behind me while I take the nominee. I'm continuing on all other fronts, though, in terms of the stab against the Aymara, as described with the convoy. And in this situation, though, I get stabbed by Portugal.
Oh, how so?
The move to Garrett Bay.
Oh, fun.
Is not agreed at all.
Fun.
Yeah. And
I
I
also
see
slip into Canary Basin and.
Yeah, they slipped into Canary Basin, which I'm very annoyed about because I changed last minute where I had Canary Basin supporting North Atlantic to South Atlantic instead. And then at one point I had Canary Basin moving to South Atlantic with North Atlantic going to Canary Basin, literally with just the idea of, if Portugal moves to Canary Basin, then I'll bounce it. And then I'd stay in both North Atlantic and South Atlantic, which was, I think, my preference. And either of those would have worked. The way I ended up going allows Portugal into Canary Basin. So all of a sudden, Canaries, I'm losing it. I can't defend it. Ijil, I also cannot lose to a combination, or I cannot protect against a combination of Ottomans and Portugal, which I have every reason to believe is happening because the Ottomans have just supported Portugal to cheat. So I'm in a bad situation here. And like this will go, so while this turn was the turn where if England was going to stab me, like this was probably their peak stab moment. while I have mentioned previous times where I've considered stabbing England, and for whatever reasons, be it the French not going along with me, or not having as much success, or Tokugawa shenanigans, I haven't stabbed England to this point. At this point, I'm like actively thinking about how can I finagle myself into a position where I can either stab England or be ready to defend myself if England stabs me, right? Like, I'm very cognizant of the fact that I cannot just account on the goodwill of England from here on out. I'm, as mentioned, having to cover Tunis because the Ottomans, they pressed me and they said, is there any reason why I shouldn't go to Tunis? I'm like, well, because I'll kick you right out of it, so it's a waste of time, but they went for it anyhow. And just, again, consolidating position. And here, I'm kind of happy in that it was a position where the Austrians are now getting distracted. They're stabbing the Polish, so I'm not as worried about defending it. What we missed in winter was Poland built a bunch of fleets, which really put the nail in Sweden's attack against England. So Sweden is fully pulling back, but England kind of following after their retreat, with Poland stabbing right at their heartland. So Sweden all of a sudden no longer in contention. When we'd mentioned, the top 7 or so could all potentially be in the discussion,
Yeah.
Sweden has just fallen right out of that with this term.
We've replaced Sweden with Ming as a potential contender.
Yeah. And Indonesia also rather complicated for me because I walk into Sambas, but the Dutch walk into both Banjarmasin and Kota Batu. So I'm in position to maybe do something about it, but it's not straightforward at any rate.
It's messy. And I think the Dutch have been like, is this where the Dutch start disbanding stuff? Maybe. They're disbanding stuff in Indonesia and keeping the South Africa stuff on too. So.
They had,
but not South Africa.
They disbanded the one army. Yeah. They
Sumatra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And France is, running into Indonesia as France's all do, right?
Of course. Yeah. So they're seeing the dot in Batavia and they're taking it. I have a negotiation with France. I guess we can. Are we done with your stuff? Should we pivot to me?
Let's go quickly.
Yeah. So I have a negotiation with France where I'm like, all right, I can work with you. I can leave you Fort Dauphin. The agreement that we come to is that Aino 2 will go to Gulf of Ceylon and they will take Ceylon off of England. So that's what I want to have happen because England has cores near me and they're a potential threat. And, well, I'm so devoid of other potential threats that I might as well. But they say yes, and then they stab by going to Timor Sea instead. So I decide that France is not a vassal-able person anymore, and I will just kill them instead. Yeah, so that's that. Everywhere else, we're just moving against Kongo. This move from Darfur to Mandara is agreed. They are supposed to follow me to
the realization that I had about 3 turns ago of like, okay, France does
not realize
people who hurt them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I didn't realize it until now, but I think they took the stab for Sakalava and Bara quite poorly, and basically they decided like not wanting to have to think about myself or England for the rest of the game, so that's why they went there. Unfortunately, they do not get that choice, so I'm very sorry, friends. The rest of this, I tell Portugal I'm convoying to Moravi, and they're like, can you please not us next to Beira? And I'm like, if I want it, I'm taking it anyway, so just, don't bother. Yep, and the rest of this is just aimed at grabbing Congo dots as efficiently as possible. Yeah, that's it for me. This arrangement here is agreed with SAF. And I've also agreed to let them into Arabian so that they can stab Mughals, which they do. And they sent a whole bunch of units this way. I don't talk enough to SAF this phase, and so we have this miscommunication where they don't send the fleet into Persian Gulf, or from Persian Gulf into Riyadh. So it ends up taking a little bit longer than we intended for the fleet to make its way here. So there's just an army for now. But we're just going to set up this bounce where these 2 of my units and 1 SAF unit are just chilling, and that's going to be our border. Yeah, that's it for me. Aeolus?
All right. So as foreshadowed earlier, Toku stab.
Whee!
Yeah. Toku leaks or tells me every single move that they are making, so I know exactly what they are doing and can stab them for the max, which in this position is Fusan, Kyoto, Kyushu, and Ryukyu Islands. So 4 dots.
Oh, Kyoto's guaranteed as well. Oh my god.
Yes. I decided to support Toku into Oriental Sea here, just so they do not have a retreat and can go to Old Sea and cover Kyoto. I'm just going to support Inuit back in the fall again. Yeah.
Okay,
I
very
was
nice.
debating whether or not to do this, since this was not arranged with Inuit at all, but I figured gets me a dot. They'll understand if I just support them back in.
Okay.
And they did, so it's fine. I take a free dot from Russia because they disbanded off this front. I didn't point that out, but it was guaranteed anyway, so
Yeah.
just allows me to start coring Krasnoyarsk instead. Covered Turfan because I knew this was happening. Stab on Moogles.
Yep.
I set up to maybe stab Moogles, but then as I'm doing that, Ayu takes Bamo, which is like the dot I would walk into from Moogles. So Moogles is now even more stuck fighting Ayu, and I'm going for the Ayutthaya dots.
Yeah.
Like their cores right now. So I'm just like, I'll just take these and then clean up and stab Moogles over here. Because I figure I probably need to do that just to reach VSCC. Because I'm only at 18 right now, even though my position has been crushing everyone for like the past few years. Yeah, actually, we're only on year 5 right now. Kind of.
Yep. Speaking
Okay.
of, shall we move to retreats?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I also walk into Macau. We didn't talk about that, but I just walked into Macau because I got Portugal to also support me against Spain. Oh yeah, I did also know Portugal was stabbing you, JPM. I just chose not to say anything because I didn't feel like it. Sorry about that.
It's fine. I wouldn't have done it either. I also I think at this point, it's fair to say I had clocked Ming as a power that I was starting I had predicted was going to be in the end. Yeah, it probably was at maybe last year or at the spring of last year would have been when that.
Or at the very least, if not before then, now for sure.
Well, yeah, now for sure, but I think now be a little bit late. But I was the sort of conclusion of that was I think after the end of this year I was sort of a little, I don't know, peevish towards a lot of people that were being like, oh my goodness, like Ming just went X number of dots. I'm like, yes, and they were all guaranteed. Like, were you not counting, right? These weren't 50-50s. Like, yeah, like even Tokyo was guaranteed. Like, you just had to look at the map.
This position is a completely guaranteed +8.
There was no surprise.
Yeah.
I won it.
Yeah, but leaderboard syndrome, I think, has been a theme of this whole game. So.
Yeah, because at this position, I'm still in 6th. I'm not a big scary threat. You should look at Austria, who's totally in a better position than me. Yeah.
Okay. Relevant retreats and disbands. There's nothing relevant for me. I guess are these forced off of Toku?
Off of Toku, those are both forced disbands.
Alright. Anything for Spain?
Oh, I guess Inuit retreats to what's that province called? Jilin, and then I just agree to support them back in 2 minutes after moves go through.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Full.
Here we go.
Okay. I guess I'll do me first because it's going to be fast.
Okay.
Everything is agreed with Safavids. I take Gondar, I go to Dinka, and here's where Abyssinia stabs her vassal agreement. Actually, this is a relevant thing to talk about. So Abyssinia is supposed to go backfill Sanka, but they don't. They take Kongo's support to House Estates, which doesn't work out. So they end up costing me a dot. I also enter bad tactics and don't go Sangha to Mabanza here. So that was also a thing. But I am playing this turn, giving Port Delagoa with the explicit promise that they will co-counterbalance the colonials, quote unquote. And I'm also bouncing Sumatra when I could force it. And my intent is to go +6 because I think that Spain is going +4, and I want to duck them exactly on the leaderboard. Um, but because of the Abyssinia stab, I'm 1 build short, and I'm only +5 instead.
Oh no, only +5, such a tragedy.
Such a tragedy. I don't know how I'll recover from this. Saf also has a stab opportunity. This is probably their best stab opportunity this game to stop the core and just maybe it's next phase. But like, there's a couple of phases here where there's armies loitering around Arabia that they can come south with, and they choose not to do it. Yeah, that is my position. Taking Maldives, yes. Aeolus.
Yeah, I can go. Let's just keep going to where we were like a few minutes ago. Take Ryukyu, Kyushu, Kyoto, Fusan, all of them.
Yay.
Just moving into position to take more dots next year. Yeah, supporting Inuit into Haishinwai.
Oh, you ducked
very...
you duck Macau here.
Yeah, I dotted Macau. Oh yeah, this was just because I knew I was going to be building more than open cores that I had anyway, and I just liked the army in Hainan better for next year, because it can go to Hanoi and then out into Mughals and Ayutthaya.
Yeah.
And that was better than moving Hanoi into Hainan and then just being like 2 turns behind with these units. Because I knew my problem was not going to be dots, but rather actually building those units from the dots I was taking, which is a surprisingly good problem to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other moves here, I'd self-bounce Buryatia, so nothing funny happens. Mughals asked me to tap Yarkhan, so I do. I tell Saf that Mughals asked me to tap Yarkhan so they can prevent it from doing anything useful for Mughals. And then successfully help Mughals keep Ava here. Take Ayutthaya. And yeah, that's +7.
Nice.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
JPM?
Yeah. So looking here, I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, things are getting a little bit more standard. We now have sort of 3 standing bounces, me and England in the Caribbean. And I'm holding in North Panama so that Cap Haitien made its way to Windward Passage and now to Jamaica, so that we can then have a 4th bounce going in Bay of Panama.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
It's paying
you
off.
Could have just bounced from Windward Passage and Bay of Panama. You could have just done that.
Yeah, I know, but that wasn't what England wanted. It's a question for England. I don't know if England's still in the chat to give us the details on why they wanted that. I do manage to get them to agree to not take Barbados straight away here, which had been what I'd initially agreed to let them do, because of the Portugal stab. So I'm saying like, hey, listen, man, like I'm slowed down significantly by the Portugal stab. I've got to be able to react,
Oh, and also you did something else very important for the remainder of this game.
Oh.
Which is what?
So you supported NAO2 into Labrador Sea.
Yeah, okay, so that's the next thing. So supporting England into Labrador Sea, that was explicitly in exchange for them not taking Barbados. Like that was the deal. Was, my motivation was because of the Portugal thing, but the actual deal was I will use NAO to support you to Labrador, in exchange, don't take Barbados.
Yeah. This is a 0 stab this year from England on Inuit, which at first I thought was really bad, and then I realized, wait, this is not really bad.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, this was well calculated. In North America, what's interesting is Athabasca, we've worked so well to this point, it's almost like force of habit, where they're saying like, okay, so yeah, you took Kossuth, what else do you need? And like they're walking out of Lakota, which I did not have the ability to force, just sort of on the promise of like, okay, well yeah, reposition, do this, and then I'll come and help against Inuit. Not sure if that's the right decision or not, but fair enough. They don't have a ton of options. Like I do have the more power than them in the area, so they are sort of, I guess, gambling on hopefully making donations in exchange for goodwill.
Oh dear.
Yeah, never a strategy you want to be forced into employing in ImpDip. But the attack. So it's interestingly, like while Portugal was stabbing me, we do kind of continue to coordinate to our mutual benefit in South America, right? Like I'm still supporting them against Aymara, and I'm moving against Aymara myself. And sort of what happened here was Portugal again said, "Oh well, yeah, this isn't going to work. I'm going to move out of Azores, but I'll take Canaries." Because they could force Canaries. And you know, we'll call it quits there, right? Like they're saying like they're going to take Ijil, uh they'll take Canaries, I'll take Azores, and then we can continue working together. They do not do that, and it was really annoying. I mean, I couldn't have guessed this. They end up doing everything but what they had guaranteed, right? They don't go for Canaries. They go for Marrakech, which I might have defended. They go for Rabat, which I do defend. And that was a last minute switch, which I regret making because if I don't defend Rabat, Madeira Plain moves out. Azores does move out as they said they would,
Yeah.
weirdly enough. And I walk into Azores and I get my Strait of Gibraltar fleet stuck out of the, Straits of Gibraltar.
Yeah. Yeah, they're too busy
So-
rage baiting you to stick to the deal.
Exactly.
Oh
Yeah.
my
No,
God.
but and it's funny because this becomes an ongoing meme but between Portugal and I because they've gone back to back on stabbing me here, and from here on out say,
And hey, it
"Oh, I
was
would
good
never
for them
stab
because
you.
you
I would
did
never stab you
support them to
3 times in a
Chiquitano.
row." Yeah, I do support them to Chiquitano. But in the end, like this ends up being a lot of hubbub that, spoilers, ends up resulting in no progress for Portugal. So, I mean, like, I guess you could make the argument of if they don't attack me, I attack them and they lose more stuff.
Portugal was playing balance of power here. That's what they told me at least.
I guess, but, to what end, right? Like,
Yeah.
they might have
I
had more success if they were devoting more units towards their growth, right?
To be fair, I
But-
was giving them Bera and Delagoa so that they could play this game.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. No, and at this point, I think already at this point, I'm angrily messaging Adran. I was like, stop, like, keeping him alive. Like, finish the job. What do you mean you're putting him in Delagoa now? Like, kill him. But yeah, so it's kind of annoying, and it's definitely slowing down my momentum. But England and I have been able to come to terms, and it's working out well.
Oh no,
The other
how many
thing-
dots are you gaining this year?
I don't remember.
I think it is 4 because I do end up ducking by 1 more than I was supposed to. Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah, which is not bad
Okay.
for a turn where I get stabbed by Portugal and, am in a situation where I can't defend multiple dots. And in the meanwhile, in South America, I guess perfectly to defeat the Dutch, who had walked into 2 of my dots, and I kicked them out of both. So extremely pleased with that. I also take Bonin Islands off of the Japanese, who proceed to, again, not defend against Ming because
They can't.
They
can't-
disbanded
they
all
already
their units.
They already
Yeah.
chose not to. I
Yeah.
forced disbanded there. Yeah.
Oh yes,
Um,
yes.
Toku goes down to 2 dots here, I believe. Just Osaka and Amori.
talking with Inuit about what our next steps are, and we're dividing the North Pacific Ocean. I'm saying I'm going to focus going south, and you're probably going to have to deal with Ming coming, and meanwhile, of course, there's the whole Athabasca stuff. And I tell them straight away. I tell them I supported England to Labrador Sea because that meant they won't take Barbados, and I think that is perfectly justifiable, right? Like I was like, I'm sorry, but a dot for that. And I'm like, and I'm even telling them I could have supported them to Bretahild, and in fact they asked for that, but I said, how about Labrador Sea? That's a better strategic position anyhow. But in the back of my head, I'm also saying it'll be easier for me to talk to Inuit and say, hey, listen, like, sorry, but also looking out for my own interests here, and like I was looking out for yours too, best I could, right? And all of this is because they still have plenty of influence in the Pacific area that I don't want to run afoul of. I don't want to have to deal with
Yeah.
Inuit sort of going after Galapagos and Hawaii and whatnot.
Makes sense. Okay. Retreats now? Sounds like it's retreats time. So this phase, I think this is the phase where the impunity chat is made. And it is made with Spain, myself, Ajuran, Ming, and England. Notably, Inuit is not in this chat, and the chat is made by England, so there may be some level of...
When England first made it, I'm like, what? This is way too early. Why are we talking about this now?
Oh, really?
Also,
I don't know. Like England and I talked about like creating that chat, and I mean the understanding was it's gonna definitely be Adran, it's gonna definitely be Ming, it's hopefully definitely gonna be Spain. But and the feeling was like, it can't be both Inuit and England at this point. It's gonna be one or the other, and I'm
you forgot
allegedly
about the
taking a
Tokugawa
side.
solo.
Oh, the
However, I
recovery.
think Adran knows that at the same time I was sort of writing bilaterally with Adran and others of still keeping the door open of like, yeah, there might still be openings to keep England out of this.
Yeah, I think we're all talking like, I don't know, like maybe they make it, maybe they
Oh,
don't.
I
Let's see how
wasn't.
their
I
game
was
goes.
just like, England,
Well,
sure, they're
because
doing all right, whatever,
yeah,
I
Ming
guess.
can't do anything other than screw me over, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And Inuit, but
the other thing to note is...
yeah, Inuit weren't gonna make it, and the thing is, even if Inuit are up there, and I think even regardless of the whole, is it going to be England or Inuit, the stab against Athabasca, of Athabasca against Inuit, while it did not benefit Athabasca tremendously, it did still screw over Inuit. Like just the mere fact that Inuit had to
for sure.
respond to it took all the wind out of their sails. And you reacted by building nothing in Asia. They put all their builds in North America. So all of a
And
sudden,
then the year after, England stab also, so they have to put more builds in North America.
exactly. And so all of a sudden, they are totally undermanned in the sort
And
of
if we look at builds,
area.
did we do retreats already?
Yeah, we've just talked about the impunity chat and the retreats. Are there any relevant retreats?
Because like if you look at builds, I think Inuit has 3 builds here. Yeah, and notably, none of them are in Asia.
Forced to spend
So if we
Igil.
look at their Siberia, there's nothing there. They have 4 armies and 2 fleets, and that is it. And they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
9,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dots.
11 dots at Edo, but I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I counted Edo in that.
Okay.
Yeah. And they do have the 2 NPO fleets as well, but like those.
Yeah.
And also like they have 1 army in California. North Equatorial Current is empty. They have 1 fleet. They have 2 fleets in Western North America.
Yeah, like a gnome, a Kaluit, a Kujak is just like crazy.
Yeah, these builds are kind of insane. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah. I guess another relevant thing until this point, like this game is going super fast. So up until this last phase, I think this is the best Spain ever, like the best SC count Spain. I think B1.4X has 55 centers this year, and that game goes on to be a Spain solo. This is definitely the best Ajuran. And this is also, I think, until... Sorry, say that again?
And it's not even close to, like, not being the best Echelon.
Yeah. Though I think we have...
A1A?
I've not looked at A1. It's the best of B.
Oh, A1? Oh.
A1A was Adran was Osius and then me. I subbed in and we kind of dual sultanated it out. It was a classic case of we tried to solo and got piled upon, but we came very close to soloing.
Let's see.
So it would have been maybe the best up until a point. The map has also changed a lot since then.
Yeah. Also, Ajuran was a 4SC country at that point, so it's not super comparable.
Yes, it was.
But yeah, you were in 19 centers in 1646, and this is 28. So, yeah. Kind of getting the step stool with the extra SC to start with, but yeah. Up until this phase, Inuit is also the best Inuit at all time. And I think, Aeolus, you come to me this phase and you're like, this is the worst 65% BSCC position I've ever seen. And I agree. It's bad.
This is like, yeah, this is not good. This is... I think this year they go something like -10 or something crazy like that.
Yeah. Is there anything relevant to talk about during builds, or are we just speeding through the rest of the game now?
My builds. I build a ton of armies because I already have a ton of fleets, and I think you asked me to not build armies, and in exchange you won't build in Manila. That feels right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have nothing else to add, really.
I'm
I
building
wave
fleets
3
right
builds.
now.
I wave 3 builds here.
Right, because you're out of
First of
centers.
many to come.
Force wave 3 builds. Keep this in mind. And I'm now playing down 3 units this phase.
Yes.
This entire year.
Okay. We'll see how that develops. I'm just building, random units. I know, go north, go Abyssinia. My goal this year is now that Abyssinia stabbed me to just pull as many dots off of Abbey as I can. So that's just all I'm going to do.
Hey, the Dutch just banned a fleet in South Africa.
They
disband
do.
Papua.
And they disband what?
Papua.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I agreed
Why
to build.
are they in Papua?
They were going after Danny.
Oh, okay. With
But
what?
they got blocked from they got blocked from Coral Sea by Mapuche.
Oh, okay.
In terms of builds on my front, I mean, finally the last French units are gone in Europe.
Batavia.
Ottomans
yes.
delete. So there was a whole thing here where Ottomans. I thought I had understood that they had agreed to disband their unit on the retreat from Tunis to Iran. Just during retreats, they did not, but then they did disband it during during the winter. So that was a bit of a relief. I built an army there because I was worried about that, but also because again I'm having to push back this Portuguese advance. So I'm getting ready to recapture Marrakech.
Yeah.
Apart from that, pretty standard builds everywhere of just par for the course, kind of keeping the current direction.
Cool. Let's go to Moose then. So we are. What are we doing? Aeolus first, I guess.
Sure.
That's what we've been doing.
It's a
Because
pretty
I'm
big turn.
in first, obviously. Yep. All right. This turn, all the talk about Inuit being bad, I stab Inuit.
Oh dear. Yes.
And so do I.
Yes.
Oh, this
Everyone
stab is
stabs Inuit.
so
This stab is
disgusting.
When we said how they left Siberia open, 2 free dots. Chukchis is guaranteed. Carix is guaranteed. I'm just going to talk about your stuff first. They didn't cover North Equatorial Current, so Alutz is guaranteed also.
Yeah. It's over. It's so over.
Yakutsk is guaranteed.
Yakutsk is guaranteed here. Edo is guaranteed here.
California is guaranteed.
Yakutsk, yeah.
Oh yeah, Yakutsk is guaranteed. England has some stuff guaranteed. I think Bradley is gone.
Nask is gone.
England,
Anticosti is gone.
England accidentally bounces in Oneida for some reason.
So again, with England being a new player to Imp Dip, I think it was just after this turn, which again comically close to the end of the game, that I asked, like they were complaining about visualizing.
Oh, they didn't know what .vm is.
They did not know that .vm existed.
Oh
So
yeah,
that'll do.
Why they screwed up some of their orders. Very impressive, actually, that they got this far without .vm, which
that is crazy. I misordered so many games in my orders in my colonial game before .vm showed up, and that showed up in like year 4, and I already had like 10 misorders. So
yeah. 41 units. That's entirely understandable. Not cross-checking this.
Yeah, but then Inuit kind of dead.
Yeah, Inuit dead.
I go for a convoy into Ashigo here, because this is a great spot to have an army. Borders 4, it's all 4 Japanese centers. Yeah. Inuit supports me into Edo. I was supposed to support them into Amori. I totally do that.
Oh yes.
Yeah. I tell Toku to do these moves so they can hold Amori. Because I was planning on Janissarying them here.
Okay.
So they could stay alive. And then Nanking moves down towards Macau, which is completely free. Nothing there. Take Chiang Mai, take Bamo.
Yep, looks good. Eating everything Ayutthaya owns.
Looks like a pretty innocuous position where nothing is happening.
Nothing is happening at all. Nope. Yeah, not getting a million dots. Nope, not happening at all.
Nothing is happening. I'm just making moves.
Saf is forced disbanding Gore and pushing into Mughals here.
Yep,
and
makes sense.
We finally
an annoying army.
Yeah. And we finally get this fleet into Persian Gulf. This thing that we've been trying to do for the whole game is like set up this border where they get the fleet into Persian Gulf. And I'm also pulling Cairo. And once again, Saf has a stab, so they can move Trebizond to Levant, abandon the core, go to Al Hajara. They can move Riyadh to somewhere that's not Khalidi, and they can have 3 on Mecca, and it's completely forced. It's a 1 daughter, so I don't know. I guess I understand it. But Safed here is like, I mean, Inuit is Giga Dead, yeah. So really, Safed is looking like the next person who would make it into the impunity if they accelerated a bit. So their press level has kind of been declining over time, so they're maybe not paying as much attention to the game as they otherwise would. And yeah, I think this ending of the game early catches them sleepwalking a little bit. Like I said, all the black arrows going anti Abyssinia, just grabbing stuff off of Kongo as well. This Barodes to Matamba order is the worst order I've ever entered in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then in the east,
that's an order for sure.
Yeah, it's truly an order. And then in the east, I'm forcing Sumatra and Batavia. Like I'm done. Like I don't want France alive. I would rather have the Netherlands alive because at least I know they're not going to coordinate with anyone. And yeah, I'm just gonna take dots, give dots. Yeah, that's my position. JPM.
On the Spanish side, I mean, we've already discussed so stabbing Inuit, and it's looking like it's +4 guaranteed against Inuit. So very, very effective stab there. I'm also continuing to press into Athapaska. She was great, but dots are dots, right? And at this point, I mean, the two of you guys are on such a pace that I can't afford to be generous. I'm just taking pushing the fronts where I have strength, right? There's no reason not to. Again, things are holding strong with England. They're moving forward. They're, as I mentioned, following Sweden as they're attacking Sweden. I'm setting up orders with Austria. I'm a bit annoyed here because at this point already, I'm hoping that like we've got a pretty clear attack where if England wanted to work with me against Austria, we could take Paris and Dijon. But the
Not hold.
they are hoping that the Austrians might help them fight Sweden, so they're unwilling to pick a fight with Austria just yet. They're also a little bit concerned because they've pissed off Austria because they're now intending on capturing Utrecht in the Netherlands, and that is a dot that Austria had felt belonged rightfully to them. I think at this stage of the game, what you feel ought to be yours doesn't go very far compared to what you can take. So England says, well, I'm here now. I'm not going to hold back from capturing it. And I'm pushing sort of generically towards, further in the Mediterranean. At this point, I've taken over the sovereignty of the Abyssinian mercenaries from Adran, and I'm kind of commanding them to generically go West Africa-ish so that we can put pressure onto Portugal. I'm also suggesting that they don't completely roll over to you, Third Monkey. So
yeah,
just see if we can't slow things down a little bit there.
Unfortunately, they don't have a ton of choices.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, yeah, tactics are getting pretty straightforward. England and I are setting up a cute convoy into Brazil. And in, again, Indonesia, everything is relatively smooth. We're just pushing through the Dutch.
Was Barbados another charity blackmail?
Yeah, so it had been a delay thing, right? It was like last turn, okay, I'll support you to Labrador so you don't take Barbados this turn. It was understood that England would take it the turn after.
Gotcha.
But that actually sets me up for, I think, what was my final super serious consideration.
Oh yeah, we probably should have said something about this, but at this point in time, the Inuit player subbed out, and they were replaced by someone new with this face.
Yeah, they were replaced by Finino. Mm-hmm. Who, and that was what was rough, because, like, the decision to stab Inuit was made before the substitution happened. The position was just way too open to not do it. But the Inuit player comes in, has great press, is really nice, really easy to work with. But the game is just past that point, right? Where it's it's just about getting to the finish line. I pitched them an idea of like, well, how can we work together? Well, I don't know. Like, what if we go after Mapuche together? And they said, sure, game. And I said, all right, let's flood the South Pacific Ocean. And they go for it. And the idea there, from my perspective, of course, is have only one Inuit fleet in the North Pacific, so that it's very easy for me to cover Galapagos and Hawaii. And I also have a better chance of taking Koryax.
Yeah. Yep. Just maximum brutality.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was harsh, but unfortunate.
I will pull up spring retreats then. Is there anything relevant here at all?
Don't think so.
Doesn't look like it. Abyssinia goes to Levantine. Do. Doesn't look like it. Sounds like we're doing full. Yeah. My notes say nothing relevant. Okay. So, fall.
Great notes.
We're having a more serious conversation. I think Ming, you were like Aeolus, you were not feeling super like wise England here. Like we were like, maybe this is kind of early, but this is the phase that we have a more serious conversation about like what we're doing, and I think we come up with this idea of, well, how do we cut staff? Can we get them below 65%? Not really. So we come up with this like 110 plan, which is we get everyone to 110% who's going to be in the impunity, and as part of that. I am stabbing Sapphids this phase. So I am telling them that I'll just go tomorrow, so they should just support themselves in with the fleet, but I'm, in fact, just moving all my units up, taking Arabian, getting ready to take Muscat and Rustak, and Riyadh. So that's the play, to try to get Sapphids under 75% for the 110 plan. Yeah. Other than that, helping England now just get Cochin, because we're starting to count dots, grabbing Batavia, taking Delago off Portugal, and this is where I stab Portugal for the second time. So Portugal is like, I'm gonna go Mapondo. Can you support me in, and then like take Delago behind me? And I'm like, sure. But also like I kind of know like, Portugal is selling the same story to Congo on the other side. We haven't really like made a point of it because we've been focusing mostly on our own games for the last couple of years, but Portugal and Congo have been like peacefully coexisting, and Portugal has quite pointedly not been dotting Congo, probably because they've been worried about the Spanish stuff and focused in other directions, or the English stuff, and they don't really have the capacity to fight Mapuche, Spain, England, Congo. So yeah, I kind of have that as an idea, and then I'm like, I don't know, why am I giving Portugal dots in the second to last year of the game? I don't see a value to the pocket anymore, especially now that I'm working seriously with Spain and England. So yeah, stab for that. We bounce Cape Co, and Dutch keeps everything. Other than that, just dot grabbing.
Clearly, their investment in Southern Africa was worth it.
But Dutch investment? Yeah, they're back up to 2 dots now, which is pretty impressive considering that they were not spending it.
I mean, let's see how many dots they are at total. 11.
Yeah, I mean, like, they got this position by overbuilding South Africa for like a number of years, right? And in that whole time, they were just letting the Indonesian position go to waste.
They got to this position by not pressing anybody.
That too, yeah.
They pressed me the first year. They pressed me.
Yeah, they pressed.
I didn't realize they were low press because they did all the press they needed to with me. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're the Dutch, and they have Formosa. I'm Ming.
Yep.
There's 2 things I can do with it. I chose kill them.
Yeah, but like I think they might be disbanding some Indonesia stuff this year, which I think is pretty reasonable considering you have 2 dots here now. But I don't know. I felt that the Dutch disbands were not optimized, I guess. Though, yeah, like you said, JPM, that's definitely low order compared to not pressing. That would be the problem. Okay, that's my position. I'm going plus 7, I believe it is this year. And I will be 1 away from 100% VSCC this year. Aeolus?
All right. So I start looking at this position and I'm like, all right, what is my objective for the game at this point? Because like I think it's pretty clear. A solo is not happening. Acheron's too big. Spain is too big. And he was dying, but those 2 are going to be able to stop
my solo for sure, even if I wanted to like try to go for it. So I figured there was no point in trying to do that. I figured impunity, I've already locked my spot up in it. I can just sort of, there's no really goal to be done there. We already have this plan for a 4-way. There's nothing to be gained from continuing to play for like to add more people or try to cut people. So that's secure. So the only thing I can really do is like try to set records for how many centers I can take. And I look at this position and I'm like, how many centers can I get? I have Yakutsk guaranteed, so that's 1. I can take Osaka. I'm there already. And I can take Edo, so that's 3.
Yep.
I'm already in Chiang Mai, that's 4. I can take Tavoy, which is 5. I'm in Bama, which is 6. So then that would put me to 31, which is currently only 2 or 3 centers behind the record before this. I think it was 33. So I just need to find
record is 35. It's B1.2G
35 before this as well?
Yeah.
Oh, it was 35? Okay. I
Yeah.
played in that game. I should know that. But yeah, so I would just need 4 more centers to get to break the record, and then 5 more to get to VSCC. So I start looking around a bit, and I'm like, I could take a more. Actually, Spain suggests this to me. You could take a Mori, which I honestly did not look at because I was planning on working with Toku this game. Inuit actually supports Toku.
I wanted you to take a Mori because your alternative was you wanted to move to NPO. And I was like,
oh, right. Yes, that was it. Yeah.
First time in the whole game got control over the Pacific Ocean. Like, don't start coming here now. Like, you have a dot.
Okay.
Go take your dot.
Yeah, good point. So that's 1 dot I can take up there. If the Mughals do not cover Sasaram, I could take another dot. That's 2. I could probably support myself into Ava. So that's 3.
How did you finesse Kolkata hold?
I forgot to mention Macau earlier, so that's 5 actually. So now 4 actually. So all of a sudden I'm tied with the record, and I would just need 1 more to reach VSCC. I was not planning on going for it, and then Inuit came to me and said, "What? A Kolkata hold? I'll get to that in a second."
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
Finish this. Yes. So Inuit comes to me with a plan for peace and says, "Hey, I'm already losing to Spain. I'm already losing to England. I can't defend against all my fronts. I need to pick a front to just like give up and not focus on it all." And they basically said, "I'll let you have some of my centers if you just let me keep the units on the board and go fight Spain and England." And as a part of this, I suggest a moveset to them, which would give me Highland POW, which would make me want to go for this +11, which would get me to VSCC. And they agree to it. So then I'm like, screw it, we're going for it. And I end up going for it. And I get Yakutsk.
Yep.
I get Highland POW. I get a Mori. Inuit actually supports Toku to a Mori, which I didn't even know they did that. But yeah, they did that. I get Edo. I get Osaka. I get Macau. I get Savoy. I get Ava. I get Bamo. And I get Sasaram. And that is +11. And just like that, we have reached VSCC as a 5-center regional in 1647, which is 6 years after going +3 year 1.
Yes, literally the bottom of the scoreboard to this.
Bottom of the scoreboard to the top. Yes.
Quite.
So if you're wondering how I got Sasaram, I proposed an order set to Mughals saying, "Hey, next year, I'll basically it's just said next year I'll walk into Sasaram in the spring and then move out to Kathmandu in the fall." And then I suggested an order set to them, which involved Kolkata holding, I think, or something. I don't know. But whatever it was, I don't remember the exact order set. They agreed to it and agreed not to cover Sasaram.
The Ayutthaya fleet is there, so that's a threat.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And basically, I just told them enough to convince them I was going to stay on side and that I didn't need to attack them in order to win. And so they said, he's probably not going to go for Sasaram. I don't need to cover it.
I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Yeah. Okay. JPM, do you want to go, and then we can talk about.
So I mean, again, bounces with Austria in Europe, bounces with England in the Caribbean. I retake Marrakesh. I take Azores, but I lose Canaries. However, England moves out of rage bait, so I managed to sneak in, which is actually quite nice for my position
Oh,
against Portugal.
Rage bait.
I'm also putting an army forward on Portugal and Brazil. Unfortunately, Aymara, I guess NMRs, like they have all holds. So, I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference in terms of my advancement. Somehow, though, poor Mapuche misorders and like bounces their own double fleet convoy, which is just so
And they would have
slow.
walked into Chapaya as well if they hadn't done that.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
rough.
crazy rough. I mean, I presume they would have supported it. Like they would not have anticipated the NMR.
That makes
Um,
sense, yeah.
I'm helping Athapaska against Inuit, right? Because now causing as much damage to Inuit is the name of the game. While still walking into Siksika and Shoshone and saying like, okay, now that's the line. Like I don't need to go any further than that. And of course,
You've
seeing
now taken every center they gained from youth.
yes. And I'm also
in 2 years.
taking all these guaranteed dots from Inuit. And then again, this time the big play in Indonesia was walking in behind Mapuche. So this is me essentially stabbing Mapuche, but softly-ish. Like they weren't fully. I played it off like it wasn't fully a stab. I don't know if they believe me or not. But essentially, just saying I didn't know what to do with Danny, so I just didn't think you'd move out of Coral Sea. Anyhow, I don't know what I was trying to justify there. Maybe Timor going to. I don't know. But point being, I'm closing in on the rest of the Indonesian dots.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all quite straightforward at this point in terms of orders, right? The one consideration I had, and it's funny because at this point I'm thinking the only reason why I'm not stabbing England again, like the last time I raised this, is because we're nearing the end of the game.
Yeah.
And if I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, do I have a stab on England? I do actually. So I actually at one point I put in my void orders where I would let them into Bay of Panama while I go to Cartagena so that I can then build in Panama, while also taking Cherokee, sort of I had the makings of a stab. I'd also move to Aves Ridge because like part of or I know what I was gonna do. I was gonna move to support New Courland to Caribbean Sea. Because if Barbados ends up in New Courland, well, what do I care? They're already taking Barbados, so that's just either way they're taking a dot off of me. So it sort of is a situation where I'd be able to stab them without um, giving up more than I was already giving up. I don't know. It was a position that was there. I was tempted just because, of course, it left a bit of a sore taste in my mouth how I'd been strong armed over the core in Florida, the transfers of Havana and Barbados, and Fort Detroit. So I was a little miffed, I guess, from a pride perspective. But, looking at the board, we've got to end the game because the two of you guys had more momentum than I did. And we're now starting to border me, right? I mean, like
Yeah.
Ming and I have had a quiet border for a long time, but now even Adran is creeping into Indonesia. I'm like, okay, if I start a war with England, probably significantly delays the game. And while maybe I'd be in a position to win the stab against England, who knows what my overall position would look like if Adran and Ming sort of get impatient with waiting for me to fight England. Like neither of them really have much of a front. Maybe Adran and India, but realistically, the way I saw it going is that Ming and Adran would just eat all of my Asian dots out because why not? They've got the power too, right? So if anything, I'd probably ruin the four-way win in exchange for a duo that did not include me. So yeah. I kept my powder dry despite this is one of those things that's like if I could sandbox and sort of like save game here, right? Like play it out for fun and then restore save and okay, let's win the game seriously. But I went ahead and restored the game because there's no saves coming in ImpDip.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's that's the evaluation I had too, which is like if the game goes long, Ming and I are eating Indonesia. I might even fight like I don't know. If we're not ending the game now, then I'm not stabbing Saf, right? And maybe I just fight England instead and let Saf into the impunity by eating European stuff. Like, I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah. But there's a lot of options. But also at this point, like, there have been a ton of
There's
extensions.
unknown.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
a lot of unknown. Whereas staying the course, it was pretty clear that we had, the 4-way win in front of us as an option if we wanted it. So
Yeah, there wasn't really a reason to do more.
yeah. So I tempered my sense of self-righteousness and just went ahead with it.
Yeah. Like the options were like win in 1648 or win in 1649, right? Like that was basically what it was looking like.
Exactly.
Okay, so this phase, as you can see, Ming hits via CC, and Spain and Ajuran are one center off from hitting via CC. And yeah.
Ming on top.
Ming on top for the first time after being on the literal bottom, tied with Mughals. Ming on top. And I am mildly salty about this for no good reason. I just am. We have a bunch of discussion in the main server too about how I'm the second best regional pace of all time, and the first best regional pace of all time is in my game. So I'm not even the best regional pace of my game.
You're the second best regional pace of all time and ranked third in your game.
Yes. That is
Yep.
Tough times. I don't know how people are living with these first world problems.
I mean, it makes sense. You're not like a solo threat or anything, so there are no solo threats. There have not been at any point in this game.
Yeah.
So it's pretty easy for. It's not like a coalition's not going to form to stop a threat that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think I have this discussion with Spain at some point too, right? We're talking about like, we have a Spain coalition. Spain is looking very scary, but no one's going to be like, oh man, the Spain Inuit Ming Ajuran coalition looks real scary. Better take on all of them. Like, that's just not how people generally think. So if you're like pressing the gas just enough to duck like the other people, where you're thinking how much you're pressing up the gas, then you can kind of all dodge a coalition, right? Anyway, interesting retreats. I kind of think we're past that point, but Inuit disbanding on the Ming front. I think that's about it in terms of interesting things to say for retreats. Should we move to spring? Or winter,
Builds time?
Builds time, yes,
Winter.
builds time.
Sorry, no builds time.
Yeah, no yes.
Infamous no
All right.
time.
Yeah, so I went plus 11 last turn, and combined with the 3 waves I had from the previous years, I told you to keep in mind, that means I now have 14 builds and 7 open centers. As you can see by the map, where are my builds? The answer is they are not. I wave all 14 builds just for fun. There is no logical reasoning behind this. I just thought it would be fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Right.
Yeah, England is adding that they botched the Indian tactics. Yeah, so it's always Andhra Coast support Rajmahendra here so that you can hold it, and that way you can keep Masulipattnam open as a build center. Instead, they go for Andaman, which was guaranteed next year anyway, and they don't get to build in India. Okay.
Good job dotting IU. I approve.
Yeah, I was not going to do that, and I was hoping for positive press coverage from the Kathmandu news station, but Basil broke her thumb right after this and did not give me press. I think this is around the time that I asked Basil the question, and you're like, "Oh yeah, like if you have any questions for me today, just go ask Basil." And I'm like,
"Oh yeah."
That's when this is
that
when
was
that
so long. This was 6 hours ago. We discussed this.
Yeah. Oh my god, we've been here a long time. Okay.
5 o'clock. Oh god.
Let's end this. Let's end this soon.
Right.
I don't think that there's anything particularly interesting to discuss with builds. We're just entering the builds that will optimize our outcome. Saf is building one fleet because they still believe me.
Oh, interesting thing for builds. Inuit pulls everything off my border for absolutely no reason.
Oh, nice. Beautiful. Okay.
I didn't talk to them about this at all, and I just stabbed them twice in a row.
Yeah, gotta pick something, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. So my negotiation with Saf is like, just build one fleet, we'll work it out. Don't build 2 fleets, please, because it's going to be really hard to figure out what to do later on in the game. And later on in the game,
this works
does not matter.
Somehow.
Yes, this pitch works. I don't know how. I am also pressing Safid about stabbing England. So I'm telling them like I'll take Ceylon, I will sneak into Cochin or Vinod, and I will convoy the unit over. So I think I calculated at some point that there's a 3-dot stab in there for me, and I'll take Andamans as well. So this is what I'm pitching to Safid, and just in case Inuit and Safid are talking, I'm also pitching the England stab to Inuit, for no reason, as it turns out.
Huh. Yeah, that was probably extremely unnecessary.
Yeah, it was extremely, extremely unnecessary. And then I apologized to Inuit afterwards and offered to spec them in their next game. And then they were in, I think, they were in the game of someone who else who I had already agreed to spec. So, yeah, embarrassing.
I did the same thing. Well, and clearly Aeolus did the same thing by specking the wrong person in B1.6K.
Oh my god.
All right. Yeah.
The stabbing exists past the game. Inuit wants to slow down, slow me down as much as possible.
Maybe you shouldn't have dotted me. Maybe you shouldn't have dotted me. Yeah, that's
that was the reason. That was the reason.
Yeah. Can I get your confirmation that you wanted me to do that?
Okay. Final year. Oh, yeah, confirmation. Just dead silence. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we can also just go and look at the press. It's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just forcing Cape. I'm just maximizing dots. I'm going for as many dots as I can. We take dots. Yum, yum, dots. Eat. Yes, good. The relevant thing is that I'm
this
giving...
year was so long for no reason. There were like 4 extensions or something.
Oh my god, it was a pain. And I think at some point Portugal proposes a surrender vote just to be done.
Yeah, they did.
Sorry, go ahead.
But like surrenders don't go through, really.
Sorry, JPM, you were saying?
No, I was just saying that like it was that Portugal did suggest a surrender, and it was unfortunate because we were trying to end things.
Yeah. Okay, so Ceylon, we've agreed that England is getting Maldives. We've done all the math. Or mostly England and I have done all the math for us, and then I believe JPM, you're also donating additional dots, which yeah.
The deal here was maybe you would get Phan Rang if you went to South China Sea and then you went to Luzon Strait for no reason.
Yeah.
What is the point? Like what?
I think I think what I realized was, I don't know, I was really busy at this point and I was struggling to find time to do the math to make sure everybody was getting over the line. I know Third Monkey was doing a lot of the math, but I wanted to double check things for myself. And I remember there was one point early on, I think some things ended up changing later, unfortunately, that worked out well for me. But I looked at some orders, or I thought that there was a chance that I actually might be one of the ones lagging close to not making it if my 50-50s didn't go through. So I thought maybe I would need Phan Rang. And then I considered, I don't know, is Aeolus the kind of person who might just maybe not bounce me from Phan Rang if they had the option. So I went to Luzon Strait just thinking at least that way there'd be 2 options that I could go for, and odds are one of them would probably be one that would.
There's not even anything next to Phan Rang.
Not now, but I didn't know that in spring.
True. But what were you expecting, like Kunming to go to Hanoi and then to Phan Rang? Was that your?
I have no idea. I don't remember what the spring map looked like exactly, but I don't know. I was not thinking too much about it. Also, this was just, again, and I think I said at some point, this was like me being cute in terms of my sense of humor, right? Like, if you look at the Caribbean, I did the orders that I would do if I was stabbing England. Like, I stabbed England, quote unquote, on the last turn of the game. Like, if I was able to build, I'd be able to full build,
if the game did continue, you were screwed. No. You stabbed 2 people.
Well, yeah, if you to put you in that situation, but it was, again, just my sense of humor, I suppose. But it gave me a real fright because you were genuinely upset about it. It seemed immediately after adjudication.
Yes, don't dot me for no reason. You have to get punished for it somehow.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, you not being in my void and missing out on all the French, that's punishment for sure. That's sad. It would have been great because you're the only person who did not win this game who is not in that void.
Nice.
Plus a couple of other people, like PT Portugal has joined that void as well. Yeah, no, like there's
Shout out to that void. Go
that
join
void
that
is
void.
bumping.
Yeah, it's
The void's a good time.
yeah for
I'm
sure.
not in there.
But the other thing was, again, like in my head, I thought that you were like I was surprised actually that Adrian finished number 1. I thought it was gonna be you.
Yes, that's what I thought too.
Dude, I just waived 14 builds for fun.
Yeah.
Um,
You know,
Like,
who knows?
why are we thinking this?
speaking of this, do you want to talk through the moves very
did
quickly?
great, right? Like it was what 0.4% difference in the end, despite
In
waiving
between
14.
me and you, yeah.
Is there
Like,
anything
none of
interesting
your-
to say?
even
Or
if they wouldn't have been relevant, right? But
I killed the Ayutthaya news station in Kathmandu.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah, nothing else happened. Oh yeah, I walk into a ton of free dots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I almost
the-
misordered here and sent Highland Pow to Haishenwai, and I wouldn't have caught it if not for an extension. So
The Inuit player did well to position themselves to recapture some of the stuff in Siberia that I had taken from them. So they did finish with a Chitkis, but I could have defended against it actually, but I assumed that they would try to cover Koryak, so that didn't work out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And we
Aymar, our Gorani survives to the end.
yes. That was very important. And Abyssinia is here in Hogar with 1 unit, and
Yes,
we'll see in a
Abyssinia-
second.
and actually makes it into Agadez. Kongo finishes in Sao Tome.
Yeah. Congo and Sao Tome. Yes.
And England survives in West Africa on a single dot, despite having a lot of pressure on them for the last couple of turns there. And I recapture Ijil, which is fun. I
Yeah.
never get Canaries back though.
Getting the Greenland dot was cool. Oh yeah, Angel for this. Actually, the most relevant piece of tactics this phase is the SAF tactics, and it's a guess whether I get +1 or +2 against them, and I guess right. And Riyadh and Muscat are both guaranteed, or I can pick between Muscat and Rostock. But
where
that's
is
the
the
thing that
guess
pretty much.
in this, by the way? Where is the guess for this? I'm just trying to look at.
It's Gulf of Kush to Strait of Hormuz, Bandar Abbas to Persian Gulf, and then they can
Yeah,
support.
they could have covered Rostov.
They can either cover Rostock or they can hold Riyadh off me.
All right, I see.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, that is this phase. Let's go look at the last phase of the game. Shocker that we're looking at the last phase of the game. If anyone, do we care about spring retreats? I don't think we care about spring retreats.
No.
That's the end of the game.
Yes.
I get dotted.
Oh, I do care about spring retreats actually because it's the first and only time that I have a retreat this game.
Did I have retreats this game? I don't remember.
Look, I have a retreat. I get forced out of Mpemba, and I'm gonna retake it in fall. Wee, so exciting. Okay, next phase.
Oh no, such a travesty.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so here I'm just forcing dots. I'm taking everything that I can. The thing that makes me think that I can actually board top is I'm getting the 2 off of SAF, and this discussion with you over Australia, JPM. Aymara agrees to support me into work because they are so mad at Mapuche, they just want minus Mapuche score. And they know, like, I'm telling them, like, hey, like, SPO1's going to tap work, right? We need to support ourselves in. So they're willing to do that. And then we have this discussion, and we see that there's no way for me to guarantee Spain an extra dot here in Flores and Timor, so I'm just going to go Willamor again. And that puts me over the line. I get +8 this year.
You spent way more time. Here was all the thought that went into my orders. I just typed them in 10 minutes. That's all the thoughts that went into my orders.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I spent 10 minutes putting them in. That's it.
There's not really any press to do.
Well, you can waive 14.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm playing down 14 units. Yeah.
But also, like, you know, I was talking with England about like,
I end
donations.
this game winning
like
with 22 units.
That is
the real
absurd.
message here is that like coring isn't necessary.
Let's look at the final board states.
Yep.
Did you core anything this game, Aeolus?
Yeah, he cored.
Formosa.
Did you build in Formosa?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I did. I also cored Krasnoyarsk, which I did. Did I build there? I didn't build there.
You waved.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I waved all the builds.
You should have built there had you needed to, but you didn't because you waved.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I went.
and here's the stab people are talking about, right? Luzon to Formosa, not agreed.
Yeah.
And then
This is the biggest stab I've ever seen.
oh wait, you stabbed. Wait, you stabbed this way, but like England. Oh wait, New Orleans a donation. Never mind. Yeah. Cool. Anything else? I think we're just done. I think we're just.
Give me Formosa back.
We do have a scare at the end where Aeolus is like, I might reject the impunity.
Give me Formosa. I want my Formosa.
But yeah, here's the final score. Here's the final setup. Beautiful map. And that's the game. England is at 107, 108, something like that percent. And it's like about 40% over Saf. So we're just clearing the 35% threshold. I think if Saf had one more center, we would have been fine. If Saf had two more centers, we would have had problems. And I spent way too much time looking at tactics around here. Will Austria give Saf a center? But in the end, they don't do that. I think Austria's thinking is like, they're just losing ground to Spain and England if the game goes on. So might as well take their score maximization now by ending the game. And with that, it's pretty much sealed because I'm taking two off them. Yeah. Okay, I haven't looked at chat in like a hot minute.
All right, well, we finished it. Speedrunning the last few years.
Yeah, it was fascinating to listen to you all and hear about other parts of the world that we weren't paying attention to. Thanks for doing this third monkey, and thanks all three of you for making your first IMTIP experience so interesting. Hope to play again with y'all at some point. +1, and thanks JPM and Aeolus for coming by and
yeah, no problem.
Making me not talk about this game for 5.5 hours or 6 hours by myself.
Yeah, I need to go do other things now because we've been here for 6 hours.
Yes, sorry about that. Let's go do other things.
Such as press for my other games.
Oh yes, and I'm in both your voids, so we'll be following along. But okay, that's pretty much it. That's what we had for this game. Any closing thoughts, words? Otherwise, adios.
Yeah, no, nothing more to comment on here. It was quite the game, but
Unless I just clicked the leave button without saying goodbye. Adios.
No worries.
Adios.
Yeah, see you. But yeah, no, exciting game, an interesting game, and my first IMTIP victory, so that was very fun.
Let's go. Yeah, it's also my first IMTIC victory as well, and also my first full game, played to VSAC from the start. So.
Oh really? Yeah.
Because I subbed out of 1.1s. Anyways, okay. Thanks so much.
Take care.
I will catch you next time, and hopefully for less than a 5 or 6 hour video. Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. See ya.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, I've disconnected from the Discord. Folks on the stream, thanks so much for hanging out with me. I hope this was interesting, enlightening. I don't know, anything useful. Yeah, thanks for hanging out for